the repository that I'll be sharing the link as well. So this has the demo for you. You can simply fork it, download the code, git clone it, and it will have all the necessary setup for you, like the front end part is built for you. So this is for a quick demo, and I'll just show you what the demo does. So for that, I'll be opening up my app right auth demo folder, and here again you see that there is a .env file, and there are two parameters that you need to fill in. I'll zoom my screen. Yeah. So the first one is the AppWrite endpoint, and the second one is the AppWrite project ID. So to get that, I showed that a few minutes ago. You need to go back to your AppWrite console, and here if you go to settings, you'll see that your project ID and your API endpoint is there. You need to just fill that on your .env file, and after you save it, you're ready to go. What I'll quickly do is I'll just turn it off and start again because my demo was already running. Yeah. So I mentioned that in the .env file is where you put in your AppWrite credentials. And this is the part where I simply run the demo and show you how it works. Just one command, npm run dev. But if you're doing it for the first time, you need to install the dependencies, and you need to have things ready for you. So yeah, you click on that and you see that it's there on localhost. I simply follow the link. You can ignore the thing that came up. So there's an option. You can simply log in with your email and password, or you can log in with your phone. And this is where you need to give the phone number that you registered your Twilio trial account with. Since mine is a trial account, so only sending SMS to my registered number is what will work. But if you have a paid account, you can send SMS to any number. So I will quickly do that, and I'll write on get a code, and I'm waiting for the code. This is what I'm scared of, but let me quickly see and make sure that all the services are working. Hmm. Looks like it. I'll do it one more time, and I'll just send another code to myself, and I'll see if it's working or not. Yeah. So I know that you cannot see on the screen, but I received a code from Twilio on my mobile number, and I'll just put in the code here. So the code, as it says, is 5441 023, and I'll click on verify, and you see that my phone number is verified. If you want to update your phone number, you can do that. You can add a name, email, and that's basically it. That's how your phone authentication works. And now I'll log out, and what I'll do, there's also a time crunch, so I'll not be explaining you the code, but one extra step that I'll be doing is I'll go to my VS code, and if you go to the src file, under that there is lib. It's your apprite.ts, I mean the TypeScript file that has most of the code, which is binding the front end and the back end and the Twilio part. If you scroll down, you'll see that first what we are doing is we are connecting to AppWrite, and if you remember these terms, these are the ones that we used in our env file. So we are referencing to it to that, and what it is doing right now is it is connecting your application to AppWrite. If you scroll down, you'll see that there are some functions like it's getting an account or it's creating an account for you. If you're logging in through email, it's creating an email session for you. Then if you want to delete that session, you have that option as well. So basically the crude operations that we do with an API: create, retrieve, update, and delete. And since it's a phone authentication app, so you have CRUD operations for your phone session as well, basically creating it, updating it, creating a phone verification, the verification that I got on my phone, that as soon as you click on get code, you get an code and it verifies for you. So while all of these might feel difficult for you, you can reference back to the documentation, my favorite part, and you'll see on the left hand side there is REST API, and you have documentation for your account, users, team, databases, storages, basically every backend functionality set you need to do, and it's available there. While I know that some my things might have gone overboard, so here are some resources that you can follow. My favorite, Applied Docs, and this is the repository. The sorry, I'll zoom it a bit. So the second one is the repository that you can fork, clone, and try the demo. Or if you are finding my username difficult to follow, I see all of you clicking pictures. That's nice. You can simply try or search AppWrite or demo, and it will work for you. And the third one is a 30 days of AppWrite challenge. So in 30 days, if you're reading one blog, so you'll be getting to know all the services, and at the end of 30 days you will be having built you'll be having built a demo that is almost Netflix. So this is the learning step that I generally follow, and I would suggest you to follow for any technology in general. And yeah, that's all. Thank you for being such patient listeners. I hope you got something out of it. So these are some of the websites, Discord channel to follow. And yeah, thank you so much. I think I am on time, but I will be here right now. If you have any questions, you can come towards me and ask me any questions that you have. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was such a wonderful session. Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all are awake till now, and you had a wonderful session before that, and I'm going to make you a quite bored now. So before that, I want to make this kind of conversation as more interactive, so you can be follow the same thing along with me. So my session is something on low code or no code, which already you have heard in the previous session. Somehow, okay. So if anyone has to change the sessions, you must be having an agenda with you. You can do that. So we will be having our some of the session going on from now. There will be no break at all if it's not mentioned in your agenda. So you have to follow the same agenda sheet which you must be having along with you. Okay. So there will be one more panel. So that the time of panel, this all sessions will be combined, all rooms will be combined. You can sit in any other room. You can be follow the same speaker at the one time when the keynote session will be there. Okay. So just have to follow the same thing. That's all. So first of all, again, let me start quickly. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Really? So can we have a louder cheer for once? At least we can start our morning better and bigger, and you can say quite louder. Good morning, everyone. So I hope you all of you can hear me and you can join us. So thank you so much, everyone, for being over here. And this is you can say the first offline session we have done after this pandemic. I hope pandemic situations has done some of the different type of, you can say, situations for each and everyone. We have go through with this. Now let's start and let's make this community bigger. So let me quickly start my session, and the topic is low code and no code. I'm not pretty sure how many of you are aware with this or not. Trust me, I'm going to make you aware about what low code is and what no code is, or what is the best option for you to select or to start your applications or next project to build on some specific applications. So have you any idea what is low code or what is no code? Any one of you? I have only 30 minutes, not more than that. So you have to answer before 30 minutes, I would say. Any idea what low code and no code is? Nope, no idea. Okay, let me start. You can say from the very past. There was a two technique. If you have to build some software, website, application, whatever you called it, first is you can write something, some logics, some functions, or maybe something like which can be performed some operations on some particular event. Or there was an option since past, we can have a flow like a functional flow, how my applications look like, how my applications data will flow in my entire application. And according to that particular flow, we can design, or maybe someone else can design for me. So for me, it's a no code. I haven't done any code. But actually, that particular person maybe had some kind of code there. Okay. Now, in the industry, there is so many platforms out there available where you can go and you can write your code. But some of the platforms are also available for the enterprise persons, or maybe the audience who doesn't have any knowledge about how to write code, and they are business owners, or maybe the person who is interacting with the customers continuously. So if customer is asking something, so how they can build something very quickly, there is many options. First, now let me ask again to my developers, like, this is something my customer asked, can we build this? If yes, let's do it. So what will be the process in that? Again, we have to design the complete process, the agile sprints we have to define. Then you can say my scrums will be started, and then we have to do the same process. Like, this is something I have to start, this is something we have to do in after this particular sprint, and then something else. So this is you can say all time approach we always follow. But over here, I have something for you, like, which you must be interested in. Before that, I wanted to make you aware with the agenda today. So the agenda will be like, we will be starting this flow. I'm not having much time, so let's start quickly. So before that, let me quickly give you an insights what the market stat says about low code and no code. So the till last year, if we're talking about over here, is till 2021, in the pandemic time, or maybe the during the pandemic time. So the low code and no code platforms market was $16 billion globally. Okay. And we are expecting, we are hoping with cross fingers, it is going to be at least $159 billion by 2030. It's not a, you can say tomorrow that it has to be completed, but how it going to be complete, or we can say how we are going to make this true. So behind that, we have some platforms or tools to start with. If we have to start, let me quickly start and let me quickly introduce you with the no code platforms, or what is no code at least. So if you have any other idea by its name, like what no code is, so we can have some idea in my mind. No code matlab koi code nahi, है ना? This is something you must be interested. Let जो मर्जी बनाना है बनाओ, और कोई कोड नहीं, है ना? जैसे मंगलवार के दिन no chicken. There's something we don't have to write any single thing today only. We have something no code. But can no code fulfill your requirements? Let's see. So what no code is? This is an official documentations language which you can see in so many other websites. What no code is? Let me tell you in a layman language. No code, as I mentioned, today is we can just think about Tuesday, no chicken. So something like that. Now I do not have to write any code. Similarly, so there are some platforms available. Those platforms can help you out to build what you want to see in that. Okay. So can I have to, or maybe I would say, do I have to edit some code in that? If it's a no code, then you do not have to do any single, you can say any single comma correction also. It's nothing like that. So when we need to use a no code platforms, there is a specific requirement for it. So we generally use no code platforms for making internal applications very, very quickly. Just think about if you are into college, if you are in an organization, or if you are a manager who manage a particular person's PR, I would say. So there may be maybe multiple tasks which you have to maybe validate, which you have to authenticate before doing them. Just like that, suppose you are in an organization and you have to apply for a suppose holiday or for a long holiday. So what should be the process? The process will be, you have to apply as in a leave application or somewhere on a HR portal. So what HR portal can do that for you? HR portal can give you a form where you can fill that particular form, and once you submit that form, that particular request will goes to your manager. Okay. So do we require the similar thing? If the requirement is so simple, so what we can do, these kind of application we can quickly build using no code platforms, I would say. So no code platform is a programming platform, as per the definition, if you can see over there, that allow you to, with a visualization, with an editor, or with a browser based editor, or it could be a desktop based editor. Okay. That can allow you to drag and drop and create some quick applications without any writing code. So these kind of application can be used in industry. The answer is yes, they can be used. And this is a future, like we are talking about. So that is going to be a future, I would say. I'm not a biased over here, like you do not have to write code. Yes, you have to write code once again. Where we have to write? In some kind of different application we will be talking about later this session. Okay, so like what are the option, like if we are going to see why we have to use th- these kind of no code platforms. So they are very fast, they are very easy to start with, they have quick maintenance into them, they have agility, and they have the no coding strategies once again. So these are the one, you can say, one of the you can say benefit of no code platforms, which we can directly choose to start and how we can do them. So if you just go again with them, like with the definition, so just to make your words very simple, when you use any no code approaches, so it's this particular method used to deploy, I would say, to develop any kind of business application. There is no code required. So that is too fast, so that you can save your time just by dragging and dropping components without writing them. Like suppose if you have to create a web application, you must be using some HTML pages over there, and for other HTML pages you must be have write some kind of a button tag or something else. But if you use these kind of platforms like a no code platform, you can just quickly drag your components, you can put into your page, and your application will be you can say executable in just few seconds. So that's particular saves your time. Similarly, it's very productive because it's an all WYSIWYG way where there is no coding writing strategy. So that's very productive. If you are assigning this particular tool into your team, or I would say in your complete team, so the task which has to be done by at least 3 developers could be done by just a one developer, or maybe in a half a day. So that's how you can save your time, and you can save lots of dollars for your company, for your team, just to make these applications more productive. As I mentioned, you can save lots of money for your company, for your customer. That's how we can say it's cost effective. Okay, so these are the just word. We will see in more details how we can do that. But before that, let me quickly take you an introduction to the low code also. What kind of platform you can use for low code? So, low code is something where you must be interested. If you are a real programmer and you are offered like there's no code, low code platform, so where our jobs will be? Because there is an AI who is going to write your code on behalf of you. So where your will be jobs, like where you have to write your code, then only that particular platform come. So as you mentioned, we will think about in their comparison also. So no code was a platform. There is no code at all. But in the low code, as it's mentioned, low code, you maybe can understand with this term once again. Low code, that means having some kind of code capability, but not on a wider level. Okay. So these kind of low code platforms gives you an capability that you can edit. And there are so many low code platforms available in the market. The different type of like you can say framework they can give you. Some of the you can say components are available in the market, or the platforms are available in the market who gives you a capability to create a full stack application. Then you have to decide where you wanted to some having some editing, like on the front end, on the back end, or on somewhere in the database side, on some maybe it's searching algorithms, it's sorting mechanism, or some other options. You have to do it. I hope you can pretty you can understand, and you can relate your terms into it. Okay, so whenever we start something, so in the low code platform, there is a scope of change, there is a scope of improvement, there is a scope of customization, there is a scope of to fulfill customer branding and theming requirements. If suppose I have created a software, suppose there is a product, there is a company comes like Zomato, and they said, I'm not liking your product because it's not matching with my branding theme. Zomato loves the red color every time. If you see their you can say the delivery boys, they have already wear their red t-shirt, or they already have their old pamphlets, even they stick us into red. But if you have created a platform using some kind of a maybe no code platform where you don't have any options to change their color and to match with their branding or their design system, you can't do it. Okay, but in the low code platforms you have this option. You have this option to match with your customers branding, to fulfill their requirements with the way they wanted. Okay, so that's how low code platform can give you. And trust me, low code is a way forward where we can see a hope of, you can say, lots of jobs. Okay, so in that case again you have the similar benefits which was available into no code, and I would say more than that. So what was the benefit into no code? It was fast. Similarly, it also has some kind of, you can say, drag droppable visualization editor where you can go and drag drop at least your first phase of your application. Okay, you can just put your component from the left side toolbox and you can put into your canvas, so that how it will be going to look like. So you can create the first phase of your application just by dragging and dropping. So it's fast, it's cost effective. Again, it's having a scope for changing. Apart from them, what other options or the advantage it offers you? Scalability. You can create those, as I mentioned, there's a scope of improvement, there's a scope of scalable environment. So if you have created some project and they require some more, you can say more features to it, like they wanted to have more more functions into it, they wanted to have some more components into it, so how you can quickly do that? So low code platforms gives you an capability where you can go and you can edit your code further. You can add each and every options as a module, step by step. So it's having option for a scalable environment. The best part is editable code. As we always mention, we developers loves code. I'm not pretty sure about you, but yes, we do it. Okay, so how you can meet to your code, that is low code environment, which you cannot be interact with your code anyhow with your no code platform. So that's how low code gives you an capability to interact with your code, to change something if it's required, and to modify your code if your customer asking to improve its performance, if customer you're asking to change its design, whatever you want. So you have capability to change the code. Again, as I mentioned, branding and theming, this is most important. If we are talking today, and in a you can say in entire history, there's a huge UI and UX requirements out there. So every customer wants to match their portals with their theme. So yes, we can do that because we have a code to edit. Similarly, we have coding rules to define. We can set up the page size, page screen, layout, or whatever you want. So in general term, if we talk about a user with no advanced knowledge can work on the platforms like no code or low code. Now, if there is a bit of knowledge of the code also available, you can go ahead and you can choose a platform which can give you an option to edit your code. Okay, so that's how. Let me quickly have a quick comparison. So there are so many platforms available in the market. They have different type of rules, and they have different type of options to offer you. But if we talk about like where you can see your scope of work, so the first thing I would say, low code versus no code. So the first option is, can low code fulfill your all the requirements? Can no code fulfill your all the requirements? This particular slide will make you clear, will make you a better understanding with both of these offerings. So the first option is, if we have to create a small application, there is just like leave application, or maybe some kind of a there is a business rules to be have authenticated before they have, like they has to be processed in my company. Like there's an organization who wants a complete setup, like there is a no paper documentation, there is a no manual you can say communication. If anyone has to do, they has to be done by some applications that should be authenticated and authorized by some specific you can say role person. So for internal applications, which platform we can use? So trust me, we can use either, like we can either low code or no code, that hardly matters. Because for those kind of cases, we doesn't require any specific customization, we doesn't require any highly engineering at the back end, we doesn't require any theme to be matched, because it's an internal application. And these kind of internal application, most of the time they known as B2B applications. So for B2B application, and if most important that if it's basically in my internal application, so we can compromise with the design, we can compromise, because it's at last it's savings my time, it's savings my cost, it's saving so many other resources. You can just think, suppose you are an owner of an organization, or thoda sari baat, suppose you are owning a business, a small business, maybe a shop. Okay, and you have to maintain a record of your entire products, which is going to be procured by yourself for you to sell further. So either you must be having your own portal, on own website, or maybe the internal portal like Amazon sellers. Okay, या फिर आप क्या करोगे, you will quickly build your own, because it's for my own. So I would not invest money into buying some different products. If I'm a quite technical, so because I'm technical, I can go in some platform where I can just drag, drop, push, and define a flow that will authenticate me. How to define a business rule? Like suppose मेरे घर में, मैं अब normal बात करता हूँ, generic. मेरे घर में suppose एक business है, suppose like a small shop, and there's a two persons sits on the same shop. I'm not quite aware what other person's sales like after me. So what I can do, I can make a small software, internal software. Once it has to be complete, it's shop, so it has to just submit its data, how much it sold, what was the quantity it sold, or maybe any other information, whatever you want, so that the person next to it who can join this particular shop after him, so he can be aware what was the, can I Hindi mein galla, galla size kya tha. So he can be just go and be aware with it, like what was the you can say the entire amount he has sold, or what was the business amount. Okay, so that type of internal application, if someone has to do, so what he can do, he can just go and can just think about it. Okay, so this kind of internal application we can build using it. So best for business critical application. So suppose if you have to create a critical application, not a very quick or simple application, so which platform suits me? So the answer is, can no code do that? Answer is no, because no code doesn't allow you to edit your code anyhow. No code doesn't allow you to change its, you can say, the different structures, the how it's managing the data, where it has to be deployed. Can we change its internal source code? Can we change the engineering which is going to be defined by AI? I don't like AI, I have to do something by myself. So can we do it into no code? Answer is no. So what will be the best platform to start with? So we will go and we will choose some good options from our low code platforms, because the low code platform is a way forward where we can go, we can create design first, and we can edit them if it's required. So for critical applications, as I mentioned in the beginning, so low code is a platform where you have an scalability options. So low code will definitely will help me out. Best for customer facing requirement, that's we call a B2C, directly business to consumer or business to customer applications, like Flipkart, like Amazon. They have a critical applications at the back end, but they have also a phase where you interact with that a B2C particular customer facing interaction. How much you think, like how much time you take if you have to build an application similar to Facebook, or maybe not Facebook, maybe I would say the Amazon of Flipkart. You cannot imagine, because you are just interacting with only and only with 5 or 6 screens: the detail one, the home page, the category one, where we can find category, like I have to buy shoes or watch, I can go into men's section, men to watch, this is a category section segregation. After, from category to, we can find some specific brand, so the brand detail. After the brand, we can just find a specific product, so the product page, add to cart, finish. That's all you are interacting. But you have heard like how complex to manage these kind of, you can say, the stock at the back end. So these are the B2B applications. But if we are creating some B2 applications, so can we do it into no code? You can somehow do it if you can compromise with the UI, if you can compromise with its performance, if you can compromise with its theme. So you can do it into no code also. There is no code required at all, just go, drag, drop, and industry is liking it, trust me. Okay, so that's how you can do it. But if you cannot compromise with the design, if you cannot compromise with its styles, its basically code, its performance, if you cannot compromise out of them, so the low code is an only option for you, because the low code only is a platform where you can edit and you can define whatever you want. So the next thing is, which particular you can say low code or no code offers me and Visual IDE. So both of the product offers you. The low code also offers you a platform where you can go and drag and drop and can create your first phase of your application. Also, the no code platform can give you the similar capability where you can go, drag, drop your first phase, then only you can edit it. Okay, so these kind of, like, both of the products can offer me. The best part, as we are talking since beginning, it's generate the deployable code which we can quickly debug, build at my local machine. We can see what the flow of my code is. Can we do it into no code? The answer is no again. So who can fulfill this requirement? The low code platform. The low code is the only platform who can help me out to protect the testable and the deployable code at last. Okay, so that's how it can help me out. Similarly, we have some more functions over here. We can just use any usability testing. Have you heard about usability testing? Any one of you? Have you ever heard about usability testing? Great. There are so many different type of testings. There are unit testing which developer has to do. So if we need to write unit testing, so which can help me out, because the low code platform gives me an option to generate the production ready code. That means we can only and only write my unit test by myself. There are some platforms who basically gives you an assurance like this is the generated code which you do not have to test anymore. But if I have to do it, because some of the customers want the complete test reports, so what we can do that case, we can just go ahead, we can use low code platform, we can generate code, we can write unit test by myself. So the next question is, as I mentioned, usability test. So usability studies is the biggest challenge if you are creating a customer facing applications. Let me give you an example. Suppose you have to build an applications like Uber. So there are so many platforms. Can everyone please be along with me? Can we focus this? We have only maybe, I would say, the 4 or 5 minutes left. So if there is a code, or if we need to write an applications code like an Uber, so how this application going to be interact with my customer? So this is something we call and we do by usability testing. So usability testing is what, like suppose you are having your mobile in front of you, and UI of your application, suppose it's quite complex. Suppose the Uber is over here. So in the Uber application, suppose if I'll go, and if I'm not quite aware how I can book a Uber or my cab or my auto or my bike or whatever it is, so how this application could be good application for an end customer, like my parents. They are old, and they are not so technical, and they are not so, maybe you can say, well educated, or they don't know even English. Okay, so how they can be book their cab if they are somewhere alone? So this app should be so user friendly, I would say the UX friendly. So it should be so UX friendly. It, like anyone, if there is a you can say educated person or not, if he knows Hindi or English not, by just seeing its icons, it's a way or how it's work. If it can be booked, so that means we says all the time it's a good user experience. Like suppose there is a cab booking button, we have such searching button, but the cab booking button, suppose at the top over here, at like my nearby my selfie camera. So if the person is handling by mobile, just a one hand, so how it can go and can press this button which is at the top. So that's how we have to do the like you can say user experience, how we can test our user experience. That is we always call as usability studies. So that's how there is some tools which can give you this capability to test your applications and can generate and report an automated report that can you can show to your customers, like how it can be generated and how it can be look like. So that's how, if you have to do the same thing, the no code platform in that case can't help you anymore, because it doesn't have, like most of the products, they don't have these features. But for some of the low code platforms, you have this option, you can test their user experience also. Similarly, needs training. So in terms of, if you are a developer, you do not require any specific training for low code platforms, because they do not have to be trained something else, because they at last they are generating the code which you are already aware with it. So it's not a learning curve out there like which you have to learn and which you have to do. But if you are just learning a no code platform, there is altogether it's learning a new cloud era, because you have to learn how to build it, how to deploy it, how to generate build output, and how to deploy it in somewhere cloud. So it's a complete learning curve over there. So that's all you have to select. Again, budgeted requirements, it's lower, it's a higher, because in the no code, some of the platform, they only and only allow you to build their application and deploy on the same network, on the same platform, on the same cloud. That doesn't allow you to get the code out and deploy somewhere else. That's how we cannot think about its budget. Whatever they are asking, we have to pay at last. So that's all. So the targeted audience, if you call, so any non-technical person, if it's a business owner, who doesn't know any technology at all, they can directly go with no code. If it's a person who's a pro into design, who's a pro into UX, who's a pro into coding skills, so they can go and can save their time by using some kind of no code, oh sorry, low code platform. So this is something how we can do it. So what options we have in the market available? So if you see, there are some platforms available. If you can just go ahead for the full stack application, you can use a low code platform like Microsoft Power Apps. So this is not a top one, I'm just suggesting as per my experience. So I cannot be biased, but you can go and you can try. There are so many of those. So as per my experience, if you have to build an application with a low code platform, I would suggest go with the Microsoft apps. The second is where I work in Infragistics. So they have another options, which is App Builder, to make your front end very, very simple and quickly. So the third option is Graphite Studio, which was you can say a biggest partner of these kind of conferences by C# Corner as well in the past. He also suggests you the Graphite Studio, where you can go and can build your applications very quickly. So the next is OutSystem, which is very, very popular in this industry in India also. They are hiring a lot and they have options, and so many other companies, even HCL, Infosys, you just name any big SI in India, they're hiring on these old platforms, like on OutSystem, on someone else. As per the even Gartner, if you say, so by 2024, we are expecting to be this particular market to be exposed like as a 65% or maybe greater than that. So this is just a study by Gartner. If you just go on their platform, just find it, you will definitely find this information. We have a less time, so just to wrap this up, if you have any questions, guys, I had next 2 minutes. If you have any question, so just ask me. If not, so that's all from my side. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will hope to meet you again once again in so many events, offline events we always do in along with C Sharp Corner. Only we are again going to start our offline sessions as in chapters. So these are my credentials. You can find me at nitinpandit.com. You can write me an email if you have any questions at your end. D only Nitin. It's not Dolly Nitin. So someone called like Dolly Nitin कौन है? नहीं Dolly Nitin. It's the only Nitin. So ये बचपन में create करी हुई ये गलती है. So we created it. Okay, so that's why I'm using it. So you can find me on Instagram for my personal contacts, or if you can just follow me on LinkedIn too. So we can be having good networking connection over there. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being over here, and thanks everyone for coming here very early. Thank you so much, guys. So I would appreciate for the next speaker. Thank you so much, and you can join. Thank you so much, guys. बढ़िया है ना फोटो डालना चाहिए बड़ा बड़ा ओके नेक्स्ट सेशन break it. Okay, so I believe we have a break over here now. Okay, so the break is something, it's not just a break, it's actually networking time. You most of you, it's a break. I'm not making you more once again, just to tell you. If you are going in some conference, so use this particular break to have a networking with each other. Okay, just meet some persons out there, have worked with them from where they are, from where they work, what the culture in their organization is. समझ लो ना? So just go and do that. And we are over here full day, full night, next 3 days. You can have a networking session with us anytime. So thank you so much, everyone. See you soon once again. Tomorrow in my session if you are coming. But yeah, thank you.
मीडियम थोड़ा उधर कर देना ना पूरे में उधर कर दे तो पड़ता है
हले 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 टेस्ट
आगे ना
हले
ये पार्टीशन ले लो, ये तो हो जाएगा इधर ना, उधर भी आई साइड करने हो गया उस साइड में लगा वहां से खुलने करना नहीं पड़ेगा ये थोड़े टाइप सी टू एचडीएमआई केबल देना ऊपर वाली चार ऊपर वाली ये भी चलता है हेलो हेलो सर एक बार पासवर्ड दीजिए सर एक बार पासवर्ड दीजिए हाँ भाई कहाँ हुआ
ओके मैं करता हूँ सोर्स
विनोदर You want collar mic or hand mic, sir?
कॉलर
Give me collar mic.
everybody have a collar mic
No, उतने नहीं होंगे
okay yeah
एक इनको दे दीजिए कॉलर और
ये
बाकी
नहीं हुआ ये हो गया क्या ऑन करो जरा इन नहीं कनेक्ट हुआ अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ
ये आपका कन्वर्टर दूसरा कन्वर्टर है
नहीं हुआ
वहां से वो देखो ना
नहीं वो अपने आप चेंज हो जाता है अगर वो कनेक्ट होता
दूसरा
हो गया
हो गया हाँ ये पावर है
ऑन है क्या वो
वहाँ पे स्विच ऑन है नहीं नहीं
हो गया हो रहा है जिस हो रहा है कम हो गया हो गया
जस्ट मेक श्योर जस्ट ही लेना
यप
सो सर ये खाली इस पे आएगा इसके लिए आएगा
अरे ओके
आप इस पे देखिए
ठीक है तो मैं यहाँ रहूँगा फिर अभी नहीं अभी ऑफ कर देना
20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts.
Can anybody tell me why do we these conferences? Meet the community. Do we do these conferences for learning? Sharing? How about motivation? Does these conferences motivate you? Do these conferences motivate you? Inspiration? Awesome. So we do this for learning, sharing, inspiring, motivation, and to have some fun. First thing is have some fun. So fun with friends, fun with close friends, co-workers. You see these people all the time. Fun is very important. I'm sure you have noticed in past few years how important fun, family, and friends are. We have all gone through that. But I'm not going to talk about that here now. But if you look at some of these pictures from past conferences, and one thing really I want to start with is learning is key foundation of our community. When I started C# Corner in 2000, and there were only few people start writing articles, but over the years, a lot of people have learned. They shared their knowledge on the community, and then a lot of people then inspiring others to do the same. And one of that group is our MVPs, most valuable professionals. C#, how many of them here we have MVPs? Please raise your hands. So we only have few MVPs, but more coming tonight. So we have about, I think, 100 some MVPs. These are people who are helping communities without earning anything. So this community is also a respect and acknowledge to our MVPs, saying thank you for doing all this, what you do. You guys know all these? What's the common thread among all? Joe said they were all speakers here. Yes, no. So they're all billionaires. We agree on that. So what else is common among all these 5 people? They're not good looking, right? They're not good looking as we are. Yeah. So all are obviously rich people. They're top of the top, right? But they were all come from almost software background. They all came from software background. You may say Tesla is not software. Guess what? Tesla is Tesla because of its software, not because of its car. The software it runs on. Software is running our lives day to day, right? You are listening me talking here. We are streaming live. You know, on your phone, everything you do. You are in the car, you get your map. You're home, you change your temperature, you talk to your Alexa, right? You sleep. There's an alarm there set on your Apple Watch. It's all software. So this is the great time to be a software developer. It can be developer, professional. And when I say software, it means everybody involved in IT. It doesn't mean that software doesn't mean writing code, right? So it's a great time to be there. And if you are aspiring to become your own, leader, successful, you want to start your startups, your companies, this is the best time to do that. Why? Because there's so much prestige out there. Every year you see these new technologies coming out. And that's why we are here at this conference, is to learn more about that, to learn about what are those new technologies coming out, what are the technology we should be learning now, so going forward, I can do my own thing. I can start my own startups. And with that said, one of the foundations of software is software architecture. I'm not smart enough to talk about all these things, so I'm going to ask some of my friends to come and talk about those awesome stuff. So with that said, let me invite my friend Joe to talk about software architecture.
I'll just scream like this. I prefer that. While he's wiring me up, why do I have a black guy on the screen? Did I get beat up or something while I was here? Yeah, it's like a perfect square right there. Apparently I needed to shave too when I took that picture. That was at KCDC, Kansas City Developer Conference in USA, where I'm from. So how many people here are from the USA besides that one guy? Yeah. So when DJ came up, he got everyone to scream, good morning, good morning. I'm not going to do that because for me, it's evening. So everyone scream, good evening. Okay. So my name's Joe Guadagno. I'm from the US. It's a pleasure to come back here and see so many friends and so many people I've met over the years. This year, we did a little bit differently. We did a couple other cities. We went to see Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Jaipur, and did a very, very long, intensive, great for the back drive from Jaipur to Delhi. I thought I knew potholes, but now I have a whole new definition for potholes. So before I get started with software architecture, how many people here are software architects or tech leads or help with boxes and arrows? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many people are not going to raise their hand because they hate when presenters say, how many people do this? How many people in the live stream actually raise their hand thinking that I can see you? No, guess we're not going to hear. So I'm here to talk about software architecture. What is that? A lot of people in my industry say it's boxes and arrows, and it's a little bit more than boxes and arrows. Software architecture is about putting the thing together. If you think about it like a house, when you build a house, there's a plan. That plan goes through a quote unquote architect. He or she designs out their vision for the house. And that's what a software architect does. They design the vision for a product. So if they're going to use Azure Cloud, or Magnus, close your ears, AWS or Google Cloud, and they're going to use an Oracle database or a SQL database or MySQL, they figure out all those pieces and then start putting them together. So the people like us, the grunts that actually have to do the typing and stuff, they go and actually do the work. So software architects said, well, if you followed my plan, everything would have worked great. And we all know software architects just, they're up here. They don't really do the stuff down here. So what makes a good software architecture? Good answer is it depends. The better answer is come to my talk in about 2 hours and you'll learn a lot more about it. Little plug. Good software architecture is something that allows you to be able to change more frequently. We live in a world now where new products come out, new technologies come out a lot more frequently. Many of you probably work for an organization where there are a legacy, a monolith app that started pretty small with great intentions, and there was 1 or 2 technologies, and they built upon it, and they built upon it, and they built upon it. Then you have this staggering house that has a wing over here, a wing over here, one up here, and things are all discombobulated. A good software architecture allows you to go and make that change. One of the things I've seen here in Delhi and Mumbai is that a lot of the houses, when they're built with like little stubs on top. just to allow them to continue to add on. So they open up the project just like you would in a software project. You start with a little bit, the basics of what you need, and then you eventually start building upon it, building upon it, and building upon it. And that's what a good software architecture is. Thinking about expandability in the future, not so much that you have to worry about designing everything perfect up front. You want to get it out as quickly as possible. We have a saying at where I'm from, or at least the company I work for, take the roast out of the oven. That means we want you to get started on something as quick as possible. Don't let it overcook, because then it's not going to be good. You're going to spend too much time and no one's going to want to eat it. Don't let it undercook, because it's bad for you and it's not going to be tasty. So you got to find that right balance of when something is ready and when something is not. So what's something ready? That's a hard definition, because you never know when something is done. Done could be based on a date, done could be based on a series of features, done could be based on you running out of money for the project. But a good project, a good architecture, again, has that expandability. So what I usually do when I'm designing systems or helping out with clients is determining the bare minimum that they need to get started. So let's say in the example of a house. When you buy your first house, it's typically just you and your spouse. You may be planning for a kid or two or three or four, but you start with the initial. You may get an apartment until you're ready for the next chapter of your life, which could be a kid, could not be a kid. And then you expand and expand like that. Same thing for architecture. You start with the basic services that you need. It may be a small instance of a database. It may be a small Azure instance, or something that's just enough to run your app, but also big enough that can expand. Because let's say you decide that you're going to have 4 kids. Well, now you need to scale up my instances. So you need to be able to build that flexibility. And some of that flexibility comes with understanding what you're trying to build, understanding the future. And that's what good software architects can do. They can understand the problem, and then they understand how and where the future is. So I think there's a panel later on growth mindset, or just don't be yes people. And that's an important part of software architecture, is understanding, asking the questions, understanding what the need is. I can go to anyone with a piece of paper and say, go do this. A good software, oh, look at it, it's a schedule. A good software architect will ask questions to find out. Because a lot of times people will come to you and say, hey, I want a screen that allows me to enter my customer information. They might not really want that. What they really want is something to be able to track their sales later on. But all they can think about right now is, the tunnel vision. This is what I see. So ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask. Once you have that understanding, it's a lot easier to draw the big picture. Can you imagine if you just, you're a single person getting ready to move out, and you buy this one place and you have no other options for expanding. When you get married, when you have kids, you can't expand that. Then you end up with this house that has, dividers, or you're building on wings to it. It's a lot better when you understand. So moral of the story, before I believe Magnus comes up next, ask questions, think about the future, just don't think about the right now when you're building it. Want more on software architecture patterns? Feel free to come to my talk a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. So you guys heard that recently Bangalore had a big flood, right? There was a traffic jams and all that. Do you know why? Bad architecture. Same thing happens with the software, as Joe said. If you build if you build a new software, you plan it, architecture is bad, when traffic comes, what happens? Traffic jam. Think about that. So we just talked about the foundation of a software. Start with software architecture, like any house. When you build a new home, you're going to say foundation start with an architecture. Once architecture is decided, Oh, one more thing. Do you know who gets paid most in software world? Software architect. Most money, if you want to make more money than you are making now, you need to just think about becoming an architect. It could be a whatever architect you want. So once you have your software architecture done, the next big thing comes is, okay, how are we going to host it, where it's going to be running, how people are going to access it, and all so on and so forth. Are you guys familiar with cloud? Everybody? AWS, yeah, Azure, Google Cloud. Few years back, I didn't know about cloud, and I was like, somebody says, hey, can we go to cloud?
spending too much, you're not compliant, and you're not secure. Oh, nice picture. And so this is a problem. And how do we approach this problem? How do we take care of that? How do we optimize? How do we become, what we should be with these like lean, mean machines using the cloud exactly for what we need it for, brilliant customers that love our products. And to build on what Joe was saying before, what is the worst thing, the single worst thing that can happen to your application, whether you're running in the cloud or not? But let's say you're running your thing in the cloud. What is the worst thing you think that can happen to your application? Anyone have an idea? It got shut down? Oh, that's bad. That sounds bad. Yeah, the angry support calls from customers. That sounds horrible. Anything else bad? Break-in security? Oh, that's bad. I'll tell you the worst thing that can happen to your application in the cloud. The very worst thing. Success. I mean, while that doesn't sound really intuitive, I can tell you that your application was not built for success. Okay? You architected your application for something, but it wasn't built for all of that success. That's what we want, for us to be fantastic in the cloud, successful. And again, as a professional, as young professionals, many of you are here. Oh my God, all the selfies. Many of you are here today, and you want to learn, you want to understand, where do I go next? Now I lost the mic, now it's back. Okay, where do I go next? How do I understand what to do with the cloud? Because there is so much. I can't even go into all of that now. I'm about to wrap this up. Actually, I'm going to do a shameless plug for my session over there after. I'll see you there. All right, and tomorrow I'm going to talk more about these things, more in depth about what you do to become a real professional in this world. If you can study, always learn with community, obviously. That's why we're here. If you can study such things as cost optimizations, compliancy, security for the cloud, you are guaranteed to get a good position in the future, because all the customers that I work with, okay, that's bad to say maybe, but most of the companies that I have ever seen are not doing this well, and that is your opportunity for the future to find a path as an expert in the cloud. I've been doing this since the very beginning of the cloud, and I'm enjoying it so much. So please come and join me with that in the future. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Magnus. That was awesome, cloud. So now you guys know what cloud is all about. So now you know how to build, when you think of a house, first thing is architecture, right? Blueprints. Second, you just learn where to put that house, or what city, what town. Now you already know that. But what's going to happen in the photo shoot later? Thank you. So what happens when you, and let me ask you this question. How many of you guys deal with data here? Anybody deals with data? All right, not too many. That's fine. That's great. But data is the one that, make these things happen. Data and also AI. That's one of the biggest tech trends in our current data science, AI, machine learning. So with that said, I'm not expert in that. Let me call my friend, Alan. Is Alan here? All right, looks like Alan. So much for being your friend. Alan is virtually coming here in a minute. All right, so Alan will be here in a little bit, but before that, we can move around a little bit. We are adaptable. You guys know what adaptable means? Agile? Yes. Right? So let's be adaptable. So now you build a house. You already know where to put the house. It's running you have a software running the cloud. We'll talk about data in a little bit. What if your house doesn't have nice looking windows, paint, good way to have seatings, furniture in that? Is that house any good? You can't really sit in it. Same thing with software. If you don't have awesome front end, good looking, speed, performance, user interfaces, UI, UX, it's useless. If I don't know where to go in a house, if you build a house with just one door in behind where nobody can find it, it's useless. Same thing with the software. So with that said, let me invite my good friend Dhananjay Kumar talk about front-end technologies.
Who? Hi, good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Dhananjay Kumar. Can you guess what is this? What is this? A book on JavaScript, right? So you might be thinking that why I'm carrying this book. And I see there are many young faces out here. Does not matter how good is your data, doesn't matter where your data is hosted, and how smart is your data. You got to present your data in a way which can be used by everyone. That should be used by people of age 10 to people of age 70. They should be able to use that. Agree? Long back, only we had smart users. But nowadays, you might think, like your mother, your father, your grandfather, your grandmother, all they are using some sort of application. And all those applications need, nowadays, this language. You agree with that? We talk a lot about whether Angular is better, whether React is better, whether Vue is better, or any framework for that matter. What do you think? Which one is better? Raise your hand. Whoever gives me best answer will get this book. Depends on your use. Okay, one answer. Yes. Quickly, yes, sir. Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. Where are the girls in the house? Come on. Depend on the application. Okay. Anyone? React.js? Do you know who am I? You can give a round of applause for that. Kidding. I work on Angular, so that was a joke. Anyone else? Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, I am looking for a very simple answer, very innocent answer. Yes, Ankit. None of them are good, right? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Yes. Oh, give a round of applause to him. Please stand up. Come here. This book is for you. Please stand up. Take photo, okay? Give a round of applause. Come on, don't be jealous. Come on, everyone. Yeah. So it is very simple. If your team knows React is good. If your team know Angular is good. And nowadays, we have a couple of sessions on that, due to a concept called micro frontend, your web application can have Angular, React, everything together. So don't go into that mode, this is better, that is better, no. And yes, you have to spend time learning JavaScript. Can you become Shakespeare if you don't understand grammar? Can you? By watching 2 YouTube videos? And then by saying English literature degree doesn't matter anymore? No, right? So front end is very important, especially for young crowd sitting here, because company is not going to put a lot of trust in you in the beginning to decide their cloud strategy and decide their data analytics strategy, but they'll trust you in building their web application. Does not matter whether React or Angular. So please focus on front end and come to my session at 12:30. I'll teach you what is this JavaScript. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dhananjay. Very good point is, yes, these languages, right, there is a way to build software. So there are a way to build the software, right, different languages. Everybody, if you look at the history of programming languages, they were created for a reason, and now you have to pick and choose what software, what you like, what you can build in. And sometimes most of these companies are actually using multiple frameworks. If you look at large corporations, look at the cloud, they're using AWS for something, Azure for something, Google for something. Same thing with front end. I have companies, even within our companies, we use Blazor for some front end, we use React for something, Angular is being used, and that's how it is, right? So think of like you have a home. In that home, you have 3 cars. One is from Toyota, one is from Tata, one is from this. So with that said, all right, let's keep building this, right? You can have, awesome architecture. You can have this awesome UI. You can have amazing cloud. But what if, your car, when you start driving that car, you go on a highway and one wheel falls off. One wheel is out of the, you only have 3 wheels. What's going to happen? And this happens a lot. This is probably, if you ask me, based on my 25 years of experience in software development, this is the area where we need a lot more improvement, all of us. Software quality. When you're writing code, when I'm writing code, we don't think about software quality. We don't think about performance. We also don't think about security. So I have an expert on that. That's what he does. Good friend of mine, David MacArthur.
I'd rather have that. Working? Can you hear me? All right, now I can say, hey, geeks. No, hey, geeks. Hey, geeks. Oh, come on. Pretend you're at a concert. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, I am so glad to be back in India. I haven't been here since these other fellows too. I actually haven't spoken in person for 3 years. And so this is my first time, and I'm actually a little bit nervous. So if I seem that way, I probably am. So anyway, I've been here since Monday. I've been loving my trip. I've been loving seeing all of you guys here today, all the friendly faces and everything. And I want to talk about code quality, or quality to your applications. And for me, quality, there's 3 steps to quality, and I'll share those with you. And if you want to talk to me later, I'll be around all day. First is, you must demand quality in the applications that you use, right? If you use an application on your phone, your computer, anywhere, and you don't like something, say something, because things will not change unless you say something. My favorite way of saying something is on Twitter, because I found companies respond to you because it's public and not hidden behind a customer service person, right? That's a good way to do that, right? So make sure any app you're using, if you find a feature that you want, if you find a bug, report it, because otherwise it's not going to get fixed. So quality actually starts with you, with the apps you use, okay? Second, quality starts with the software you write. That's the biggest part, right? Quality should be the #1 feature of every application, #1 feature of every sprint, quality, right? Because if you produce a bad app that goes down, loses data, guess what? Guess where your customer is going to go? Somewhere else. And you lose the money or the advertising income, right? So how do you learn code quality? Well, you can go to C# Corner, and almost every article I write is about code quality and code performance. That's my thing these days, right? So you go to C# Corner, you can buy a book, you can get my book, plug, David McCarter's .NET Coding Standards, right? You can go to community events like the C# Corner chapters, right? You can go there. There's lots of ways to learn quality. If you want to talk to me about it later, I'll be more than happy to. But it's got to start with you and every sprint that you do. Everything that you look at your company should be quality, right? Then security, and then the code, right? Code should be the least thing that you guys worry about. It's the other stuff, okay?
Third step on code quality is you. You must demand quality in yourself every day, in everything you do. I don't care if it's software engineering. I don't care if it's playing guitar like I like to do, right? I don't care if it's painting. I don't care if it's graphic arts. Demand quality in everything you do, right? And if you always remember those 3 steps, your apps will be so much better. Your boss will be really happy. Your company will be really happy. And guess what? You get to keep your job, all right? So I'm doing a talk today about .NET Memory in this room over here at 2 o'clock or whenever that starts. And I hope you'll join me there. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Awesome. So quality, code quality, performance, and security. To me, those are some of the biggest pain points in today's software development. I don't know if you guys heard that. Sometimes you hear this news that, oh, Equifax, got hacked and 145 million users' data got stolen. You hear that? Oh, Twitter password got hacked. You hear all these things, right? So Equifax in the US is one of the credit bureaus. They store everything about a US citizen. What does that mean? They have your bank details, your financial details, your credit card history, your rent when you start renting homes, what loan you took, your social security, your personal names, all the addresses. So they have entire history. Imagine some hacker goes and get all the data. Now they have everything about you. They can literally go online and open a credit card on your name. Because to open a credit card in the US, you don't need to be in person. I'm sure here too now. You just go apply. Okay, this is my name, this is my social security, this is my address, this is my ID. All just fill that out and you can even go get a car loan. Why? It's because of the software quality and security. So as David said, from the day one, and I call that a security first application. So from the day one, when you think, a lot of you don't realize, you're like, oh, in this project, I got this work, I need to build this, your dashboard, or I need to build this form, fill it out, put it in the database, store it. But if it's not secure, it's a problem. So next time from here, from this conference, where you go back, start asking your questions. Oh, how is the security in my application is being handled? Start learning that, at least from now. I hope that will, and over the longer, more you will understand software architecture, software engineering, you will realize that, yes, we were bad at security. Now, how many have you heard this new technology called Web3? Anybody raise your hands? Oh, great, good number. Blockchain? Awesome, almost half. So Web3 is probably the newest technology coming. It's like knocking the door right here already. And one of the first applications in Web3 world was Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. And I'm not really here to talk about the Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies and how to make money from it. I want to talk about how, as software engineers, software developers, and cloud engineers, and everybody else involved in IT, how you need to think about what's coming next and how you can be one of the early adapters. And you say, okay, I don't want to be early adapters, I want to take the risk. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But people who take those risks, if you look at the list of those 6 people, they are the billionaires. In top 10, 6 of them are software engineering people. If you look at the list, what's the difference between them and everybody else? Anybody? They are risk takers, yes, they're risk takers, but they're also the first adapters. They saw something new. Elon Musk saw something new in PayPal. Hey, why are we using banks to go to bank to pay money? Can we build something online where I can do from home, right? Think about, so those are the people, these are early adopters, and they are the one, they get advantage, and later it can be financial or leadership, whatever it is, but that's how they become successful. So with that said, One more. Yeah, with that said, let me call my friend Shell Hagsted. He's going to talk to you about Web3.
All right.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I'm so happy that they used my picture from my university days. So I really love that. So this is my third trip to India. And I have two reactions every time. I get sad and I get happy. I get sad when I look around the room like this and everyone has long, black, beautiful hair. I don't know how you do it. Teach me. And then I get happy because I get to eat as much naan and dal as I possibly can. All right? So I'm not a developer. I work with developers, right? And so I'm more on the business side, if you will. So for me, the front end is naan and dal. The architecture is the chef in the kitchen. Okay, that's how I think about these things. So I'm not very smart. You guys are all smart people. I just look at it very simply. And frankly, that is one of the problems with Web3. It is really, really hard to use. I'm pretty good at it. You are. For me, it's insanely hard. So what we are going to try to do is to simplify it and make the user experience an amazing experience so that you actually can tell your friends and family about it and they can try it and they're actually able to successfully be a part of it. So we are here as part of Sharp Platform, and we have a booth outside there, and I'd like to thank Manish and Archie and the rest of our team for putting the booth together. Give them a hand. And thanks for our community recipient of our help and resources, Voice of Slum. We hope some of you can help support them. It's an amazing cause, and I know most of our speakers are engaged. So then, how does Web3 apply to you? Okay, so what we are going to do is we're introducing it these days, right? For today and the next 2 days, and so at least you're aware of what it is. And what we are trying to do is to help you excel as part of the C# Corner community. So today, you may earn some points, but you're investing a lot of your time and effort into writing blogs. So what if there was a system in place that you could earn some tokens when you write a code that I may use? I may say, that was a wonderful code, it solved my problem, maybe I should give you 100 tokens, okay? Okay, so now you have 100 tokens, and you may say, I need help with my resume. Okay, maybe I'll go over here and pay someone 50 tokens to help with my resume so I can prepare for an interview. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna co-create it with you, so we're not gonna just dump it on you and say, hey, use it. We're actually working with many of you in terms of co-creating it. So that's the short version of it, and we want to gamify it because we believe gamification is a critical element of succeeding in this space. What does that mean? Okay, everyone that registers as a member on C# Corner is a baby goat. That's it, you're a baby goat, okay? Baby goat, you need help from mama and papa, that's it. Okay, if you submit code and write a blog, maybe you turn into an eagle, okay? If you come to a conference like this next year and you speak, maybe you turn into a tiger because you've been giving back to the community more and more. And if you're really, really cool and you get certified in Azure, Polygon, Algorand, whichever technology you want to be certified in, then maybe you become an elephant. So if I'm Apple and I'm looking for a new employer, guess who I'm going to look for? I'm going to look for elephants, unless I need a baby goat. Okay, but I'm really looking for that elephant that is certified and have participated in giving back to the community. Does that make sense? Okay, so So that's what we're going to do in short. I'm not going to take more time. We have a booth over there. I know many of you have visited. If you watch that video, it's a 90-second introductory video. It gives you some of the highlight of the features. And then we're going to play it now. Once you're done, there's a QR code. If you scan that QR code, okay, and you answer the 5 questions at the end of that, and add your email and get waitlisted, each one of you will receive 5,000 tokens when we launch in 6 months or so. But you have to add your email and answer the survey. So thank you for listening. We're going to play the video now, and we'll see you out in the booth or at the bar or at the non-table tonight. That is... Where's David? He can play the guitar to it.
Looks like we don't have sound.
That's all right.
So you guys can go ahead, listen sound outside.
That's all right.
Yeah. It's fine. It's done. It's done already. It's good.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shell. Awesome.
You bet.
Good job. So, how many have you heard about NFTs? Raise your, wow, that's awesome. How about gamification, avatars? This is amazing. I'm sure, do you guys like the idea here? Yes. Well, guess what? On Sunday, there is a full-day conference just on Web3. Full-day conference. If any of you want to learn more about Web3, NFTs, there is full track, just one track focused on NFTs. One track's on, there's metaverses, there's a sessions on blockchain, writing smart contracts, building your wallets, everything about Web3. C# Corner had partner with Bcrypt. That's what it is. So you want to learn more, there's some companies coming, they have their own exchanges, tokens. So if anybody's involved in that, Sunday is for you, right? Lalit will be there, he's a speaker on panelist. So as you saw in the keynote, we talked about few things, and you all are software developer, you build software. So think about architecture, think about cloud, think about security, front end, and also what the new technology you can evolve with it. With that said, I would like to thank you again for being a part of this conference. We are also happy to see you, in person. Hopefully, you are enjoying it so far, but go ahead, enjoy again, and then make sure you provide us your feedback, whatever it is. We would like to see what's wrong, what else, how we can improve more things, critics. Let us know. Take some pictures, post on social media. Use our hashtag C#Con 2022. It's going to help this conference grow better. Thank you so much, and I will be here all day. Just if you want to meet me or anybody here, and enjoy the conference.
20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we rank
engage with your users. So can we have a big round of applause for Miss Monica Khanna, please? Over to you, Monica Khanna.
Am I audible? Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining today's conference. I'm very excited because after 3 years, I was talking to one of the person here that it's been 3 years that I am just doing online talks and attending the conferences and speaking there. But this is the first time after 3 years that I am speaking offline. So I'm also a little nervous, but excited to meet you all. And thank you for joining in today's talk, which is about how to effectively engage with our users. Because whatever technologies we are learning, whatever we are doing, the end goal is to achieve and make our users engage with us. So this talk is all about this. So I will first start with the customer life cycle and then the benefits of having a loyal customer. Plus, I want to introduce and let you know one of the framework that I have discovered, and this is what I'm using. That's kind of a mantra that I can share with you. And if you like it, do invest your time with that framework. And then the last 10 minutes, I'll open the forum for any Q&A round, any questions, anything that you want to ask or recommend. I think I'll open for that. So I hope people are settled. Yeah. Great. So the businesses that actually focus on building and retaining the user's loyalty are the ones that thrive in this era. And since we see so much uncertainty these days because of the economic conditions changing, we definitely need to thrive for our loyal customers. So this talk is all about that how we can gain new customers, how we can maintain and engage with them. Will it take time to load? Yeah, I mean, if the technology doesn't work, this is where you feel. So who doesn't need happy customer here? You all are working. I met some college pass outs as well. I met some senior people here and someone who are just about to start their career. So I want to know from here that who doesn't need happy customers? And I'm sure there are some people who are already running their businesses. They all thrive for this, the end goal that they see day in and day out is happy customers. So who is a happy customer? It's someone that had a great experience on your product, wishes to repeat that experience, right? So how can you actually make those customers happy? Customer happiness is the paramount factor that every company look for the success, and a happy customer can be a great asset for any organization, any business, any product, because you are building for someone. You're not going to use it. You are actually building for someone else. And if you don't gain those customers, you're losing on your business. So you definitely need a happy customer, and a happy customer actually means happy business. according to Walt Disney, do what you do so well that they want to see it again and bring their friends. This is what they want to do, right? So if you want to sell something, what he meant is that if you do it so well, they will want to see it again. They will come back. They will enjoy the experience. And not only that, that they will come back, but also they will bring their new friends. They'll promote your business. They'll get you new users. So it is always about knowing what they're looking for, what is their goal, what is their pain point, how you can give value to your product, and then you see how they excel. Before jumping on the life cycle, I also want to resonate with, we at Google believes in focus on the user and all else will follow. And that's what I want to say here as well, that if you resonate well with your users, if you understand what they need and what they want, why they are here for, what is, if you see, we always talk about what's in it for me, right? So every user thinks from that point of view, that what's in it for them. And if they don't get what they are looking for, they will move around. Life cycle of the users or the customers starts from identify customers, satisfy customers, and the third is retain customers. I'll dive deeper into each of these three segments, and we'll try to cover all of them. The first starts with identify customers. Now, how you actually understand your customers. What is your target audience? Who are the users? Whom you are building for? So do a market fit analysis and then try to understand from the personas, right? I'm not sure if you've heard this term, but this is what our design language says, that creating personas. But personas are nothing. They are the users or the segments that you are looking for. I'm not sure why this slide is not coming. Can you see now? Okay, I'll go like this. So personas are nothing but the users. And how do you actually create personas? It can be divided into multiple categories, like starting from the personality, how they behave, what they like, what they don't like, how are they, and are they extroverts, are they introverts, how are they feeling, what is their characteristics, right? How they look like, what are their motivations, what are their goals, how tech savvy they are. So it can be categorized based on your product, based on your features that you want to show, and then talk about and segregate those personas. Also talk about the frustrations they are facing. And it cannot only be around your product, but also about the domain that they are facing, the challenges they are facing, and how we can, overcome those through our services. So this is one example of how we can actually get into the personas. And you don't have to start from each personas. Try to segment them, right? And what does segmentation means here? That you have a group of people who behaves in a similar fashion. That becomes your one segment. And then you segregate into the other segment. That's become your another persona. So identifying customers simply means this, that you understand who are your personas, who are your user segments, and work towards their goals. The second part, which was around satisfy customers. It's the way you communicate with users in a way that resonates specifically with their goals actually gain respect towards you, towards your brand, because that builds your brand identity, and you know that why they are serving here, why they are here. And if they get satisfied, you will get your business. You will get into their shoes and understand that they are here for this desired outcome. And if you can give that, they are with you, no matter what. Even if there is a competitor, even if there are some good services available, but if you are one of the best, if you see the holistic picture and if you try to map their goals from end to end journey that they are doing and what they are doing in those journey, what is that one element that you can add to their value that gives them some value? So that becomes very effective, and your time is also invested in a better way if you focus more on the second parameter, which is satisfy customers. Because once you identify, you gain it, and now is the time when you have to satisfy them because they're here. And it hardly takes seconds to download an app and then delete it, right? How many of you actually do that? How many of you download apps and then you don't find it helpful? And I see one hand raised. And all others are very much aligned with all the apps? Yeah, that's another factor, because most of the people are using mobile sites, they are user-friendly, and you stick around them because there is a storage that you don't want to waste. But there are some apps, I'm sure, and I want to know those top 3 apps that you cannot delete no matter what, even if your phone is stolen or if something gets hit. But you definitely need those 2 to 3 apps, and I would definitely Ola, Uber, okay? WhatsApp. Nobody from Google? You don't use Google Maps? Google Photos, correct? Google Maps. Anyone from this side? Because I hear so many answers from the left side. YouTube, okay. LinkedIn, okay. So as you guys only rightly answered my question, that there are some apps that you cannot delete. You really feel connected with them. So what keeps you engaged with them is something, the mantra that I will disclose today, that how you guys are sticking, because these companies have worked on those philosophies and they are not allowing to get the chunking rate high for them. Rather, their retention rate is high. So how you can move from not letting your churning rate, rather you're gaining more users and retaining them. So there's a formula for that I have finally managed and I could introduce, because this is something, I don't know. Why? Is this something to do with that laptop? This is locked. Okay, it's a mirror. So I'm back. I actually should download it in a PDF. Excuse me, am I not connected on the internet? So sorry. Can you connect? C#. Okay, no worries. I'll get it. Sorry, guys, you have to bear with it because it's not connected with the internet. I think it's taking time to load. What is satisfaction? So as we just discussed, that you guys are satisfied with these apps, and I want to know why. But since we have lesser time because of all these logistic issues, satisfaction is something that refers to the measurement that determines how happy customers are with the company's products, services, and capabilities. And I'm sure you guys agreed to that point, that there are some satisfaction factors that are keeping you aligned and hooked with their needs and what the goals are, and that's where you're not deleting it, right? So according to Michael Leboff, a satisfied customer is the best business strategy of all. Now, how you will try to satisfy? The very first thing you do is you understand your users' emotions, how they actually behave, what they actually think, and then connecting with their emotions, because once their heart and soul is aligned with your product, they're not going to go away, and they're rather going to stick around with you for a longer period of time. So how they actually do that, I'll just show you some of the emotions that people may have. Like, is this brand offering value for money? That's one of the emotions that they might be looking for. Is it worth investing in this or not? Is it worth paying them? Because doing a transaction from their application is something that I want to check. I appreciate for being responsive. People really appreciate when you communicate on time with them. There is a response that you give them at the timely manner. They really like that. I can resonate with their language. Now, something that we talk about, understanding users' culture, their language, their aspirations, their interest. Now, if you resonate with them and understand their geographical and interest, cultural interest, that is where they say that, I'm resonating well with them. Do they have more choices? That's something people ask for. I just love this brand. How many of you actually feel for any of the brand? Be very honest. Do you feel? Because I just heard that you guys can't delete these 2 to 3 apps no matter what. Do you also feel these kind of emotions that I just love this brand? Yeah. Basically, when your need is served, you feel like more connected. And do I still need to call or write an email to the support? So there are some frustrations as well where you get frustrated and you don't want to get into something like where you actually have done connecting with the customer support, you have done a call, and then they're shuffling here and there between the customer and the product. How many of you actually suffered this kind of a customer service where you connected, you bought something, and something went wrong, and they're not taking the ownership? Yeah? So we do see some bad experiences as well, where you feel like that, oh, when did I take this decision to take product from them, right? So those kind of frustrations are also there. Moving on to the main part of the life cycle of the customer is retain customer. Now, this is the most important. And why I would say this is the most important part of the life cycle, because you can gain customers to an extent through market campaigns, through newsletters, through updates, through some offers that, some 10% discount, or not 10%, I would say 5 rupees or 10 rupees cash back, get some friends, right? So those kind of things do happen. But then they will not stick for a longer period of time. And there is a 80-20 rule, which says that 80% of your revenue comes from 20% of the regular customers. And I would emphasize more on this part, because this is the game changer, right? Because this can make or break any business. You can gain, but then retaining is something which really not possible after a short period of time. And that's where you see You hear so many stories around startups and across multiple domains where people try something, they build something, they get people, but then nothing works over and above because they don't invest in the retention part, which is the third life cycle phase. So what is retention? I just said, and formally what is customer retention, which is the ability of a customer or product to retain its customers over specified period. So if there is some kind of a metrics that you evaluate, like how much I gained in past 1 quarter, right? So that can evaluate that how much emphasis we have given for the retention part, or have we even gained new users or not. So that's customer retention, when they love to come back, they can't think of any other option, and they want to come back to you, right? I will highlight some of the benefits of loyal customers. Increasing customer retention rates by 5%, because this is the data points to support what I'm currently saying. Increasing customer retention rates by 5% increase profits by 25% to 95%. Can you see? It's a vast and huge number to chase for. And just investing your energies, your resources in retention rates, you can do wonders. A 2% increase in customer retention has the same effect, decreasing cost by 10%. And it's 10x worth as much on average. Loyal customers are worth up to 10 times as much as their first purchase. So we definitely seek for our customers who actually do at least first purchase, but after that, you lose them. So if you have a loyal customer, it's 10x much worth than trying to acquire more users. And as per Swami Vivekananda, loyalty is rare. You find it, keep it. So loyalty is the best asset that you can seek from your customers. And if you get it, keep it. You should value your loyal customers. It costs 5 times as much to attract a new customer than to keep an existing one. Now, what does this mean? Why it actually costs 5 times as much to attract a new customer? Because there is skyrocketing costs that you see in retention rates, and that's where it becomes even more important to invest in customer retention, because this is more challenging. So you need to drive and concentrate more on the decisions that you take, because some decisions may fail and you will regret later. Now, how to control that? Because if you do a market analysis, if you do research with your users, you will gain some insights. And that's where it's very important to gain real users' insights and not just from your gut feeling that how I think this will work. But on the ground, it should work. And that's where I have some more numbers to support this. The probability to selling to an existing customer is 60 to 70%, while the probability of selling to a new customer is 5 to 20%. And as per Forbes report, if there is one customer who is happy, who is satisfied, they'll tell to at least 10 more people and get that business for you, because you are not doing any marketing. You are not doing any brand identity and building and investing in it. You satisfied someone and they are the ones who are promoting. And that's where you see referral codes are there, where people in applications give you those referral codes. Do you actually share those referral codes and bring your friends to those applications? How many of you actually do that? Sometimes. What about this side? Do you even do that? No, only this side is active. Why? Okay. So it depends. Maybe you are not satisfied with those applications and that's why you are not doing it, right? And the side, people might have good experience with the applications, they are using it, and that's where they're doing it. So what I'm trying to say is that people who are satisfied will bring business to you. Now, the only game is that you need to bring those satisfied customers again and again and again, because you need to thrive for that continuity. Because there are big brands who are already gained large number of users, right? There are billions and millions of users across the world, but still they are not sitting. They are still thriving to maintain that, because this is something which comes with time. And if you don't satisfy, you don't change with the market, you don't understand their needs, they keep on moving. So finding a loyal customer is very difficult, right? And we are loyal because we are at the receiving end. We are only loyal when we actually see the value. And when we get that value, we are fine. Even people get immunity towards pricing hikes. There are products that I'm sure you must be using which are quite expensive if you actually check their rates with the competitors. But then it depends that how many are using it and why they are using it. Because when you build that reputation, the brand identity, which talks about the same values, same feelings that people can resonate, and their goals and outcomes are met, they can keep coming back, right? In the interest of time, I'll move to the next slide, which is 47% customers who experience bad service, they change providers within 48 hours. It doesn't take much time, as we already discussed, that we keep on deleting our applications if they does not serve purpose, or in the interest of storage, we don't even download them. And if there is a bad experience, there is some product that you purchased and they have given a call center number, but you're trying to call and nobody is picking. So that's a bad experience. So the interaction with the brand is not till the transaction. That is something that we need to understand. It is beyond those transaction screens. It is beyond those transaction interactions as well. So it starts before, which is we say pre and post conversions rate, which means before the user actually landed, once he get converted into a user, from a user to a customer, and then someone who is renewing those purchases again and again. There are packages they are buying on a recurring basis. They're coming back. And suddenly, if you see there is a bad response, they'll go back. They have competitors. So always seek this in mind, that maybe you are the best, but there is a competition waiting for you at the door. So the moment you leave it and you don't show the value, they can leave. So now I want to jump on the framework. That was the mantra I was talking about, that, okay, finally, we could understand that, yes, we need users. Yes, we need from users to customers. We want to gain and retain them. But how? I'm sure you must be having this question in your mind that, okay, Monica, now what? We know that we need it, but how can we get it? So the framework starts from connect. That's the one line. We humans need connect. We are not robots. We are not machines. We are humans with a heart. We can only feel or get connected with any application or be loyal to be a loyal customer only when it starts with connect. It all starts with empathy. Personal touch. Now, how you actually do the connect is personal touch, listen, educate, and be responsible. So personal touch means that you need to be little personalized with them. So now, you and me, sorry, what's your name? Okay, Tanisha and Monica may not be having the same aspirations or same goal to come on an application. And she might be doing it in a different way. She might be having a purchase weekly. I may be having it monthly. I may be watching a YouTube video of some other channel and she must be liking, disliking, or maybe unsubscribing some other channel. So the experience cannot be same. We have to personalize, understand their preferences, and get them what they are looking for. It cannot be a general experience. Listen. Now, just hearing what they are saying does not really help. You have to listen them. And there is a thin line difference between listening and hearing, is when you try to understand from user's perspective. You try to understand from how it feels. And that's where I said it all is connected. Once you start feeling for somebody, and this is something that you can see across your life. It is not only about the products. It's about how we behave, how we actually get engaged anywhere, even in our schools and universities as well. Once we see that people are listening, they have something to share. Educate all people who come on your applications or your services, or if it's a physical product that they are using, they might not be the expert users, and don't expect them to be expert. You are the expert. You are technical people. You are expert. You have built something. Don't expect their expertise at the same level. Try to educate them. Think you have never get into NASA's rocket, right? You don't know how will it actually open. I don't know. At least I don't know how many of you have ever got a chance to visit, but I didn't. If I have to get in, I don't know. I don't know where that oxygen thing will come, where I have to get those dressing things. So just understand from, that's a high level picture, but what I'm trying to say is that understand from that perspective. If that's the situation we are in, we won't be able to understand, right? So educating them, giving them the context behind why, and that can be through tutorials, that can be through help, contextual ways, and getting them connected. And the last 4 is the be responsible. Now, that's what we discussed already, that someone who is becoming your customer, it's your responsibility now to nourish that relationship. Now, there is a relationship between you and the new user. If you want that user to become your customer, then it's your responsibility to nourish the relationship. And that can only be done when you are responsible, when you show the empathy, when you show courtesy, when you show connection with them, and not leaving them that, hey, you have done the purchase, no matter what, keep calling. There are companies that if you don't like the product, if there is something wrong, they ask you to return back, right? And I'm sure many of you are doing that as well. So that's something, the customer service. So be responsible towards them. It's your customer. You need to take the leverage. The second wheel is engage. Now, how can you engage with them? So if you show your users that you are in the top tiers, you are different from the peers, you're not the same. I'm not treating, sorry, your name? Okay, and your? Sonali. So if you show that Abhishek and Sonali, Abhishek who has been loyal to us from 3 years, and Sonali who has just joined as a new user, may not have the same kind of discounts or the offers. And if you give them those kind of leverage where they feel that we are at the top tier, we are the privileged and valued customers, they'll come back. Basic expectations. When you meet and set your personas, just map those personas with the basic expectations. People come with basic expectations. The next part comes is when you delight them with the surprises they didn't even expect it, right? So if they didn't expect, of course, they'll be happy. But if your basic expectation is not met, you'll not get into it. So if we take example of WhatsApp, if you switch on your WhatsApp and you try to figure out to send a message And if that screen itself, search, is not working and you're not able to find the contact, how many of you will actually like to have those? No, right? So it basically depends from the basic expectations. Provide solutions, of course, we are already doing that. We are the experts, developers, designers, business architects who have mind to think over it. Deliver to promise, go beyond. Not just what you have done, but delight them. Show them some surprises. Measure, I'll be quick because I need to give 5 minutes for the Q&A round as well. So measure, of course. Now, how do you measure your customer health? Which is like, are they with us? Are they loyal? Are they not? Because you don't want to be surprised after 1 year. You have to do this measurement on a regular basis. There is Google's Heart framework as well that you can use to evaluate from NPS score, like a Net Promoter Score, and other surveys that you can do, ask questions from your users, how they are behaving, be it more open-ended questions so that they can speak more and not like yes or no kind of questions. Feedback, do value their feedback because that's very important. And don't see the negative feedbacks in a demotivating way. Rather see the level of opportunities that lies beneath it. Referrals, I already spoke about it, that of course your referral works wonders because someone you trust, and if that person refers something, I'm with this, right? Because you completely own that feeling with the person and you trust that person that, okay, my friend is suggesting, I'm sure it looks good. People say like this, like, one of my friend purchased and that's where I also did this because, so people resonate well with the compelling stories with someone that looks like them. Appreciate, which is the fourth and the last wheel. Appreciate. Who doesn't want to feel special, right? Appreciate them. How do you actually do that? On their special occasions, on some auspicious occasions, you can give some exclusive offers, thank you note. Even just a thank you note works because people start connecting, right? Which is the thumb rule. Loyalty programs, you must have seen this, and then giving some gifts on occasions. And that's all from my side. This is the 4-wheel mantra that I wanted to share, and I hope that this is helpful. Please use it to see the gaps where your product or your service is not working, and then invest time in your users where you can see the opportunities. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Any questions for me before we leave? Or rather, I leave. Yep.
Yeah, so like when you were talking about identifying the customers, like the creating the personas part. So like, what's the source of data based on which you create that?
Excellent question. Thank you. I think where you start is very important because that's where I said that you need to do some market fit analysis, where you see that whether this market is there for this kind of a product or not. And if it is not, doesn't mean you should not launch it. Of course, you need to educate your users, but then see who are the users. You always need to see whichever product, whichever service you are offering, is there any person who is facing the similar problem? And that's where we always say, invest in problems rather than solutions. So try to find which problem is resonating with which user, and then find those users. And if you have a larger user base, segment them. Any other questions? Thank you so much. I hope you had a good time. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much, Ms. Monica Khanna, for taking such an informative session and explaining how to effectively build and engage with users. This is one of the topics that you have explained in such a simplified manner. I appreciate you for that. And can we just again have a very big round of applause for Miss Monica Khanna, please? Okay, so I would request Mr. Dhananjay Kumar, who is our next speaker, and he's going to take session on what is this in JavaScript. So he'll be explaining us and adding more onto our knowledge. So he's teacher and creator of NG India. So can we have a big round of applause for Dhananjay Kumar?
एक मिनट देख लेता हूँ ये लगता है make sure it doesn't lock. All right, all right, all right. So we start now? Okay, am I audible in the back to start with? All right, so very first, thank you so much for coming to my talk. It is a lot. Wait. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. If you don't mind, can I wear my glass? Yes? It's like, you know? Ooh. All right, so very first, why we are here. Why we do really care about JavaScript and why we should care about this topic called this, THIS. Now, in any programming language, doesn't matter whether you are working on C++ or you're working on C#, you are working on Java, does not matter which programming language you work on. What is this? This is always the current object. Agree? Right? All of you young people, you must be doing C++. And this is very popular interview question that, hey, what is this? And usually this is current object, right? What I'm going to do here, that in JavaScript, how this displays out, I'm going to cover that. Now, my friend, trust me this when I say that, does not matter what's your total number of experience, does not matter where you are having 10 years of experience and you are appearing for the interview in companies such as Flipkart or Zomato, those companies which are working on JavaScript a lot, or you are a fresher. We are confused about it. So whatever I'm going to teach you, it is an area of work to simplify this topic for you. I have come up with 4 formulae, and I hope that in the next 30 minutes, you'll never forget that formula. I repeat, does not matter. Let us say you are a fresher. I see that those boys and girls smiling in the center. You are appearing for an interview in any company. If you are able to tell them what is the value of this in JavaScript, take my number. After that, if they don't give you job, if that job is for JavaScript, you can call me and you can publicly shame me for that. It's that complex topic. There's a whole book on how to calculate value of this. And you know why? Because C++ is an object-oriented language. C is a functional language. C# is an object-oriented language. Java is an object-oriented language. Do you know which type of language JavaScript is? Yes. Object-based, okay? Object-based, all right. In our engineering MCA MTech, the first thing we learn, what is an object? Object is an instance of a class. Do we have class in JavaScript? Then from where this object has come up? There's a reason, my friend, that why JavaScript developers are the most paid developers in the world today. And I'm not joking. I'll do in front of you. and why you should care about JavaScript. Whoever is coming to you and telling you that do not care about JavaScript is not your mentor. JavaScript runs on the browser, JavaScript runs on the server, and I show you something in front of you live. So here I end this show, and this is my Google, right? You can see my Google. I'll put here a Stack Overflow survey most popular language. Survey 22. Can you see that? I hope they should have some data somewhere. This is the code. Can you see JavaScript somewhere for the language? Key developer education in technology. Can you see here? And can you see the difference? Now let me ask you something. You know why JavaScript is popular? And listen to me very carefully. People pay me thousands of rupees to hear me. You are hearing it free of cost. You know why? Stack Overflow is a website where you go and ask questions, right? And you ask questions which you don't know. It means it's not only popular, it's complex as well. Maximum questions people are asking on JavaScript. All right, so JavaScript, today I was talking to one young student here. I asked him, he told me that, hey sir, I'm sorry, I cannot attend your talk because I already know JavaScript. I'll attend some other talk. I said, good. I asked him how you rate yourself in JavaScript out of 10. He said 6. Then I told him, I'll rate myself 1 or 2. You know, sorry if it is not that decent joke, but JavaScript is like that beautiful girl in the college. About him, all boy think कि मेरा तो कुछ है इसके साथ. But eventually she'll go with an NRI. Why? Because NRI is a talented. And yes, there's no shame to be talented. This Instagram world has made us feel proud of being ordinary. No. Instagram really is killing you. Do you know that? As a human, we can sense someone with our 5 senses. But when you watch Instagram reel, only your one sense is working, your eyes. And in 30 seconds, other than physical beauty, you cannot sense anything. Over the years, your other 4 senses will die. And how you are different than animals today? Because you have the imagination. Can you fight with a lion? No, right? You are surviving in the world of these animals due to your mind. But these technologies, this 10 seconds of attention span, they are killing us. We don't know that. We realize that. Read the blogs on that. If you want to measure me whether I'm a good person or not, you've got to talk to me, and then your cognitive will come to the action, and then you'll be able to find out. But whether I look like Tom Cruise or not, you don't have to talk to me. Only your eyes and the society and the Bollywood, the definition they injected you for the beautiful, will come to the action. That's the reason in the South, different kind of people are smart. In the Bollywood, different kind of people are smart, right? All right, so JavaScript is very popular. We are going to learn JavaScript. In JavaScript, and this is a very popular question, my friends. So we are going to learn about JavaScript. My introduction, my name is Dhananjay Kumar. And here you see, let us say I'm taking your interview, okay? Is it, which one is better? Dark, okay. All of you like dark, I know. All right, okay. Let's say I write a function here. Okay, that function name is foo. And be with me for next 20 minutes. You'll never forget this lesson. All right. And here I say console.log this. And if I asked you that, hey, what would be the output of line number 4? This is a very popular question of very popular company for a very similar position. Now, as soon as you start answering this question, we know you don't know JavaScript. No one in this world can say what would be the output of this code, because in JavaScript, value of this depends on how we are calling that function, not on how we have created that function. And since I have not shown you how I'm calling that code, you can never be sure what would be the value of this inside that function. Now come back to this. We know that this is a current object. JavaScript does not have class. So in JavaScript, every function has a this object. Every function has a this object. Now, my friend, keep in mind, you can call a function in 4 ways in JavaScript. You can call a function in 4 ways. Now, I see on internet many web influencers on Twitter. They write, these are the 4 coding style for calling a function. No, there's a reason that why JavaScript has given you 4 ways of calling a function. And see, here I go and say, hey, foo. Pretty simple code. Can you see the simpler code than this code in your life? No. Just a function printing something. If you're coming from C background, then it's printf. If you're coming from C++ background, that's cout. If you're coming from Java background, that's println. If you're coming from C#, that is console.writeline. All right? I'm just printing the value of this. This is keyword here. Okay? And now when I go and run this code here, what happened? Okay, so if I run this code here, you see you have got a lot of things, something you got, right? Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'll take this code from here, I'll go to the browser, and let's say here I opened and I say function F12, and I'll push that code, and I press enter. What you got? What you got here, my friend? Window. Now JavaScript can run in browser and JavaScript can run on the server. When you run JavaScript on the server, that is known as Node.js. When you run JavaScript on the server, that is known as Node.js. And when you run JavaScript in the browser, that is JavaScript. Agree? So when you call a function, this is your learning number 1. If you have Notepad, you can note it down. When you call a function, and I'm going to sound very funny here. In Hindi, there's a word called virodhabhas. In English, I don't know what is the correct translation, but it's like so contradictory a statement that you laugh listening that. And I'm going to say that now. Here, the code which is in front of you, I'm calling a function as a function. You laugh, right? Hey man, you are calling a function as a function? Of course, function ko to as a function hi call karoge na. Right? But here, when you call a function as a function, that is first way of calling a function, and that is known as function invocation pattern. So in JavaScript, when you call a function like this, in line number 7, that is called calling a function as a function. Every programming language, you call a function like this only, right? So when you call a function like this, that is called function invocation pattern. And in function invocation pattern, yes, you both have any question? You too. Then respect the speaker. Yeah? And if you have something important to talk, you can go outside and talk. So when you call a function as a function, then the value of this inside the function is the global object. So when I ran that code in the browser, window is the global object. All right? When I ran that code here, that Node.js object is the global object. So whenever you see this code, when you see that, hey, you are calling this function directly as a function, this is called function invocation pattern, and value of this is global object. Can we say it together? In function invocation pattern, value of this is? In function invocation pattern, value of this is? Perfect. And if you are appearing for interview, if your interviewer is not understanding what is global object, tell him or tell her window in browser. You saw that? All right. Okay. Now I told you that, hey, JavaScript does not have class. Then how we create object in JavaScript? In JavaScript, we create an object by calling a function using new. In other programming languages, you use new with a class to create an object. Here, you call a function using new. What JavaScript does, it creates a, what it does, it creates a new object for you. So when you call a function using new, it means you are calling that function as a constructor, all right? And in that case, value of this inside the JavaScript function is the current object, newly created object. So when you call a function using new, JavaScript creates new object for you, and that new object has become value of this inside that function. And when you call a function using new, that is called constructor invocation pattern. One thing, people who came late, I'm not wearing it for style. It's so intense, very intense. So I'm not able to focus on you. And I know I'm sexy and I know it. Yeah? All right. So second way of calling a function is calling using new, and that pattern is called constructor invocation pattern. And the value of this in that case is newly created object inside the function. Now, let me go. Okay, I told you that you can call a function in 4 ways, right? 2 ways I just taught you. Calling a function as a function invocation pattern, value of this is global object. Calling a function using new constructor invocation pattern, value of this is newly created object. So far, so good, everyone? All right, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to, let us say, pass name and age. And I'll call it as, let's say, employee. So here I can say EMP. And here I'll pass, someone tell me your name. Aditya. And let's say Aditya is 20 years old. Sorry, Aditya, if you are younger. And again, India is a country where I don't know why we take pride in our young age. We are the most age-shaming country, you know that? Nowhere in the world they will ask you to enter your age in any form. Here 35 का हो गया तो अब तुम ये मन नहीं कर सकते, 40 का हो गया तो अब तुम ये नहीं कर सकते, 15 में ये क्यों कर रहे हो? Right? We are the most age-shaming country. Anyway, so here I'm passing this, and here I can say this dot age equal to age, and this dot name equal to name. All right. Now let me go and run this code. You see that a new object has been created and 2 properties has been added to that. Save new EMP. Oh, I need to do this bottom. All right. So here you see that you have age and name created there. Pretty simple. Now assume that I have another object here. So I'm creating an object here, and that object name is, let's say, that object is manager. And manager, here I'm creating an object. So in JavaScript, you can create a function in 4 ways. You can call a function in 4 ways. You can create an object in 4 ways as well. Sometimes come to my workshops or invite me to your place. I'll come, we can talk for a longer time for that. So here I'm saying that, hey, manager has name, and let's say that manager is foo, and manager has age. Let us say manager is 35. Okay. And let us say manager has salary also, and that is some 2000. All right. Now, so far I taught you, this is very important. Please hear me out. So far I taught you 2 ways of calling a function. Function invocation pattern. What is the value of this? Global object. Constructor invocation pattern. What is value of this? Newly created object. If you take a step back and look into that, we are, as a developer, not controlling the value of this. We are just calling the function, and JavaScript is giving us value of this. In one case, global object, in one case, newly created object. Now, what if I want to use this manager as a value of this inside the function EMP? Understand the problem statement. I'll again go Hindi. 15 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है जो अभी आप नेक्स्ट 2 मिनट में पढ़ोगे ना नहीं बतला पाते हैं. I'm not trying to make you feel good. I'm not trying to make you do that. Like, they are not able to tell it. It's just 2 minutes. अभी आपको problem statement समझ में आ गया? Let us assume I'm taking your interview. Hey, I have a function. In function, and I have an object. In that function, I need to pass this object as a value of this. How will you do that? आपके कोई भी सीनियर होंगे, कोई भी होंगे, एक बार उनसे बात करके पूछ लेना. The problem with JavaScript is that if right now I ask you 10 questions, objective type, 5 or 6 of your guess would be correct. And that gives us feeling that we know JavaScript. We do not know JavaScript. Do you know which book is the most popular book in JavaScript in the world? What is that book name? I gave away one book in my keynote. You saw that? But there's a book which is the most popular book in JavaScript in the world. Do you know what is the name of that book? I'll show you. This is the most popular book in the world. This book is the most popular book in the world on JavaScript. What is the book name? This book, if you read, I mean, it takes a lifetime. See, this is the series of 6 books. And can you see one? This is there. I don't know whether you are to see that or not. So one of them are this and current object. There is a full book on that. All right. So here, now my requirement is, since we are here, let me sell myself. सब तो अपने आप को बेच ही रहे ना अलग तरीके से. So if you go and say Angular book, oh my God, I have become less popular. No, because it's old. So no book in India, and I guess I don't know, as of my publisher, has sold more number of this book on Angular. So you should give a round of applause to me. It's an old book. It was launched in 2019, so old. I'm writing a new one, which I'll launch on 25th February 2022 in NG India, the next version of this. But if you are starting Angular, this book will help you a lot, even if it is like 3 years or 3 years old. Now, my problem statement is that I need to pass this manager as the value of this inside EMP. Now, what should I do? If I call it like this, it is giving me the current object. If I call it without this, then it will become the global object. See, it has added 2 properties in the global object. Can you see that? Name and age. So what should I do? Now, the third way of calling a function. Third way of calling a function is called indirectly calling the function. So I'll say that, hey, EMP dot call, and the first parameter is the value of this which I want to pass, and after that the parameters which I am passing. And when you call a function like this is called indirect invocation pattern. And JavaScript has given you 3 methods to call a function indirectly. Those 3 methods are apply, call, and bind. Let's focus on call right now. Okay, so now if I run this and say node hello.js, what is there? Manager. Manager is the value of this. Can you see the screen? Yeah. How easy it is. This is called indirect invocation pattern. So once again, first is what is the first? Function invocation pattern. Second is constructor invocation pattern. Third is indirect invocation pattern. And fourth is called method invocation pattern. I don't need to teach you method invocation pattern. You already know that in C++, every class has a method. So you use that object name dot method name, right? So in JavaScript also, you see that I have created an object. We don't have class, but I have created an object called manager. Here, let us say I have a function called display function. And if I say console.log this, then this display is known as method of manager. And I can only call that display I can say var a equal to manager dot display. So the object which you pass before the dot would become the value of this inside there. See, name Aditya, age, and display function. So that's pretty simple. So here I'm going to summarize. You have 4 options. One is that calling a function as a function. That's called function invocation pattern. That's called function invocation pattern. In function invocation pattern, value of this is global object. Can we repeat? Do you want to repeat with me so that we memorize it? Function invocation pattern, constructor invocation pattern, indirect invocation pattern, manually I can pass object, and method invocation pattern, that object which is before the dot. The object which is before the dot, all right? You will never forget it. Trust me, for this talk, I get invitation to speak everywhere. Not in India, not here. Like, for example, my next talk is a conference called JS Poland. And if you go here, I'm doing the same talk, which I have just done here in front of you. People are paying my flight ticket and hotel ticket just to come to their place and teach it. Can you see this face? Like there are 3-4 smart people left, me, Tom Cruise. 2, you can add your favorite people, yeah? Yeah? So this topic is very important. Please be in touch. One last request. Do not learn JavaScript from YouTube. If you are serious about it, buy books. And the way you have learned C, letter C लिया था and pen and paper से पढ़ा था. JavaScript you cannot master. Maybe 1-2 इंटरव्यू आप पास कर जाओ. और चूंकि आपको JavaScript थोड़ा भी नहीं आता है ना, उस वीडियो देख के आपको लगेगा वाह आ गया. बट जहां एक सर्टेन लेवल अप जाना चाहोगे, do you think, like in keynote we were talking about React and Angular? They are JavaScript frameworks. Yes. So someone is writing that. We are using it. So whoever is writing those frameworks, they must be knowing JavaScript very well. And they are engineer of Google and Facebook. Do you think they have learned JavaScript from YouTube? And keep in mind, on YouTube, you don't get best video. You get best search engine optimized video. And since you don't know that technology, in 5 minutes you are boom, la 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 boom. And you are gone. You are gone with half-baked information. YouTube ने ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं ली है कि मैं इसको इस टॉपिक का बेस्ट वीडियो दिखाऊं. YouTube ने ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ली है कि किसके लाइक्स आ रहे हैं. अब मेरे 100 एम्प्लॉय लाइक कर दिया उन्होंने. You understand what I'm not saying? Contents are not good on YouTube. Please don't take me wrong. You must watch YouTube videos, but first learn from book, then go to YouTube videos. Some of those videos will be very useful for you. Some of them may be not useful for you. Then you will be in a better position to take decision. So please don't take me wrong that I'm saying and in any way I'm trying to belittle people who are working hard to create videos on YouTube. No. A huge respect to them. But as a beginner, invest in books. And if you are so fan of your videos, then buy Udemy courses. At 500-700 रुपए में आते हैं. At least you'll have step-by-step things here. So I have 5 minutes left. And in this 5 minutes, I'm going to walk you through this. So what is this in JavaScript? My name is Dhananjay Kumar. I'm a teacher and creator of a conference called NG India. I'll talk about that in a bit. So if you are able to answer, like there's a code in front of you, right? And now you see that there's something there. And if you are able to answer that, what is the output of those console.log, without guessing. But like, yeah, मेरे को पता है क्या है. you know JavaScript. And the presentation which I'm giving to you right now, this PPT, okay? And I'm not trying to just make it easier for you. Few years back, I appeared in an interview for a company called MongoDB. You heard about MongoDB? And I wanted to, so they gave me to give a presentation to them. And I presented the same thing. I got job, but I left in 6 weeks because I love to teach. All right. So here was the agenda of our talk. Find the various ways to calculate value of this inside a function. Various function invocation pattern, FIP, CIP, MIP, IIP. Now I know you do not have to guess. You understand what is FIP. What is FIP? Can you like 5 minutes के लिए louder हो सकते हैं? What is FIP? What is CIP? What is MIP? Method invocation pattern. What is IIP? Indirect invocation pattern. भाई साहब ये बड़े बड़े वर्ड हैं जावास्क्रिप्ट वर्ल्ड के. जाके इंटरव्यूअर के सामने बोल दोगे ना, go and read a book called The Good Parts JavaScript. Douglas Crockford, who is known as father of JavaScript, उस बुक का पहला चैप्टर यही 4 कीवर्ड्स हैं. So I'm not teaching you something बच्चा game here. I fear God if I'm in front of you, taking your time. I'm giving you the best knowledge I can give. It's all energy at the end of the day. All right, today you may find my thing good if it is not good, but tomorrow you'll find it is not good if when you go and learn it. So I have to teach. So these are very fancy popular words. And I'm sure how many of you JavaScript developers here ask yourself whether like these are fancy words, right? So in object-oriented programming languages, this is a variable which refers to the current object. This is a definition on Wikipedia. But for the JavaScript below definition, this is not true. You just saw that in the code, right? Agree? So why? Because JavaScript is not a truly object-oriented language, but it has an object as a first-class citizen, and every function has its own this object. Clear? In JavaScript, every function has its own this object. All right? JavaScript determines the value of this inside a function based on the way the function is called. यही तो पढ़ा ना आपने invocation pattern. Yes, in the back, right? So this depends on how the function is called, does not depend on how the function is created. Keep that in mind. In JavaScript, calling a function is also known as invocation patterns. These are the 4 invocation patterns we just spoke about it, right? So there are 4 invocation patterns. There are 4 ways a function can be called, and there are 4 ways value of this can be calculated inside a function. It's as simple as that. And this slide does not make any sense because I have done that already with you. Talking is cheap. Show me the code, man. जब तक सस्ते कीमत पर बिकती रही कुर्बानी, तब तक हमको घर घर मिलते रहे बलिदानी. Until brave is cheap, everyone is brave. Nowadays, we don't want to be successful, we want to be popular. We get frustrated. I know many of my students कि मेरे likes नहीं आ रहे हैं. Right? क्यों? क्योंकि अब वो easy हो गया है. Don't get into that trap. So talk is cheap. We have already done that. You know who is this guy? Founder of GitHub? No. Linux. Yeah. Creator of Git. So there's a difference. Very good. There's a difference between Git and GitHub, right? GitHub is a website and Git is a version control algorithm. So he has created Linux and Git. All right. So in function invocation pattern, function is invoked as a function. Value of this is always the global object. I'll be fast because I'm between you and lunch. All right. और आप बोले ये बड़ी टकला हीरो बन रहा है स्टेज पे खाने नहीं रहा. No, I know that. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Speaking is a very lonely job. So function is invoked as a function and value of this is always the global object. Anyone has any question on this slide? No, right? Okay. So this is the code of function invocation pattern. You have seen that. I'll share this slide with you. I'll go fast. So this equal to global object. All right. This equal to global object. Next is constructor invocation pattern. Function is called using new. Function acts as a constructor and return newly created object, and value of this is newly created object. You have seen this code. This equal to newly created object. Then method invocation pattern. You just saw that value of this is always the dot called as a method. All right. Object calling the method. And then indirect invocation pattern. Function is invoked indirectly using apply, call, and bind. Value of this is manually passed. New object is created and pass the value of this in the bind. All right. So at the end of the day, my friend, you should able to answer, like this is indirect invocation pattern. Last year, this FIP global object, एकदम दिमाग में बैठा के भेजूंगा मैं, छोड़ने वाला नहीं हूं कि कभी भी दिस आए आपके सामने तो मेरा ये स्मार्ट सा चेहरा आपके सामने आए. बताया था दिल्ली जनकपुरी हयात होटल में एक बंदे ने, और फिर 5 साल बाद कभी बियर पी के बोले यार दिस तो उस बंदे ने पढ़ाया था यार. ये आजकल के क्या बात करते हैं ट्रेनर लोग. I know that I have gone through all this. So I'm putting effort in your emotion for the future. All right. So FIP is global object, CIP is newly created object, MIP is object calling method, and IIP is manually passed. I hope कि अभी हम लोग सब this slide which is in front of you, is making sense to you, right? Okay. And I told you that JavaScript is, there's a reason it is why it is complex language. For the next slide. So we have learned that value of this inside a function depends on how a function is invoked. काजोली मर्डर कर रही है. All right, it's simple, not tough. JavaScript में फंक्शन कॉल 4 तरीके से होते हैं, फंक्शन क्रिएट भी 4 तरीके से होते हैं. ठीक है. उसमें से जो सबसे नया तरीका है फंक्शन को मैं उतना इंग्लिश बोलता हूं जितना से घर चल सके. Okay. Unfortunately, we are the country where we take pride in how good speak English. कभी आपने जर्मन को इंग्लिश बोलते देखा है? बट उनका कंटेंट, उनका काम इतना अच्छा होता है. I have seen people are sitting with a translator to just hear him out or her out. Right? So in JavaScript, there are 4 ways you can create a function. The old 3 ways, like 2016 से पहले जो JavaScript के वर्जन्स थे, उसमें 3 तरीके थे. उन तीनों के लिए जो भी मैंने आपको पढ़ाया है वो सही है. 2016 में जिसको ES6 बोलते हैं, the latest version of JavaScript or the most popular latest version of JavaScript, they have a type of function called arrow function. Okay? And this arrow function बाकी 3 के लिए डिपेंड करता है. And arrow function does not have this object. Every function has this object. Arrow function does not have this object. It's as simple as that. Just keep that in mind. And yeah. So here we are done. And this is the slide if you want to talk, if you want to be in touch with me. This is my email address, debugmode at, oh my God, why they are not showing my email address? Yeah. So these are the resources if you want to learn JavaScript. Book, You Do Not Know JavaScript by Cal Simpson. JavaScript by Impatient Programmer by Dr. Axel, some German name. And you can go to my blog, debugmode.net, category JavaScript. There are like more than 100 articles and videos which I have created can help you. And last, I want to, so here is my LinkedIn. Please add me on LinkedIn. Be in touch. Okay. Now, there's a contest. You got to do 3 things. First, you got to take a photo with me. Then, you need to update that photo on LinkedIn with 4 lines that what you have learned from my session. And tag me. Put the hashtag C#Con 2022. Okay. And 5 of you who has the best answer or best photo, I will send you NG India t-shirt. And trust me, people are crazy for NG India t-shirts. So like you see that This I did in Ahmedabad. So many people there. All right, so you got to do that. My name is Dhananjay Kumar. I run a conference called NG India. NG India is the largest Angular conference in India and third largest in the world now. That's the Angular specific conference. And yeah, so be in touch. Thank you so much. And here's a LinkedIn post. And I'm not open to take questions because I want you to have lunch. क्योंकि मैं इतना ही तैयारी करके आया अरे कुछ इधर उधर पूछोगे क्यों लास्ट पे इंसल्ट करवाना, राइट? हाँ, एक को तो मैंने डांट भी दिया तो गुस्सा से देख रहा है उस समय से मेरे को, सॉरी, है ना? So thank you so much. Go for lunch. One announcement that at the end they are going, so after lunch don't leave for home. So they have things to give away this conference, like Apple Air, this is MacBook Pro, MacBook Air, Google Home, many things, and they are going to give you in the last. So be here, enjoy the conference. I have one talk tomorrow on Angular, I guess in the same house. Come here, and thank you so much. Okay, one photo, everyone. He is taking one photo first. Yeah. मैं नीचे चला जाऊँ, मेरा भी फोन देना ना. Yeah, everyone, please come. Come. Yeah, ma'am, ज्योति वहां से ले लो ना. Thank you, everyone. I know you are not happy, but a smile. Food is on the way. Yeah! ज्योति से मेरा फोन ही नहीं खोल रहा. कोई बात नहीं, रोहित ले ले फोटो एक. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless each one of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
नहीं इसी पे बोल दूंगा, हाँ कोई दिक्कत नहीं। नहीं नहीं ठीक है, ऐसे ही ठीक है। हेलो।
Good afternoon, guys. Can we just settle down a bit quick? Okay, guys, a very good afternoon. I think we all are with the really high energies now because we had our lunch, delicious lunch. So now we are ready for our next session. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, who is Mr. Shubham Sinha, and he's senior engineer at Nagaro, and he's also author at Pluralsight. And today he'll be adding up to more into our knowledge regarding micro front end. So can we just have a big round of applause for Shubham Sinha?
So, hi everyone. Hello. So, let's get started with the session. So, how many of you have even heard about micro frontends? Is there anyone who have heard about micro frontends? Okay, so you have and you have. Okay. And regarding any framework, so you guys must have worked on any framework like React, Angular, or Vue.js, right? So you guys have some knowledge about it, right? So have you done any kind of implementation? So right, okay. So what micro front end is? So let's get started with the slides. So let me just give you a quick overview. What is it that we are going to cover, right? So first things first, we will look at the journey of how is it that we came from monolith to micro front ends, right? And after that, we will set the expectations of what the micro front ends should do. And after that, we will look at some of the design things like the pros and cons of micro front end implementation and some challenges that we face while implementing it. So it is somewhat like micro front-end is kind of an implementation. So it can use any framework, right? So there is no framework of choice you have in there, because it's like you can use Vue.js, you can use React, you can use Angular. So it came into fashion because there was a lot of dependent things, right? So they had to make a team of Angular only, right? So there used to be companies that would only use Angular. So after that, the micro front end came and they were able to use the React developers as well. So that's what the micro front end did in the organizations. So after that, we will look at some of the approaches of how is it that we implement micro front end, and we will end up with some of the demos, and I will give you a quick walkthrough on some of the things that industry uses, right? So next thing, let's get started with the journey, right? So in the start, when the product development or the software development started, right? So it had monolithic architecture. So what the monolithic architecture was, that it was like backend and front end code in one repository only, right? And after that, you just deploy it and you can give it to the client, right? So that was the monolith. So in the monolith, you can see that there is Spring with JSP. You guys may have done any development with Spring in JSP or with Django standalone, right? So, and there is no front-end framework or front-end architecture in there separate other than the main repository. And there is the database is always separate, so it is not something that we do. So after that, the monolithic, so what happened was that monolithic was a very big repository, right? So the front-end and back-end code were all there. So what we did was we tried to separate front end and back end, right? So after that, there came the end tier application, right? So in there, what used to happen was that there used to be a front end architecture or from front end framework that you would be using, right? So like Angular, you would be using like React, and for the framework and for the backend framework, you would be using API frameworks like Spring Boot, Django REST framework, and those kind of things. And the database is always there, right? So after that, what happened was that in the end tier application, right? So the backend used to get very big, very huge. So to separate the concerns, they tried to do one thing. What they did was they tried to segregate the backend as well. So after that, the segregation of the application layer went to the microservices. So what happened was that because the backend used to get very huge, right? So because the backend used to get very huge, so if some of you may have worked anywhere as intern, or you might be working anywhere, right? So if you look at their backend code, right? So their backend code is very huge. I mean, it had a lot of modules, it had a lot of things, and they were all kind of like spaghetti, right? So what they did was they tried to segregate it. So what they did was they tried to segregate it into different products and different microservices, and then they would consume that microservice, and then they would send it to the front end. So in here as well, there is only one team that is working on the front end, and there are multiple teams working on the back end. So in here, you can see that the application layer as a whole is here, right? So in the monolith, right? So in the monolith, there is a user service, there is a product service, there is a card service, or the modules, you can say, right? So after that, what happened was that in the monolith, so it kind of got segregated into one user service that would be handled by one team. Then after that, there would be product service that would be handled by another team, and card service by another team. So what it did was it kind of broke the teams into a very small teams, which would be kind of responsible for one application or one service, right? So after that, what happened was that if you look at the microservice, so in the microservice, you can see that, okay, so let me go back. And in here, you can see that there is only one front end. There is only one like a front end framework or Angular application that our team is working on. And there are multiple microservices, and those microservices can have their own databases, or they can use each other's databases as well. I mean, that's a whole another discussion on the architecture approaches, right? So after that, the microservices, right? So the microservices started to scale, right? So after that, what happened was that because the microservices used to scale a lot, and there were a lot of teams working on different services. So what happened was that front end became very huge, because it had to incorporate all of the things that microservices had to offer. So what we started to do in the organizations, in some organizations, what they started to do was they came up with a approach that is micro front end. So what used to happen was that you can say that if you go to Amazon, right? If you go to Amazon and you see a cart application, so if you go to the cart application, so that application's front end can be some other team handling that application, and there is some other team that is showing you the product list or the product form or those kind of things, right? So there is a lot of different micro front. So micro front end came into fashion because in a single website, right? In a single website, there had to be a lot of front end code, and to incorporate all of that, they had to build several teams for front end as well. So the front end also scaled, right? So if I have to give you an example, so let's look at this micro front end, right? So let's suppose that there is a website and it has done one page in Angular, and there is another page that is being developed by the React, right? So what used to happen now is that there is one page that can be handled by the Angular people and one page that can be handled whole by React people, right? And after that, what used to happen was that so let me give you some. There are some advantages of micro front end. So let's look into some of the advantages. So is there any thing that you are not getting, or am I being very fast or anything like that? If you can give me the feedback, because it is kind of an implementation. So no questions as of now? Okay. So moving forward, what micro frontend enabled us was to have autonomous teams, right? So the people that are handling the cart, right? So the people that are handling the cart or the checkout do not have any responsibility of the page that is showing the products, right? So what it did was it separated the concerns. So now the team A would be developing something else, team B would be developing something else, and team C would be developing something entirely else. So what used to happen was that there came a separation of concerns. So right now, if you look into the organization, so there are a lot of front end teams as well with the products. So before it was not like that. There used to be like not many front end teams were there. So because front end got huge, with data, with everything, with technology progression, it got huge as well. So the next thing is there are autonomous teams. So multiple teams can work on same product and they can develop different functionalities. So after that, what also came into fashion was that independent deployments, right? So because now there is not a single code, right? There is not a single Angular code. So there are multiple applications, right? So let's suppose that this is a micro front end. One is Angular, one is React, and one is Vue.js, right? So what used to happen was that they also had to build their different build and test pipeline. So it kind of increased the cost a bit. So that's why some of the companies have not yet gone to micro front end now, because it is kind of it is a very huge implementation, and it requires a lot of trial and error. So after that, what happened was that there used to be different build and test pipelines for different micro front end. So after that, they would go into the production, right? So after going into the production, so there would be an Angular app, React app, and Vue app, right? So there are 3 applications. But the thing that is about the implementation is how is it that we integrate all of them, right? How is it that it is working on a single page? How is it that Angular application can show the React application as well and Vue application as well? So in that, what used to happen was that we can create a container, right? So what we kind of do is that there are multiple teams, right? So one team is handling one team is handling user page, and the another team is handling product page. So there is one team in central that would be kind of integrating all of those things into a single application that can be on any framework, that can be on Angular, that can be on Vue, or any framework that you would choose, right? So what used to happen was that, so there is an Angular application, there is React, and there is Vue. So in the final application, you can see that the Angular application, right? So Angular application is kind of encapsulating the React application and Vue application in its view, right? So at the end of the deployment, so when the Angular application will deploy, right? So it will fetch the React application, it will fetch the Vue application in its own framework, and then it will try to show you, right? So after that, so let me just give you some expectations that we have regarding the micro frontend, because this is somewhat like I have given you the architecture, or you can say that this is the build and test pipeline that we have to create anytime that we do anything in production, right? So after that, what came was, so micro frontend had to be regulated, right? So there cannot be like we cannot implement micro frontend without any set of rules. So there has to be some expectations, because there are always some expectations. Like in Angular, you would be expecting that the route should match, that in React applications you would be invoking the library, or you would be creating something that should not be very heavyweight, right? So there are always some expectations that we have regarding any architecture or regarding any framework. So what are the expectations that we have with micro frontend? So in micro frontend, the first expectation that we have is the communication, right? So because there are multiple teams that are developing the front end, so there are multiple front ends, right? So there are multiple front end applications. So there should be, the communication should be leashed, and if needed, use simple stuff, right? Use simple stuff like fire an event, or use simple stuff like like firing an event would be a very good thing, and another would be the callbacks. You can put in a callback, and you can fetch things from another front end, right? And the next expectation that we have is shared, right? So let's suppose that in your repository, right? So I have given you an example, like you can do Angular, Vue and React all in the same application. So what if I want to create 3 micro frontends of React.js? So if I try to create a bundle, right? So every time I will be deploying that application, and every time I will be showing it to the web page, right? So there are 3 applications that has React installed its uh, in its distribution file, right? So you guys may know that there is always a distribution file that gets created, that gets deployed in uh, production, right? So in the distribution file, there are 3 copies of React or 2 copies of React. So these should not happen. So there are some things that we can do to eliminate that. So we will also look into that one as well. So after that, there has to be zero coupling, right? So the application should not be dependent on each other for anything. I mean, for anything, it should not be dependent, right? So if you were to say that on the product, right, if you click on buy now, or if you click on add to cart, right, so you might be expecting that it should throw something to the cart, right, to the cart application. But it does not have to be that way. What you can do is you can just put it in, you can just send it in the database, and then when you click on cart, then cart would be taking everything from the database or from the backend. So that is how that it would be working, right? So there has to be no communication, or it should be leashed. I mean, there are some times that we need to communicate among them, so it should be leashed. And try not to do anything regarding the communication, right? So after that, if anyone is using React, right, so they must be using some state stores like Redux, right? So there may be some people who know about Redux. So Redux is kind of thing that you can use when you are so there used to be implementations like where you would be using React applications and you would be creating a Redux store, right? So after that, it went out of fashion, or it was like as a rule that you should not create a central repository, because now that what micro frontend has done is, let's suppose that right now I'm using the cart application into React.js, right? Right now React.js is hot, but who knows in 5 years which framework or which library will come, right? So React.js has a huge dependency on Redux, right? So what will happen is that after 5 years, when you will try to decommission that application, and it happens a lot in organizations, you will if you join any organization, then most of the work is like the maintenance or decommissioning of the applications and creating it anew, right? So if you try to move it from React to another application, right, so the Redux store would not be good, so you won't be able to communicate, so you will have to refactor everything again. So that's why we try not to use anything that would be like setting the central stage, right? So there no shared state stores like Redux you should be using in micro frontend. And there are some design problems, right? So you have an Angular application, and you try to give it a class like header, right? And after that, you also have a React application where you are giving a design like dot header, and you are giving it a class, right? So right now, when I'm showing the first page, so let's suppose that the React application has not loaded yet. So now that the React application has not loaded, so it will show the Angular application's header design, right? But just as soon as I will be implementing, or I will be fetching the React application, it will just take off the design from the Angular, and it will reinforce its own design, right? So that's also an issue that we face with micro frontend, because we cannot tell the team that you have to use this, you cannot name the class this, right? But there are some things that we can do, and there is a lot of things that JS provide, and there are a lot of libraries that mitigate this. So these are some expectations that we have from our micro front end, that the communication should be least and the shared things should not be too many. So there should not be any redundancy. It should not be dependent, no shared state, and the design, right? So after that, there are some challenges. So if you look at the challenges that we have regarding the micro front end, the first challenge is always communication, right? So I have already told you that we try not to communicate among the front ends, but there are some times that we have to communicate among the front ends. So communication should happen via callbacks or events. So this is kind of a general playbook kind of thing. You can say that you should use callbacks or events. You should not use anything that is specific to the framework. Like you should not be using anything that is specific to React or Angular, right? You should use the core JS. And after that, there is also a challenge that I told you, that sharing CSS, right? So sharing CSS, if you want to mitigate that, what you can use is there is use CSS in JS library. So what it does is that at the end of the build, what it does is it kind of make all the CSS into a JS, right? So that is kind of the implementation. So this is a very simple library. You can use it with any framework, right? And the next thing that we can do is like you can use built-in component style scoping provided in frameworks like Angular or Vue. If you go into Angular, right? So if you have made a design in the child component, so it does not affect anything in the parent component. So that is also something that we can use. I mean, this is something that Angular already provides. So maybe they already knew that this would happen, so they have already given it, right? So after that, what we can do is manually namespacing the CSS, and I will give you an example of how is it. I mean, it is kind of like we give the team so let's suppose that there is a user micro front end, right? So every style that they will be implementing, it will have the namespace user in it. So it would be like user header, so it would be like product header, right? So it would kind of create the namespace. And the third challenge that we face is the sharing of the dependencies, right? So if we have created all the 3 applications in React, when it is loaded into the browser, it should have only one React library downloaded in it, so that the bundle size should be small, because we use micro frontend to kind of mitigate, also to kind of reduce the bundle size, because for some applications we try to use React because React is better in some things and Angular is better in providing you the structure, right? So there are some things that every front end we have some expectations. So let's go to the next thing. And this is the like I'm going to show you this one, the manual namespacing, right? So I gave you, so like if there is a CSM module, right? So if there is a user module or CSM module or anything like that, so here you can see that there is an index HTML which is showing the class as CSM header, right? So CSM header, it would be like the namespacing, right? So if there is a CSM module, so there are multiple applications in any organization. So it can be like MongoDB, or it can be like any application front end you would be providing. So you would be giving it a namespace, right? So that it should not conflict with any other module, right? So the next thing would be sharing the dependencies, right? So here you can see that when I give when I try to create a React application, right? So React would have these dependencies, right? So these 2 React applications, when they are both shown into the front end, right? So it should only take one copy of React, right? So so these are all the challenges that I'm telling you, and I will also give you a solution for all of these. I mean, there is a you guys may have used Webpack. I mean, if you have only been with Angular or React, I mean, you may not have seen Webpack, you may not have done development on Webpack, but Webpack is kind of the core of every application that you would be creating in JS, because Webpack is what we use to bundle everything, right? So after that, I have given you the so you can share the dependencies, right? So after that, what we do is, so let's suppose that there are 3 applications that is already created for me, right? So after that, what comes is the integration of those applications into single one. So so as integration is defined, is integration refers to how different parts of a micro frontend gets assembled, because different parts are built in different technologies. So let's look at the integration approaches. So the first one is server side template composition. So we try not to use that. The next one is build time integration, which we already heavily use, and I will give you an example, and you will already see that you use it in every application if you have done any development on JS. And the third thing is the runtime integration, which is kind of what the organization or what the industry is opting. So runtime integration, and there are two things that are, first one is the iframe, right? So you guys may have created an iframe and you guys may have integrated a website there, right? So that is also one implementation, but that is not a good one and that is not a right one. And the next one I will show you how we do it using JavaScript. So let's see, so what server side template composition is, if I have to give you an example, right? So how many of you guys have implemented anything or put anything in production or deployed anything yet? Is here so okay, so you have deployed, right? So you guys have deployed anything in production, right? So you guys know that before hitting the front end, right? So before hitting the front end, there is a gateway that it has to go through, right? So if you may have done any development, right? So there is a gateway. So in that gateway we can define things. In that gateway we can define things that if the user hits like amazon.com and slash products slash this, right? So this product, so for the product page, what it will do is that from the server only it will fetch the repository, it will fetch the JS, and it will show it to you. So that is kind of the server side template composition, but it is very hard to take care of it because it gets very, I mean, it is not scalable. I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, the DevOps people will get angry if you try to do this. So after that, there is build time integration, which we all use every day in any kind of application that we create. So it is kind of an approach, but it is not it is not a very good approach when we are trying to segregate the front ends, right? So the third one, so the server side template composition, I cannot show you because it is something like in the gateway, and I do not have any gateway or anything like that. So if you have to see it, if you want to see it, there is Nginx that does that. So you can see it there. Nginx provides that functionality. So we will look into the build time integration. So okay. So let's try to look into the build time integration. So in the build time integration, what happens is that, so you guys may have used any framework, right? So you guys may have used anything like a styling library like Bootstrap or those things, right? So that is the kind of thing that you install in your library, you install in your application, right? So what happens is that is in the npm registry, right? So if you have worked for any organization, you may have installed some kind of repositories from the npm, right? So when you install anything from npm, so that is kind of like the gist of the build time integration. Because we do not have much time, so that is why I'm going fast forward with this. So if I have to show you this, so if you may have used any if you have installed Angular as well, right? So when you install npm Angular, so Angular it fetches from the npm library, and then it will show it to you in then it will fetch the Angular to your repository. So that is the kind of thing that we use in the build time integration. We use styling libraries as well in the build time integration. So what happens in build time integration is that, let's suppose that there is a team A, and what it does is it builds and deploys anything or any functionality it has, and then it sends it to the npm cloud, right? So npm cloud, and there you have the versioning, right? So v1 and v2, right? So there is a team B. So what will happen is that there is a central team, that is team B, which is kind of like which has the ownership of showing everything on the front end. So what the team B does is, when it is trying to build the front end, right? So when it is trying to npm build, or you can say anything command like npm install, so what it does is it goes to the npm cloud, and it fetches that repository for you, and it adds it to as a dependency, and then when it is built, so it is in your application. So let me show you how we do it. Oh, so you may have seen like the files where we put in the dependencies, right? So there is a dependency like team A list. So where is it that we use build time integration a lot? So if you go to any organization's website, if you have gone to any organization website, like if you have gone to AWS, right? So AWS has a lot of web pages, but it has a homogeneous design, right? So what it does is it kind of takes it kind of builds the library, and then every front end group would be consuming that library to build its own front end, right? So that is how we do it, as we declare as a dependency. So I was going to go through a code example of build time integration, but I think that runtime integration would be much better. So for the code example, I mean, it is very simple. You use it every day, the build time integration. So build time integration, you guys get right. I mean, you just, whatever you npm install, it is kind of like the build time integration. When you are building it, it is already there in your application to provide it to the production, right? So after that, let's get into the runtime integration. So what the runtime integration does is, so in the build time integration, right? So team B had a dependency on team A, right? So let's suppose that there is team A, so they are kind of like, they are not building anything, or they are like, this will take 5 days or 4 days, right? So team B would be having a blocker, right? Because they always declare blockers, right? So they will give you that there is a blocker, the team A has not built anything yet. So team B would be stuck there. So what runtime integration did was, it kind of took away every responsibility, every dependency from other team. What it did was, so team A would be building and deploying one application, and team B would be building and deploying another application, and then they would be integrated. So at the time of integration, there is no dependencies among both of the teams. So let's look at the timeline of the runtime integration. So development by team A. So first application is being developed by team A. So after that, so let's suppose that there is a React application that is being developed by team A. And after that, there is a deployment. So there is a deployment that is that has to be done at a certain URL that can be protected, or that can be anything. So that allapp.com/app.a.js. So app A is built in React. So the third thing that happens is that team B is developing and building the container that would be encapsulating that React application. So what it does is, the team B, what they do is, they fetch the app.a.js from that URL in the container application and mount it to a DOM element. So if you have even seen a YouTube video as well, so there is always a document.get element by ID. So these kind of things that we can do, and we can just put anything there. We can just inject that JS there, and it will show, right? So after that, there is a release. So there can be multiple JS files mounted to different elements. So this is, I'm showing you as a team A, right? So team A has built one React application, team B has built another React application, and team C is kind of like they are fetching both of the applications from the server, and they are integrating it in their container app, right? So let's look at the code examples. So actually this is for the build time. So let me show you very quick about the build time as well. So here you can see, if I try to show you, so this is a library, right? So this is a library that is, if you have worked in, okay, okay. ये कोड वाला नहीं आ रहा इसमें, मतलब स्क्रीन चेंज करने पे नहीं आ रहा. अच्छा. Okay. Okay, so here you can see, let me give you a very quick info about the build time integration. So in the build time integration, let's suppose that there is a library that we have created that is like a conference micro front-end list library, right? So we want this library to be everywhere. So this is the container application. Let me show you in the container application. So in the container application, what we do is in the app module, right? So here you can see that I have imported this library. I have imported this library from conf micro list. So what I have done is I have installed it already. I have npm installed everything. So here you can see that in the npm install. Okay, so let me. Okay, so it is on the npm server. So from the npm server, I am installing it in my main repository, and then I'm showing it in the front end. So if you see here, so this is the build time integration, right? So this is the build time integration. This is the container application. And in this container application, I am showing the front end from different application that I have already built as library, and I have already given it as a dependency. So this is kind of like the build time integration. And the next thing is your runtime integration. So here you can see that there is a container application, there is a cart application, and there is product application. So you can consider these as three teams, right? So the container application is kind of showing you everything in here. I mean, if you look at this runtime integration container, so okay. So if you look at this runtime integration container, so it has all the dependencies. It has both the micro frontends in there. So if I have to give you how is it that we implemented, we use a lot of Webpack. So Webpack is kind of a library that that if you go deep into JS, so there would be a lot of Webpack that you will have to know. So Webpack is the kind of library that you will. So there is a module federation plugin in Webpack, so that enables everything for us. So let me just show you the rundown of how is it that it happens, right? So, okay. Why is the... Okay, so if you go to network and try to build it, right? So there is a main JS, right? So what we do is there is a main container that is first loaded. So this is a main JS, and there are two remote entry files here. If you see, so is it visible, or shall I zoom? So let me just show you. So what happens is that just think of it. I'm trying to give you the chronology of how it happens. So there is a main application. There is a main container that is calling both of those remote files. So these remote files are what those different repositories are, right? So those different repositories, this remote entry.js could be using React, could be using Vue, could be using Angular, right? So there are two remote entry JS files. So this is how we kind of integrate. So this is the main JS, right? So in the main JS, from the main JS, we try to fetch remote files, right? So those two front ends that we have already built is kind of like coming to us as remote entry. And after that, there are dependencies that gets loaded, right? So if you see it, okay. So these are all the dependencies that gets loaded after that. So in the remote entry JS, there might be some dependency, and in some other application, there might be some other dependencies. So after both of these get loaded, so after that, all of these things get loaded as the dependencies. So that encapsulates everything. So is there any time left, or it's done? Okay. Okay. Okay, so but if you want to, so is there any question regarding the integration? I mean, you can look at these demos on Webpack's website. I mean, Webpack has a very good documentation regarding this, because it has come into a fashion, and Webpack has been the first one that has tried to give you every facility regarding this. So is there any question, any doubt, anything you want to ask? I mean, I can understand that this is not something that is entry level, or you should be having some kind of experience before. So no questions. Yeah. Yeah, there would be dependencies, but it won't be something like it won't break anything, right? So let's suppose that so what I do is let's suppose that I'm the parent application, right? So let's suppose that I'm the parent application, and there are two child applications, right? So it is not something like those child applications I would be dependent on them. I will be calling a URL only, and that team would be dependent of everything, right? But in the build time integration, what happens is that it won't be integrated until and unless it has been completed by the other team. But in here, I have no responsibility of whether they have completed it or not. My only responsibility is that I am giving you this frame, and in this frame you will be showing your front end, and in this frame another team will be showing this front end. So this is the highest level of responsibility that you will be having in the micro front end. So there are no blockers anymore in front end development if you try to use micro front end. So there are a lot of organizations that are moving to micro front ends, and I know for a fact that Amazon, Samsung, and they already have implemented it, and actually they have kind of set the tone for the development in industry. So any more questions? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, given the speed depends on many things, right? Speed depends on a lot of things. I mean, there is I mean, you have to build things, right? So there is a lot of things that is regarding the speed. So regarding the speed, there is not much benefit in micro front end. I mean, if you try to look at the speed of development, it's good. But if you create a bundle, at the end of the day, the bundle would be there with all the dependencies of everything that you're using. I mean, there is a lot of tree shaking that Webpack does for you. So tree shaking, if you know, yeah, okay. So okay, so does this answer your question? I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. see that's a good thing about micro front end. Actually, let's suppose that you have already loaded a React application that is using Lodash, right? So if you have already downloaded Lodash, if you are fetching another application that has Lodash as a dependency, it won't fetch it. At the time when we are kind of when Webpack does its thing, right? So at the time when Webpack is building your project, it kind of takes every dependency, it kind of makes a list of every dependency that all the applications are using and kind of merge it and make it one. So there is no increase in the size of bundles. And it is also something like, if you guys know about the lazy loading in Angular or in React, right? So it is also kind of the containers or everything gets lazy loaded as well. So there is no increase in the size of bundles. Any other questions? Does this answer your question? Okay. Anyone else? I mean, you can ask anything. I mean, that's fine. I mean, okay. 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 Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
So thank you so much, Mr. Shubham Sinha. It was a very informative session. Thank you so much again for it. So now we'll be having a panel, and the topic that we'll be covering up is secure for software development, building high performance applications. And the session will be provided by our speakers. The very first speaker will be Mr. Mahesh Chand, and after that there will be Alan O'Neill, and then we'll have Mr. David Carter, and then it will be Mr. Joseph Goodall. So can we have all of them on the stage, please?
How are you?
I'm great.
Can we also have some chairs here?
Yeah, sure.
I think this is the wrong agenda, the one you have. So this is the right agenda. So the panel is building better software. Who wants to build better software?
Building better software.
Yeah, so online, I think we need to change that. This is wrong. Okay. So you should have yeah, right here.
Okay.
This is growth mindset.
Okay, so these three
Yeah.
topics will be covered at this.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The same, both.
No, both are same.
Yeah.
So I would like to correct myself. So the topics will be building better software, and then it will be a growth mindset, and then personal branding and storytelling.
We need 4 chairs. 4 chairs. Yes, anybody is available. ये स्टेज है यहाँ पे चलेगी ये? ओ, उसको लेना पड़ेगा। हाँ, और ये भी देने वो होंगे, जरा माइक। How's everybody doing? Good to see you back, everybody. Hey guys, how was the lunch? Yeah, I heard it was pretty bad. माइक कितने माइक हैं? माइक सब 2 कॉलर हैं, 2 हेड। ओके, एक कॉलर दे दो और 2 हेड दे दो। ठीक है। रिमोट भी होगा। All right. All right, who wants to build better software, guys? Can you go outside, ask more people who wants to build better software? I think everybody wants to build better software. Thank you. Do we have the clicker? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So let's can we guys let's set up in the center so picture looks awesome. It's all about pictures. So Lalit, tell us if it's center or not. You want to make sure pictures are good. Forget about learning. Yeah, as long as, sir, please, right here.
I'll grab a seat.
Let me try to move you.
I will not. I will
My
not
back
be moved.
hurts.
I'm like Mahatma. I will not. This is peaceful protest. I'm not moving.
All right, this is what we will do.
Where. You have to lift me if you want to move me, or beat me with sticks.
One more chair.
I can sit up.
This is good. Awesome. Oh, this is great. All right, how many of you are here actively writing
Take an eye out
software?
one of those things.
Oh, watch your eyes. All right, great, awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Apparently, we're talking about high quality guitar picks and not high quality software.
Yeah, quality guitar picks.
Oh, right in the
All
middle
right,
on the
all
floor.
right. So,
Freaking lights up, right?
good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chen.
Did you all have good lunch? How was your lunch?
It was good.
Awesome.
Met a couple of people, had some food. Typical.
Nom nom nom.
Yum, yum, yum. All right, all right. So yeah, so build better software, and I just came up with this stupid name with David when we were talking about some online show.
Which part's the stupid, the better or the building, or just software in general?
The whole thing. So the idea here is we want to talk about some of our experiences and some of the things,
You again. This guy takes a lot of pictures, by the way.
Yes. Yeah,
He's everywhere.
That's how he
I
gets
caught him
paid.
in the bathroom before. It was really awkward.
This is how he gets paid.
Was he in your cube?
I'm not telling. He probably got evidence of it if he was.
Wow.
So let's get back to let's build better software. Can we try that?
We could try.
Okay, coffee is coming, tea is coming. So let's start with all right, we'll start with Joe. When do you think of building a new software?
What do I think of building new software?
Could you explain to our audience here what a company is looking for when we're trying to build a new software? What is the main goal?
Yeah. Make money and or solve a problem, but hopefully solving the problem effectively, bug-free, error-free, as cost-effective as possible. Hitting 1, 2, 7 nines, as I learned in the last session. 7 nines is very damn hard. What is it? 2, 3, 4. 6 steps to do it.
5 nines is 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Yep.
So
per year.
Alan?
What?
As if I know you're actively building a software or multiple software products.
Yeah.
When you're building these software products and you have developers, what is your expectations from the team? When you're saying, okay, this is what I expect from people when they're to build a quality software.
It's really simple. I want the software that my engineers build to be software that my users want to use. Because if my software just does what I tell my engineers to do, but does not make my users happy because it gives them a positive experience, saves them time, allows them to have, a stress-free workday, well, then they have failed. And if they've failed, I'm going to fire their ass. Because successful companies do not stay successful if they do not delight the customer. And delighting the customer, I love your shoes, Mahesh. Delighting the customer starts with beautiful shoes. Delighting the customer starts with excellent code quality and attention to detail, both in the code and in the user experience. Forget about the UI, right? The UI is just how we interact. What is most important is the experience, and the experience starts with the code. Because if you say, like I was talking about in my super wonderful session next door, if you say, oh, hey, I'm going to save this data to the database, the user doesn't care about your database. The user says, send my message on Messenger or whatever, okay? Save my article on C# Corner. So they don't care about your database. They just want to know that the action that they requested to do will get done, and it comes back and says, done. They don't want to see a big timer. They don't want to see a crass message, right? And how do we solve these things from the start? By starting with good quality, highly defensive code.
I think the key there was defensive. Most of the time when we're writing software, we're testing for, or when we test it, we test that the happy path works. And we never, ever, or at least most cases, never, ever think about what happens if the database happens. What happens if I am landing in the airport in Mumbai and my cell phone hasn't turned on yet, but I'm sitting there hitting refresh on Twitter, Uber, or Facebook? What are those edge cases that are going to happen? Be worried about them starting that
No, I'm
AC
getting
unit and
super
blowing us
jealous
up?
here because like there's these very cool shoes that Mahesh has. You've got this like you've got nice shoes as well, but they're not as nice as Mahesh's. You've got this like very posh hello sir, you know, lapel microphone. I've got this thing, and he's got this like super cool rock star hat and stuff. So I'm feeling quite left out with my
Someone get him a red hat so he feels more like Santa Claus. That'll help him
Santa
out.
Claus or Trump.
Let me ask you
Can
guys.
I just say, right?
Yes.
Just on this as well, right? When we're dealing with users, and guess what? I hate users, right? Because they always find problems with my software. But when we deal with users, we have to understand that a user is guaranteed to break our system. That is their job. They will break our system. They will find things that you never thought. They will abuse your system. You have a box called address, okay? And they will put in comments in there. And it comes sent back. I was doing an audit on a medical practice in Ireland some years ago. And they said, we've got bad data. I said, okay, how do you know this? Because a letter was sent out to a patient. So the letter was sent to Alan O'Neill, okay, first line. Second line, 123 Main Street. Third line, asterisk, asterisk, exclamation, exclamation, cash only, does not pay bills. Okay? Never underestimate that a user is guaranteed to abuse your system, use it in ways you never thought, and therefore you must code your system defensively to ensure that not only it is used in the way, you see, look, even they're getting coffee and drink before I do. So not only do they get a good experience, but if something does go wrong, well, then you recover gracefully. User experience is the key, and it all starts with good quality code, which includes so many different things.
Hi, honey.
Hey, darling.
It's good.
You see the way he comes over here and he says, hi, honey,
So-
but then he turns his leg back to Mahesh.
Yes.
I'm done.
Hello.
Feels awkward.
You know, I want to say one thing that Alan was talking about, and that is, you know, I've been a software engineer longer than most of you have been alive. And my job, I work for the user. I don't work for my company. I don't work for myself. I work for the user, right? My sole job, I feel, as a software developer is to make my user's life better somehow, whether that's at home, at work, in a car, in a plane, right? That's my job, right? That's where I get satisfaction when I see the eyes light up on my users and they go, wow. And I ask them, do you have any problems? No, you know, that's my goal, right? And if you can make them happy, you'll keep your job.
So on continuation on the same topic, how many of you are writing code here? A lot, right? Almost everybody. How many of you managing projects? So perfect. So yeah, so you're involved in those.
How many are you on business side? How many on marketing side? How many have contact with customer? Okay.
Great. So if you have to pick one tip, just give one tip quickly. What should they be doing when they're building or testing these as a defense? You said defensive systems. For the developers. What one tip if you have to give one tip?
For defensive?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm actually writing a long article for C# Pointer right now. It's taking way too long. But the biggest thing is validating the data coming in from your user. Because Alan was just saying, your users will put in something wrong. I guarantee it, right? And if you don't validate that data, guess what happens? It gets put in the database wrong, and it comes out wrong. And to try to fix that later is costly and can take a lot of time. So if you don't validate the data, however that comes in, whether it comes in from the ASP.NET website, through a service, doesn't matter. You have to validate everything coming in. Otherwise, you will run into it.
So data validation, right? And what I know, even I test and use these applications, and so many of them. When developers, is building this UI screens, they're just so rushed. Somehow they all seems to be in rush. They feel like they have to do this today, right?
But that's the big boss problem, because he's saying you must do it today. You're lazy, hurry up.
Yes, can we talk a little bit touch on that point? Like, where is the problem? Is that the boss? Is that the client? Is the developer himself or herself?
The problem is the sales guy.
Okay. Yeah. There's a couple of sales guys.
Yeah, you're all the problem. Get out. The problem is the sales guy. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's the sales guy, because we're all sales guys. Isn't that strange? We're all salespeople. Why? Because we go for a job and we sell ourselves to the interview person. We go into our team and we sell ourselves as somebody who knows something. We design a system and we sell ourselves as an expert who has designed the system and knows that it's going to work. Hopefully, please work, don't die. Right? Then if we go and we talk to a customer to train them on the system, we don't tell them about the bugs that we know about, right? So we're all sales guys, okay? So the biggest problem here is that all of us as a group, because it's not just engineers, it's everybody in IT, we are not truthful in our communications about, number one, if we, and this will talk to something that we've talked about a long time, we're not truthful in our communications with the other person. The person will say, blah, 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 do you understand this? Yes, sir. But guess what? You don't. Because I come back 2 weeks later and I say, is it done? And you say, yes, sir. Oh, that doesn't sound promising, right? And actually you've had problems, but you didn't communicate them, So when I say, who's the problem falls, it's sales guy. It's not sales guy. Actually, it's ourselves. It is our own communication. IT is hard. Okay, IT is hard. But the hardest problem of all is not code. It is communication. It is communicating between ourselves. It is communicating what a customer need requirement to a technical specification. It is ensuring that the communication between the team of what they have to deliver is the same. But what the product manager says we are delivering is what the sales guy says you actually have, right? So communication, I think, actually is the biggest problem all the way down. If we bring it right down, what is the problem? It's the way we communicate.
So back to that, you guys agree with that? So what we'll do is we'll do 5 more minutes my questions, because I'm the first here and I'm on the chair. Then we'll take your questions. So if you have any questions, keep that in mind. We're going to take some of your questions as well. So
only the good ones, though.
So back to that. So I, in India, I grew up when I'm little. When you're a child, you are, used to listening to your dad. Usually, moms are okay. But dad's like, you can talk to them. It's like, oh, dad, shh, right? That's our thing. That is here, right? Maybe it's changing now, but at least my age. Then you go to school and college, there's a teacher like, yo, be control, listen to me. I'm the boss here, right? So then you go to these companies, intern, their boss is telling, no, you just listen to me. So our mindset, especially in Indian culture, is this yes sir culture.
Wasn't that going to be another panel talk?
Yeah, no, this is it. So this is, I think the website is not updated. Unfortunately, that's welcome to India. So that's why because of that, the yes sir culture is like we are used to, because we are afraid, or we are openly like, if boss comes to me, we have to do this in 1 week. Okay, yes sir, without even thinking, and let me think about it. So if in the US, if I'm building a software and my boss comes and say, can we do this in 1 week? Yeah, give me an hour or two, let me think about, see what we can do. And if it's not done in one, say, I don't think it'll be done in one week, I think it's going to take us 2 or 3 weeks. So if you committed to your client wrongly, you just go back and explain them, we can do it. Right? We agree with that. But that's not in India. Just because of that, we try to rush that. So maybe if each of you can quickly touch on that, if we group in the yes sir culture, if we have to go and change that a little bit ourselves, as you said, Alan, that we have to change ourselves, what is that we can do without creating a big friction in the system?
So one of the things we say at work, and we do it a lot, and it ties into a little bit what Alan said and your question, is when we're building software, you're solving for problems that haven't been solved before. Yes, the salesperson is going to say, oh, I can sell you that and we'll get it done in 2 weeks. We don't know that for sure. I mean, we're building something we've never seen before. It could be you're working with a database. Could be you're working with a new API. Could be you're working with new technology. Could be, your mother got sick and you had to stay home. There's so many things that are in there. And I think, touching on a little point that Alan said, in my world, I'd much rather a person tell me that, hey, I know we agreed it was going to be 2 weeks for me to do feature B, but I need another week because it's just not ready yet. Rather take 3 weeks to do it. The computer's there. Why are you putting it that way?
User experience.
Yeah.
Not working.
The other reason for that is, opening up that honest communication to say, hey, I need that extra week. But also, I'd rather you spend that extra week now than type ** in there. And now that's going to take another 80, 90, 100 man hours to go back, update the database, fix it, then go back and update the code, then go back and do the testing. It's a lot easier to fix the problem closer to it. It's a lot easier to say, I need more time. Granted, you can't always say, I need more time, or, yes before no, or just agreeing to it. At some point, we need to push. It's always finding that happy medium. But if you come to me and say, hey, Joe, I think I need a couple of more days with this because I found this, then you have that open communication. I can make the decision to say, no, that's okay. We can catch that in next week's iteration. Or, no, it's a good catch. Let's fix that now so it doesn't cause problems later on in life.
You want to add anything to that? And then David?
I think the only thing I would add to that is, in your communication with other people, a lot of times we're afraid to offend people, okay? So we're afraid of maybe that they might feel disrespected and they might go, and they're a big boss and they're going to kill us, right? Or B, they may not trust you again, or whatever. So I think in our communications with people, if we are honest and we treat them the way that we would like to be treated, and if we are kind in our use of language, so don't say, I think what you proposed is wrong, because they're going to feel bad and they'll immediately go on the defensive. I'm not wrong, I'm right, you're wrong. Okay, so instead you could say, that's really interesting. I wonder what would happen if. Okay, so a softer approach, a kinder approach, can do a lot more for communication and for helping us to work together. So I think even if you know that something is not going to work out well, it's important that you say this, but say it in a kind way, because if you do this, people will respect you more.
Thank you.
They will ask for your opinion more. They will trust you more. And don't say, oh, yes, sir, I can do something, if you know, oh, God, I'm going to be up until 3 a.m. trying to fix this damn thing. And then guess what? At 2:30, the electricity goes down, you've no internet. Oh, chaos. So respect other people in your communication and be kind, and this will get you a long way to being able to help you with this even culture that we have here of yes, sir. You can still say yes, sir, but very gently and kindly get your message across that actually they need to take this into consideration, and if they do, it's going to be better for them and they'll look better.
Last, David.
I'm not afraid to offend anybody.
Yes.
We know that.
Yes, we are aware of that.
So, to kind of put the icing on that cake is something like I said at the keynote this morning is you have to speak up, right? In one of my talks, I call it, you have to be the squeaky wheel, right? If you think something is not being done right, you need to say something. Because if you don't say something, it's not going to change, right? I've gone into many companies and I say, why aren't you doing it this way? And they say, that's the way we've always done it. That's not a good answer, right? So the thing with you all being here at this conference today is that you're learning new things. So when you go back to your company, you need to say, hey, I learned at .NET Dave's talk that we need to do blah, blah, blah about memory handling. We need to look into this right away because our back end keeps going down all the time on us, right? But you need to say that, right? Because if you don't, it's not going to change.
Well, that was awesome. Thank you, everybody, for taking my questions. Now let's take some questions from audience. Anybody has a question?
Who wants to be the first person
Who wants to be the first person to ask questions? That's how you start with the change.
That guy's looking around. He wants to ask, but he's afraid.
Yes.
See, he's looking at me, shaking his head. No, no, please, don't pick me.
All right. Who has a question?
Mahesh, where does your son go to college?
Yes.
Where?
University of San Diego.
Where I live.
Yes.
How's he liking it?
Good, good. Yeah. Anybody has questions? You have any? Nobody has questions? Any kind of questions? Yes.
So I think you should tell the difference between boss and the leader, and I think because of this only, this yes culture, yes sir culture would be.
Okay, we can. I think that was a growth mindset, but we can do merge in a little bit. So that's one thing is I think obviously I grew up here, and then there is this concept of boss, right? Even in the US, I noticed there's some concept of boss.
Yeah, I'm married
some
to
is
one.
leader. Yes. Yeah.
There are. Can I just say on this, because Joe says he is married to boss.
Yeah. So let's just
In my
open
house,
on that.
yeah,
Yes.
in my house, okay, there is only two rules. Two rules. First rule.
Yes, dear.
Boss is always right. She was always right. Second rule, if boss is wrong, refer to rule number 1.
So
Yes,
yeah,
boss.
let's actually spend a little bit. This is good. Let's start with this. What is the difference between a leader and a boss? And some of these guys and girls wants to become a leader. How should they start behaving now and working now and thinking now than later? Then before they become another boss. This is what happens. Funny thing is, grew up in Indian village. It's always everybody heard those saas bhi kahu kabhi bahu thi. Right? You guys know that concept? So Sas means what is Sas? Mother-in-law was at some point daughter-in-law. Right? So daughter-in-law, they when they're kind of being daughter-in-law, they're like, I wish I was her, I will change the world. But what happens when they become mother-in-law? Same story, they do exactly the same thing. So, we can't change the world, but everybody sitting here, if they have to make some changes, even though smaller changes, it could be communicating with their peer, sharing more, If there's a problem comes, let it be more visible, transparent. You don't have to hide problem, anything those around those lines, and so they can turn into leaders, not the bosses. Because British messed us up, let's just face that.
Hear,
Because
hear.
before that, we were amazing, right? Indian culture was so amazing. We have gurus, open culture, but British came and like, you're all slaves. Just listen to us.
I agree.
So that's
in Ireland, we had the same thing. The British.
Now here it comes. He's gonna spit on me.
Came into my country and took all of our things as well.
We had the same problem. Dang British.
I was waiting for you to spit on me when you did that.
Spitting monkey.
You've
Okay,
had
so
this.
here's my take on leader and boss. It's really simple. A leader inspires. You want to have a cup of chai, a cup of tea, a pint of beer, whatever, with your leader. You want to be friends with them. You want to spend time with them. You want to learn from them. You want to be in their presence. A boss destroys teams. That's it. That's simple. As boss, you want to move on and away from. You do not want to drink tea with them because they're annoying, they're boring, they're angry, they're dismissive, they're toxic. Okay? Don't try to be a boss. Just try to be a leader. Try to inspire, and then you will be successful. One will follow the other. It's guaranteed.
Yep. You want to add something to that, David?
Mike.
Well, I was just thinking, I don't know if this is exactly the answer, but I was just thinking that, you know, all the things we're talking about today, I can almost guarantee you everybody from your boss on up doesn't care, right? That you have to care because you're the one going to end up fixing it, right? Or having to spend months trying to do something you should have done right in the first place, right?
Well, as I said, in this culture, it's hard to go and flip out and say, I'm not going to do this, this is wrong, right?
No, you don't flip out and say that. But
because they are already saying, okay, do it or you're out. This is the culture.
Yeah.
And that means everybody has a fear of losing the job.
But see, I know the Indian culture is different, but I don't have that fear.
Yes.
Because I would rather leave a company like that by as quick as they can get rid of me than to stay there.
Yeah, I mean,
because if
yes.
I stay there,
The point
it's
is
going
we
to
don't have,
kill me.
Okay,
We
but
don't-
the point is we don't have that here.
Luxury
We
here,
need
yeah.
to work within the constraints of what we have.
Yeah.
So I think in this situation, the best thing that you can do in the yes sir culture is do your best to make your boss, I hate to use that word, but do the best to make your boss look good. Because if you make your boss look good and if you reduce their stress, they will like you. So do your best to make your boss look good, but yourself, for your own karma, for your own well-being, aspire to be a leader. Help others, mentor others, share your knowledge.
Yep.
So
Yep.
one quick,
Yes.
quick thing to add to that.
Yes.
So that's perfect. One of the things I like to do is you should always make your leader's job or boss's job easier. Do some of their tasks, what have you. And it's not to be a, brown noser or kiss ass or anything like that. It's more two things. One is to understand what the role is, but two, to also help ease it. Another way to transition into leadership is to not make it about you, not make it about your boss, but make it about the team. A successful leader leads the team. They don't manage. And people use that word a lot. There's a meme out there that shows a difference between a manager and a leader. Think of a horse or reindeer carrying a sleigh. The leader is in the front, pulling along with people, leading the group towards it, where a manager is sitting in the back, telling everyone where to go. And that's what you want to do. You want to help inspire, like Alan was saying. You also want to help lead others through mentorship, through growth. Maybe someone's having a bad day. Maybe someone's a little bit behind. See what you could do to help pick them up. See what you could do to help take on a task for them, make those lives easier. That's what helps make you a leader. Not only does it make you a leader, it makes you a better person for helping out others. We live in a society nowadays where it's all about me, 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 me. It's time for us to start changing that. And you can get away from that yes culture. No, it's not going to happen tomorrow. But if enough of us, especially with all the young people we have in this group today, if enough of us start helping and getting away from that toxic boss culture and working towards leadership and helping each other, that change will eventually come. And then I don't have to worry about Alan spitting on me from hating UK so much.
Yeah. So yeah, and I will add to more to that is the both sides, because I lived here 23 years here in India, 23, 4 years in US. I compare both cultures.
You're missing about 10 years there.
Yeah. So leaders usually, when you think of leaders, and you can see how you can fit in this role, is leaders do not worry about their own image, or let's say they need some kind of acknowledgement from anybody. They try to help the team. That's number one. That's number one rule is everything is team. If you're working with 3-4 guys and you're doing your job, that's great, but how are you helping others? That's how I see number one, right? In long run, you may say, oh, then I would not get recognitions because I want to run fast and everybody should say he's the best. In long run, that probably will not work. In short, maybe sure, but that's not a leadership quality. Leaders also don't take credits, even their own credit. They give credits. Okay, if there's work done by 4 people and I did the most, if I'm a leader, I'll say, yeah, it's great, but these guys did the job. It doesn't mean, the good thing, here's the best part, everybody notices everything. Saying means nothing, right? And leaders also lead by examples. If if office is open and people coming late, leaders will be there before everybody else. They will lead after everybody, and their main goal should be, hey, how can I help you? How can I help you make the job better? Not saying that, oh, did you do that? So that's really the big difference, if you ask me.
Yep.
And once you start doing that, people will respect you. Respect something, it's not something you can demand. It has to come naturally. People have to like you because what you do. And best way to start with is start helping others. And that's what this community and conference is all about. So hopefully that ends our panel. Thank you, our judges. We're going to take a little short break. Yes, now your question? Yes.
Ooh.
So the very first thing is when we are talking with a customer or handle and saying, just jotting down the requirements and just telling the things that is what they want us to build, the very first thing which comes into my mind is, let's say someone asks me to integrate Elasticsearch in their e-commerce system, and then it comes to my mind, do I know Elasticsearch or I don't know. Or someone says, okay, you need to work on MongoDB, and I say, okay, I don't know MongoDB. So the very much challenge is, which is here, is knowing the technology, right? Knowing the things that the customer wants us to integrate in their system, or they want us to use to build their system. Let's say someone wants us to use Flappy or some other system like Essay. So there are so many third-party API systems that customers expect us that we know everything. But the reality is, we know the things that we have just worked on. Right? We cannot know each and everything. For example, we just build system, a software using Fabric.js, it's a JavaScript library, which extends HTML canvas element. And we were new to that. So, mistakenly, I committed that yes, we can do this, we can extend this thing, the canvas, as per your need. But luckily, within the time, we figured out the solution that yes, we can build everything using this Fabric.js, and we built the solution, we delivered it.
Yep.
It was like this.
Yeah, so we got this. So again, this is a ESL culture, because just because customer asking something and you don't know that and you're committing to that, that's where actually it starts.
That's where it starts, and then it comes to something that, okay, I have years of experience, I can learn things very quickly, I have those things, and I start working on those things myself. But what about my team? That's the question for me, which I always ask to myself. How should I new things. Because in India, Mahesh, as you know, it's really hard to push your team or to motivate them to learn something. It doesn't matter how many subscriptions, online subscriptions I buy and provide to them, how many crash courses into the agricultural companies I
Yeah.
buy,
So,
I send it to them.
yep.
But unless and until they don't want to learn, they'll never learn. It's not a matter of salary, right? It's not a matter of money. It's not about. I mean, just.
It's a mindset. So this is perfect. Hold your question because that's the next panel on growth mindset. So this is we're going to continue with this question. Yes, that's a great question. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so without going into the growth mindset,
Yeah.
on a practical level, if
Well, let me
you're
give you a little background. Alan has actually done a great job by teaching his developers, making them leaders, and this will be a good experience to you. Yeah, we would love to hear that.
So the question is this: do you expect your developers, your team, to go off and spend their own personal time learning these technologies? Okay, so you expect that they will learn them on the job. So if you expect them to deliver something and you want them to be skilled in this thing, well then as a leader, you must set aside time in your time budget for them to learn. And you must set this as a task in the same way as you would a deliverable task. And you must say, this is what you're going to learn. And your deliverable is, this is the real key. The deliverable is, you are going to teach others how to do this in 5 days' time.
Yep. Yeah.
And that works
That
every
works.
time.
That works.
Because it catches people out. And people do not like to be caught out. Because if you teach somebody, you must know that thing. If you just say, oh, blah, 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 well, then you probably don't know it. But if you have to teach it, you must know it inside out.
So we have, thank you. Awesome. Great question. Awesome panel. There's a tea time and I don't want you guys to miss your tea break. It's only 15-20 minutes. So anybody wants to go grab a tea, please go. But we will continue this panel. So we'll continue this panel because it's growth mindset, and that's where we go into leadership, into these exactly questions, teams, and so on and so forth. So please grab a tea. If you don't want, that's fine. Stay here. We'll continue. But let's take 5-10 minutes break because we're getting tea here. So give us 5-10 minutes break, and then we'll continue this. Thank you.
Those are air conditioning units. Look like a washer.
What's that?
Air conditioning looks like a washer.
Yeah, we are here. We're going to set up for the next panel. Yeah, take a break and just. We all are learning, yes. So.
20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity.
Thank you, thank you. I'll just check quickly. Oh.
You'll learn.
Hey, Magnus, watch this one. No, you can watch front too, but she's. Yep, that's good. So both में दादी है. Yeah, it's for.
Only English.
Yes,
Only English.
yes, only English.
It's like a bus just came in.
Welcome to the growth mindset panel.
And our audience is growing.
Awesome,
Look at
awesome. Hey guys, have a seat. Come in the front.
that. That's
Someone
without
come
any
in front
Kingfisher.
here.
That's without any Kingfisher.
All right, awesome.
I thought
He'll come back. Yeah, he'll come. Yeah. All right.
this looks
You
awkward.
guys want to come here? Few of that group. It's hard to see. Are you good?
In case you didn't notice, there's an empty seat. So everyone,
Empty seats. Yep.
everyone look underneath your chair, because if you find the mystery token, you get to sit up here with us. I'm just kidding. It's actually one person that just did. I think I scared away the other photographer.
Yes. They're taking turns. All right. All right. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. You guys ready for some learn about growth mindset? How many of you know of what growth mindset is? Please raise your hands.
We still got that open seat, so if you're the first to raise your hand, or you.
Awesome. Just one or two people know about growth mindset. This is perfect. This is great. All right. So guys, sit down. Everybody sit down. If you are out, just be out. Let's close the door. Yep.
I
No,
don't know.
we'll start.
I'm not sure if he was coming back or
Yeah.
not. He said he was getting his camera.
All right. Manish, you in or out?
It's not like my mother. Close the door. Get in or get out.
All right, guys. So, welcome everybody. Welcome to this growth mindset panel. We are going to talk about growth mindset. I've been running a show on C# Corner. Has anybody watched that show? It's a weekly show on growth mindset. All right. I see a couple of people. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your support and bearing with me. There you go. So our panels, Lalit Bansal, Magnus, Dhananjay, Joe, Mahesh. So you guys, if you want to call, you want to ask specific questions to a specific panelist, you can even ask, say, Dhananjay, you can take their names.
Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because you're not going to remember.
So whatever works. But we're going to talk about growth mindset. First, I'll start with some little intros, and then I'm going to ask my personal questions to our audience. But in between, if you have any questions, just raise your hand. This is open forum. You don't need to shy about it. You can ask question anyhow you want. You want to ask in English, Hindi, Punjabi. Those are the only thing I understand.
Danish, Swedish.
Yeah, there you go. Danish,
Norwegian,
Swedish. Yes.
A little bit of French.
Yes.
American.
All right.
Don't ask in that language.
No, it's
Nobody knows American.
No one knows this. Not even
No,
Americans.
not even Americans. No.
And even you can ask in Bhojpuri, so.
That sounded a little dirty.
So, so there's going to be dance in Bhojpuri.
Oh, okay.
It's a very famous dance usually.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
You've been cut off.
I think it's working now. Yeah. So if
You're
you can
good.
dance
You're
your
good.
question,
You're
we
good.
will interpret.
Yeah. So, and I'll start with this. This is my favorite subject, growth mindset. The growth mindset concept actually was started by a doctor, psychologist in the US. She also has a book. That's what I learned a lot. And then I start spending some time about it. So she explained that there's two kinds of mindset. People have two kinds of mindset.
Thank you.
One is called fixed mindset, and second is called growth mindset. Fixed mindset, growth mindset. And there's nothing wrong with people's mind in this case. It's just there's they see categorized in two ways. In fixed mindset, most people who have fixed mindset, what they think is when they try to do something new, they'll say, I don't think I can do that. Or they try to, let's say, play a sport, they're like, yeah, that's not for me. Or they will say, yeah, I'm good at what I'm doing. So they try to avoid learning or doing new things. So that's how you can say, oh, am I fixed mindset or growth mindset? There's other kind of people, growth mindset, they're very curious. So the word curious is very important. They're always curious. Like somebody say, hey, have you played tennis? Like, no, I have not. Oh, what is it? Let me try. Have you, you know I'm talking about. There's kind of people like, yeah, tennis, yeah, not for me. Growth mindset people like tennis. Oh, let me try that. So those are two kind of people. So that's what so what are key differences? And then I'm going to go to the purpose mindset after that. So as you can see here, the fixed mindset people think that they have limited potential. Means they can only do certain things. But growth mindset people, they're always like, yeah, I'm going to try this. I think I can do that. Even though they may not be able to do that. I give you an example. Basketball players usually average height is 6'4", 6'5". So I go from here, I was like, whoa, basketball, I can play that. So I start playing basketball.
In Little League.
So I didn't do anything in basketball. But then I have a son, he's 6'5". Now he's playing in the university. He just got selected in the university to play basketball. So I'll give you the benefit and the results of growth mindset. They're amazing. Our mind is very powerful. Second, look at the third point here is that, as you said, I just explained them that growth mindset people think they can achieve anything if they work hard, if given the chance. And I'm not saying they will, but that's how they think. This is really the key difference between fixed mindset and growth mindset. And you can always convert. They're not hardwired. Means if you have a fixed mindset, you can be a growth mindset. If you are a growth mindset, you can be a fixed mindset. They can change back and forth depending on your habits and so many other things. But if you look at any successful people, at least majority of them, you do research, their hobbies, habits, they are mostly growth mindset. Is that clear to everybody? Anybody has a question? Awesome. Then I created one more mindset. This is not from doctor. This is my concept. It's called purpose mindset. There's third kind of people, and they're very rare. They're very limitation. There are number of people. Purpose mindset is they're always focused on a purpose. They are driven by a purpose. They do not care about anything else. They don't care about how much money they have. They don't care about what kind of benefit they are having from certain things. And their mindset is just called purpose mindset. And this is actually my concept. So you will sometimes people like, why this guy doing that? He's poor. He shouldn't, what's his purpose behind it? But they're only thinking about purpose. So you look at any leaders, big leaders like Gandhi, Mother Teresa, all those, they were more like a purpose mindset. That means they have spent their whole lives behind one purpose. So hopefully that clears some you guys. Is everybody clear on the difference? Awesome. Oh. So how do you build a growth mindset? So, if you don't have a growth mindset, oh, by the way, this is my daughter. It's not from Google. It's a real picture from my camera. She's 4. She's always trying new things. Kids, girls don't really try. She saw me one time fixing the kitchen. She's like, oh, I want to fix all the. So she takes this and even the doors don't need fixing. She's fixing everything. She touches that like, oh, it's done, Dad.
But now they need to be fixed.
Huh?
I said now they need to be fixed.
So now, yes. So little thing, if you want to say, okay, let me see if I have a growth mindset or not, who has a growth mindset, this is a few questions you can ask. They try new things and keep trying, and that becomes a habit. They're not afraid of failure. I'm sure you heard this many times that successful people are not afraid of failure. And I can talk like whole day on that, just on that one topic.
I mean, you are right now.
Yeah. I'm going to give you a chance. Just where's the tea? Bring more tea and coffee.
In other words, shut up, Joe. Let him talk.
Again, comfort zone. We all know about comfort zone. Like, I don't want to go. So success lives outside of your comfort zone. If you want to become successful, you want to achieve more than what you are right now, you have to get out of your comfort zone. Make yourself uncomfortable. That's the only way you will grow.
Be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
There is the right. I don't know that much English, but that's the right sentence.
That's what we say at our business.
So obviously set goals and deadlines, find motivation, inspiration, get out there, network, which you guys are already doing. So you are already almost in the growth mindset just because you're here. Not everybody is doing that. Only 10% of the people who leave their home go out, meet some new people. Very small number. You see the difference? And those 10% people are the one they become somebody else, something else. And never stop learning. Doesn't matter what age it is. Look at us. We are still learning. We all go learn new things. So with that said, I'm kind of going to shut up. Oh, crap. See, I'm not even learning. So these are a few topics we are going to cover, guys, today, our panel. And then you guys can ask, girls can ask. When I say you guys, means everybody. I didn't mean girls and guys. So you can ask any questions.
Well, yeah, but that's discriminating against aliens.
Yes.
What if there's an alien in the room? You can't just say you people.
Yes.
Just say y'all.
Y'all.
The Texas way of getting it.
All right.
Y'all.
Y'all. Okay, so yeah, my panelists, I think one thing, you know, when we think of
That's not the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Somebody's here. My mom is here. So Joe,
I'll be here all week, by the way.
and I'm sure this question is for all of us, and let's try not take too much time on one because we have to cover a lot of topics. But a lot of people don't spend time thinking about their time, how they're spending their time. They spend thinking about how they're spending their money, their other resources, but people don't think about spending their time. In my way, if you ask me, I always value time more than anything else. What is your, if you have to give one advice and thought on time management, what would you advise to our audience today? And how do you manage your time? And that this question for everybody, if take like 1 minute each, because this is one of the most important advice I would like you to give our audience.
Speaking of time management,
Yes.
geez. So with me, I think the easiest thing to do, I look at my time throughout the day. I have a executive assistant that manages my day-to-day for the office, but I look at my time before and after. So I technically have like 3 different calendars: the family calendar, my calendar, and the work calendar. So I use all 3 of those, but then I actually use another app that helps me with remembering things, because you get emails, you get phone calls, you get IMs, you get tweets. So I actually use an app. Some people use Post-it notes and write them down. Problem is Post-it notes don't travel. So I use an app actually called Todoist to help me remember what I need to do. And then I kind of set aside time every morning. If my first meeting is at 9 in the morning, I start my day at 8:30, figuring out what I'm going to do for the rest of the day. And then when my last meeting is done, I look for what I'm doing in the evening and then the following day, because calendars change. So every day, once in the morning, once at night, check the calendar, and then make myself a list of everything I need to accomplish in those morning and afternoon sessions.
So I'm going to rephrase my question a little bit. It's around time, but a little bit different. So Dhananjay, you work with some clients, different clients. So how do you manage your time dealing with the clients, the work, and your writing and personal, doing anything like on social media and everything? Looks like you're always available.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dhananjay Kumar. So how I manage time, I have a lot of time. And the main reason behind that is I'm not married. So
you don't have a boss.
So I don't have a real boss, but I have other boss who pays me money. Yeah, it is simple. You know what is important for you. No one knows better than you what is important for you. Just understand that. Just don't want to be disciplined, want to be creative. No one has changed the world being disciplined. People who are creative and crazy change the world. And when I say don't be disciplined, does not mean that you don't respect your time. You know what is important for you that day. It cannot be generic that every day I do this. Let us say I have a very important meeting today. I have a very important, and I need to prepare for that. I may have to break my running habit on that day. Right? So you know how to manage your time. If still you are not getting time, I know a couple of divorce lawyers. You can meet them.
All right, ignore the stress that.
Yeah.
Ignore the last advice.
Yeah. So the thing is that you know what is important for you. Just focus on that, but make sure that most important thing like sleeping, you do. We take pride in saying that I'm busy. It's not pride. Since we are coming from a background where most of our father of most of us were blue collar worker, and they were never busy. So we take a pride in saying I'm busy. Being busy is always not a matter of pride. You got to go and find out why you are busy. So just find what is important for you, focus on that, and then relax. Yeah.
Not bad. I think we're done.
So, no, that's good. On the same topic, time management. So, Magnus, I know you for several years now. probably 10 years or whatever.
Probably.
But every time I ask, so you work with companies, you have jobs, I know you speak at all the conference in Europe, you go to MVP Summit and also that, and you're always available to come to this conference. And every time I talk to you, Magnus, hey, can we go jump on a call? You're like, yes, I'm always available. How do you manage your time with family and friends and work, and still you have this time for community and give back?
That's a great question. And I believe the secret is in, you know how they say that if you love your job, you won't work a day in your life. Well, if you work from home, you're going to be always working. But that said, there's truth to it, the story, as in, I always tell people when they talk about community, when I talk about my work, is that it is not just my work that I make money from. I'm fortunate enough to have that as my passion as well. My breath, my thoughts, my everything. And that helps me find more time from, I don't know, magic, because it always works, and it works for me. Together with that, it was interesting now that we were locked away at home, everyone. We felt initially that, oh, that's great. I won't have to commute to the city, won't spend times on my motorbike or whatever it is, going to and from. So that means I have lots more time. Well, it turns out that was wrong. Instead, we were working all the time, because now we were always available at home to work, right? And that was a pain initially. But in that, I found that I was, in fact, sitting still for too much time. I wasn't doing anything. I had one of these little rings that can measure my activity. It's called an Aura ring in this case. And it showed that, hey, Magnus, you have been inactive for 9 hours and 45 minutes. Working. So I made a commitment to my health, to include my health in my life. And that is a way to actually take some time to invest in yourself, to include your physical person in your life as well. And when you feel better, healthier, stronger, that actually gives you, strangely, more time, because now you can feel more active and more alert and more ready. Sometimes I would go up, we were fortunate in my country not to close all the gyms, so I could go into the gym at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now that sounds scary, but it's brilliant, because then my training is done and I can work for the rest of the day, and I feel refreshed and I'm empowered. So to answer your question, make sure you prioritize some time for yourself. Make sure you like what you do. If you don't like what you do, move along. Don't be afraid to do it. Go get it. Go get a good job if you hate your job. That's all of a sudden you'll feel empowered, feel you're doing something happy, something positive that fulfills you, and then give a little time for your own physical body as well. And that will, all of a sudden you feel that you always have time, because you're always doing this.
Yep, awesome. So next question is for Lalit. It's similar, but Lalit, you have family, you have young kids, I know, and I have one daughter, and I know how hectic it could be. And you're traveling around the world and dealing with clients and all that. What's your secret of always finding that time and managing your time?
Earlier when our offices were working, and we were easily able to manage, because we were sitting in close with our team, within our team, and it was easy, because we have a lot of people who were managing the things. It was that we were to just jump on for few things that we have to. But suddenly with this COVID, the whole scenario got changed. And, dealing this with 6 months, it was full of stress. Full of stress, because we have to ultimately interact with our employees one-to-one for multiple things, and further, not even employees, then we have clients. Even since I joined blockchain industry in 2017, I've been involved with multiple projects for advisory roles, and have been guiding them for multiple things. I had to spend time there also. So those 6 months were very tedious for me. But after that, I've suddenly found out that what I am doing, nothing. Even sitting at home within my family, but I'm not giving even a single minute. So then we thought about it and then changed my schedule and made a habit that after 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. I'm not going to do anything. But I'm scaling up my all the activities within a time span and doing the same job. But still, by managing my time over there, I'm able to help my clients, and definitely because of this, I was able to again rejoice moving outwards to the other countries to attend these events and all. And this is why these, even when we were discussing about this event, also we started that how we could do it. We put more people who were managing time for us, but it's that first you have to think that how you are going to spend your own time. You have to figure out a time for your family, because if you give a time to your family, then only you get a support and you have a less mental stress. And if
Yep.
you have less mental stress, definitely you are going to have a winning situation.
Yep. So well said, well said. So Joe said use task, and he has an assistant, so that's different. But schedule, use the tools. Dhananjay said make sure.
Divorce. Don't give my wife ideas, please.
Dhananjay said, you gotta make sure prioritize your task, and then Magnus said, try to do something that you love, you're passionate about, and obviously Lalit says, try to set some blocks like, okay, this is my work time, this from this time to this time, and after that I'm shut off, this is my family time. So time is all about management. The funny thing is that, and the truth is, everybody has 24 hours. It's all about how do you manage your time. It's not about who has less and more. People who don't manage their time, they're always saying, oh, I'm busy, I'm busy, I'm busy. I was driving a taxi in New York, and the driver is driving me everywhere. He's taking wrong turns and all that. I'm like, hey, well, can I talk to you for a second? Like, no, I'm busy. Like, then he's driving. Can I talk to you for a second? No, I'm busy. Right? So the interesting part is, if you see all the successful people like Elon Musk and Bill Gates and whoever you see, they always have time. Okay, they always have time. You will see Elon Musk on Twitter doing a lot of things. You're like, how does he have time? And he says he sleeps 8 hours, 9 hours. It's not like they are not sleeping. What they do is they just know how to manage the time. How many of you, let me ask you this, raise your hands if you do. How many of you review weekly or monthly, how are you spending your money? Just in your head or on paper, just raise your hands. Like, oh, this month I spent this much money. It's okay, raise your hands. Great. How many of you spend here time weekly or monthly thinking, oh, let me calculate where did I spend my time this week? Okay, all right, awesome. So that's one way to do, is that think of time more valuable than money, because money can be made in that time, but once time is done, you cannot get it back, right? So once you start doing if my view is in that is, you gotta start analyzing every week, look at it. Where did I spend my time? And is this really necessary? Once you start doing that, you'll have so much time in your life, you don't know what to do. Perfect example. People are calling, I was talking to Lana, my wife, and she orders this food at home, everything's coming delivery and all that. Like, hey, what's going on? Why are we delivering? Like, I don't have time. Like, why? What's going on? Well, I don't have time. So why? Because we have to go to Facebook, we have to go to Instagram, we have to go to, so we don't have time because we have to spend time on Facebook, which is like really waste.
Hopefully she's not watching this, or DJ is going to be getting a call.
By the way, that was just a made up story. It's not true.
Made up.
I need to talk to DJ after that.
Hi, Helen. Love you.
So, you guys, anybody has questions? Let's start with the questions.
Yeah, come on.
Anybody, you have any questions? It could be about anything, growth mindset, your job, your work, leadership, time management,
Good divorce lawyers.
boss, career advice, anything. So we can open this up. If not, then we'll continue talking. Yes. Awesome.
Any advice you would like to give us based on your experiences to a fresher who is just gonna join, like start her life in corporate world? So like anything to perform better or to keep going on that track. So like I'm a person who loves to learn things. So I have explored different technologies. So while working on a particular project at a job, still exploring and just finding myself. So like I haven't even decided what field to do masters in. So it's like, what advice would you give me for starting my corporate life?
Who you want to ask? Pick one.
Any, like it would be great if one advice from each one of you.
That'll be too much. That'll be
Too much.
we don't have that much. All right. Dhananjay, you pick.
Can you summarize the question? What's
She wants to know how she can.
All right, Joe can
find
answer
herself.
this because Joe knows already. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I know already. I think you're on the right track, trying to explore to see what you like, what you don't like. Like Magnus was saying, find something you're passionate about. Technology is something I think or at least three of us are passionate about. These two are passionate about their family, which is great. So am I. But find something you're passionate about, explore, learn, try new things, have that growth mindset, and that will help you to find those things. I think one of the problems we have in our society right now is that we force people 16, 17, 18 years of
You
age,
need to ask people questions. Go ahead, please.
that we ask people 16, 17, 18 years of age to make a decision that's going to set the rest of their life. My son went to school for 5 years, and what he thought he was going to be passionate about, after he was done with school, he got his first job doing what he was doing, and he hated it because he thought he wanted something at 18. So what you're doing by exploring and trying out new things is great. And that's what a lot of employers look for, people that are looking to push that boundary forward and not just think in a box, but think outside the box. So kudos to you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great. Yeah, just one more second. So I want to cover that less is more, right? There's a line here that says less is more. Now, if you spend less time on those social media stuff, whatever called apps, you're going to have a lot more time.
Don't be such an uncle. Like,
Social media is the devil.
Yeah. Leave that now. It's done. We talked about social media.
So we have more. Next question.
More questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes.
I have my mic. All right. So, okay. My name is Atul Rungta. I run a software company here in India. Right. So I totally agree about the time management and the growth mindset, because time management is something which is really crucial to bring the best in you.
Let's get to question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can,
and, yeah. And spending time with family and friends is really good. So my question is, because I manage my time, I know that how I manage my time. I use some apps and I have some fixed things. I am working with different time zones throughout the world. We're working with many consultants and customers. So what I face a problem, which is very common for me. Like I want my wife to manage time, to learn from me, that she, for example, what I'm doing, she should also learn. I want my employees to learn from me as well, that okay, I'm managing my time, I'm bringing out the best in me, you guys should also learn. How do I, so my question is all about being a good leader. How do I do that? I never tell them, okay, you should learn from me. I never do that. I'm just doing my job, I'm just doing my work. How should I make people to learn about time management? That this is really crucial, just not for my growth, but for their growth as well.
Yeah.
All right. So
it's a-
you're asking
Magnus.
you're asking how to be a good leader.
How
And how
to
to motivate and encourage
motivate
your
people
employees.
about the time management.
Yeah.
How to motivate what?
I think let me repeat. How do I motivate and encourage my wife and
Yes,
my
everyone around
and
me.
my team
That's true.
that hey, learn these new things because they're good for you.
Learn what?
New technologies.
Magnus, well, there is a thing why I'm asking for time management for my employees. Yes, yes, sorry.
Can you phrase the question kind of pointy,
Yes.
like you're
So
asking?
what happens is when we want to learn new things, we always need to get time, right? We need to spare some time for us to learn new things, and that's where the time management comes. So the problem I'm facing, or many times I'm facing with my employees, is whenever I ask them to learn something new, and I usually give them a time. Okay, you can spare 2 hours a day from your 8 hours job work day to learn new things, or if you need 3 hours, it's fine. Go ahead and ask me. But even though they do not spare their time on that, instead they spend their time in cafeteria or chatting with someone.
I got an answer
Yeah.
to that. As a leader, you will then need to be that role model who is always learning and always asking questions and is not afraid to do it. I literally had once a manager above me, so kind of almost why I'm actually now working for myself in my own company.
Wow.
But I had a leader who wasn't giving me that, who wasn't giving his teams that, because he even came to me once. I asked publicly in actually in an email thread. I asked, okay, I don't know how to do this thing. Can you explain to me a little bit more? He comes to me on the side and scolds me for asking questions. Don't ask questions. You look like a weak leader. And I was like, that's absolutely bonkers, right? That's exactly the opposite of what you should be doing. You should encourage people
totally
to ask
agree.
questions. You should encourage people to admit that they don't know something, because there's no shame in not knowing something. You can never know everything, and you shouldn't go around pretending that you do, because that's crap. We all know it's wrong. It doesn't show you as weak. It shows you as strong. If you ask questions and you're humble into the fact that there's no way you will know all the things. And as a leader, what you will do to encourage growth mindset in your organization, encourage learning, is to allow them to ask questions, encourage them to ask questions, and also don't be a douche, right? Be
Yes.
nice. Because probably, if you're a higher standing, you can always talk down to someone below. That's
agree.
easy to do. You
Yes.
can always treat them bad. There's a golden rule that I have followed in my life.
Yes.
Most people see me as a positive person, as a happy, positive, glad person. And one key to that is that I give praise in public, lots of it. Whenever I can find a reason to give praise, I do it in public, in front of everyone. So you're very brave for asking this question. Beautiful, right?
Thank you so much, Magnus.
Right?
Thank you so much, everyone.
But you give critique only in private, right? That's going to encourage people to, know that they will get, not be shamed in front of everyone for asking questions, for doing it wrong, for getting it wrong, right? They will get feedback on the side.
Yes.
So be a leader, right? Make
I
sense?
totally believe that if I am scalding someone in front of everyone,
All right.
I should
Yeah.
say sorry in front
Yeah.
of everyone.
So
I
thank
think
you.
you're doing
Thank you
right
for-
thing, yeah.
Thank you for asking the questions.
Vivek,
Thank you
could
so
we
much.
do a favor?
Thank you so much.
Could we move the mic around? Oh, Simon's there. Can you move the mic around? Thank you.
Yeah, hello. So my question was like keeping in theme with the growth mindset, like along with personal growth, I believe giving back to the community is also an important aspect. So like how can I contribute to the community? Like how can I suppose speak at one of these conferences?
Okay, awesome, great question. So that first of all, you just being here is a good start. That means you are already supporting. So second thing again you do is meet the team, ask the question which you just did. If you're thinking about C# Corner conference and community, you can go to the website, become a member, and join one of your local chapters, which is Gurgaon or Noida. And there's sometimes events are happening. I think there's going to be monthly events, and try to meet people. And sometimes hard going from wherever you live to Noida could be 1 hour. So maybe, and there's something like virtual events are also happening. So Simon is another person, he can help you guide in that direction, sitting right here. So he'll help you either virtual or in person. That's how you can get involved. Because you are there, you meet the speakers, say like, how did you start your speaking first time? Ask them questions. And what I would do is, and you can jump on that too if you want, is when you are meeting some speaker, get their contacts. Either connect on LinkedIn, send them a thank you message after that, and out of sudden, they'll like you, and then you can ask them any questions. You want to share more on that?
It's not just about speaking too. I mean, there's lots of other ways to give back to the community. It could be answering a question on Twitter, or it could be writing a blog post. A lot of what I speak about is based on my life experience. I had a problem with X. I figured out how to solve it. And I figured if I had a problem, other people probably have a problem. So I write about it. So you can write about it on your own personal blog or C# Corner. There's lots of ways to get involved. Like Mahesh said, you already started by getting out there, have the conversations, use the tea time and lunchtime to talk with other people. Start putting your name out there, have those conversations. There's lots of ways. You're already halfway there just by standing up.
Right.
Yep.
Good question. Thank you for the answer.
Next question. Anybody else has a question?
Next question.
Yes.
Ooh, he's asking a question and his boss is not even here. We'll have to tell Alan that you asked the question.
Hi. So you guys just talked about like how do you like manage your time. So are there any apps that you use to manage time, or you just like
Great question.
take pen and paper and just jot?
Great question. Awesome.
No, it's a good question.
What app? Let's go through quickly. What app do you use to manage your time?
It's basically I use Microsoft Teams because
Yep.
it manages all my calendar, and every discussion and every meeting is scheduled over there.
Okay,
and it
that's-
helps
That's
to
good.
manage.
That's good. Just the tools. Just the tools.
All right, just the
quickly.
tools. So I actually use checkbox list system OneNote because I can also share them across. That's very, very simple tool. But I want to point out that having a to-do list is not about remembering things. It's about to be allowed to forget them. Because otherwise you walk around with a mental list, trying to remember that mental list, using a bit of your processing power in the background, trying to remember, oh, I have to remember to buy milk. I have to remember, and then you're doing 12 other things. You go to the store, but you forget to buy milk. So really, that's making a list is about allowing your mind some peace to forget the thing that you don't want to remember.
For work, I use Microsoft Teams because all my calendar and everything is synced there, all the meeting and all which are there. For my personal time, I really don't use any app. As I said in my first answer, I know what is important for me. And if anything is, a mother will not use an app to memorize when she has to feed to her kids, right? So something which is important for me, I don't need, like in my personal space, I don't need any app for that. But for work, I use MS Team very heavily.
Double talk.
Yeah, I think, I agree. That's great. That's so usually people use, I look Outlook calendar, to-do list is there, and also Teams. So that's, depends on which client is using what. So you have to kind of figure out to manage that.
And it also depends on what your inbox situation is in your email. But a very effective way is to just send yourself a quick email with just a subject line, or something that you need to, you need to do right away when you get to office. That's also useful.
Okay, keep going, guys. If you have more questions, let's just keep going.
Next question.
Yep, right there.
Hi. So
Hi.
I have a question for most of the students here. We are in a phase of life where we are distracted many times, but we also grind for a better future and better career options. So do you have any advice to balance the, desperate pleasures we look for in life, like going for movies, etc., or enjoying with the friends, looking at them?
Maybe keep the phone a little closer, would you say?
She's asking, how do we balance life between partying and learning?
Do you read minds?
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
That's a good one. Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wish
so-
I could read mine sometimes.
I'll answer this question.
'Cause he
Party
parties
as much
all the
as
time.
possible.
All right.
You don't have to balance it. Once your mind is free from all this desire, then only you can do learning. It's as simple as that. When you stop, if you don't want to party, don't party. If you want to party and you are learning, your mind will not work. Mind doesn't work that way. And I know in this age, party is important. This is age to make memory, not to have like 5% extra marks. I don't remember what was my marks in engineering. No one remembers here. But yeah, but do not avoid that.
We do.
It's only the people that didn't do well. I don't remember.
No,
Right?
that's a
So
good.
party, and you don't have to balance. You have enough time, right? I know you don't go movies every day, right? So you can go on movie on Saturday and can study on Monday. Yeah.
I can add more to that, Dhananjay. So not everybody can be DJ, right? Let's just face that. So what I would do is really, again, you go evaluate where you're spending more time, and what you can think is not necessary, it's necessary, right? Obviously, we need to go party, you need to go hang out with friends, but you also need to study. So what's your end goal? You start with your end goal, what you want to be, what you want to become, right?
Purpose
And
mindset.
But yeah, that's when before even purpose, you got to fix your goals, right? What is your annual goal? What's your yearly goal? What you want to be, you want to be top in the class, or you want to become a software engineer, or you want to become a journalist, whatever it is. If that's your goal, once you figure out the goal, then always think in your mind, and what did I do today, or what am I doing right now that's taking me towards that goal? It's simple steps. You don't have to change everything. And slowly, that's one thing I would advise. Second thing I would advise is, if you want to become, let's say, leader, start hanging out with leaders. That's how you become really, you are what your 5 friends are.
Oh, crap.
Okay? You become what your 5 friends become.
I'm
Look
in
at, we are
trouble.
all sitting here like doing nothing really.
So we all 5 are boring.
So that's why I advise, start with those 2 things. Go ahead,
Okay,
Magnus.
so-
Go ahead.
Just we are what our friends are. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
We are
Scary.
you are an average of your 5 best friends.
So he's asking, are we friends?
So hopefully, go ahead. You're.
I think we're good.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. You
Yeah,
go ahead.
good question.
Thank
like
you.
Simple questions. Yeah, Stephen. Yeah.
All right. Let's see if my mind reading works, if I can answer your question. What the hell are these 5 guys doing up there? They don't know what they're talking about. Was that your question? Ah,
That's
damn
not my
it.
question.
I failed.
But you can answer that if you want that.
Can you be a little louder? Be a little louder.
Yeah, sure. So I was asking that, as you said, that if we have a goal and we want to achieve it, we need to do hard work for that, and we just go and get it, right? So how important is it to be our goal a realistic one? Because I can goal anything what I want to afford the annual thing, but what if it is not realistic and I'm not getting it and I'm getting demotivated by it? So there would be one time will come that I wouldn't want to achieve anything because every time I'm losing it. So what would motivate me to do that particular thing again and again and again by after failing it?
Yep.
So that particular thing I
got
want to
that
ask.
one. I got that one. So I get that question a lot at work, especially from some of my younger team members. And what I say is, no one ever has one goal. You should have 2 goals. One is the realistic goal, and the second is my preferred one, your stretch goal. So let's just use DJ for running. I'm not in the best shape of my life. I probably couldn't run 5 or 6 miles that he can in there. But maybe I'll set a goal to be able to run by the end of the month 1 mile, but my stretch goal is 1.5 miles. This way, I don't get upset by not making the 1.5 miles because I have at least a more obtainable goal. But you should always try to push yourself that little bit more by having that stretch goal so that you can achieve that. So you're not getting upset with yourself or belittled because you couldn't make that goal.
I like that, Joe. Can I build on that?
Yeah,
Just a
go ahead.
second. This is a
Yeah.
good one. I like what he's saying, because you should not have just one goal. Is it okay to, dream that I'm becoming the president of India or whatever, right? Is it okay? Sure, it is okay for you to dream that. It's a pretty big goal, right? So then you might need to have some steps on the way. So one thing is you should backtrack the thing. There is a technique that you break it down into something like 10 steps. and then you start backwards, right? Before I become the president of India, what's the ninth thing I do? That's number 10. What's the number 9, 8, 7? Go backwards and try to envision a path, and then finally you arrive at, okay, step number 1, right? So if I want to become the president of India, I should do the following first. At least then you'll have steps on the way. And if you find out later in life that maybe this is not what I want anymore, you have still progressed. You have still had a couple of steps going forward, but just having a stretch goal in the future, which is large, maybe sometimes doesn't give you any way to go.
We'll take one more question after this,
Mahesh,
and then we'll.
Can I add on to him?
You go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. So,
Please.
like you mentioned, right, with your failures, you are getting demotivated. Right? But I think that if you are failing and you are retrying, it's that you have crossed your one more success point. Right? If I talk about me, my goal was always to be into this IT sector. But if I say I'm an electrical engineer, right? Still, I helped multiple companies, government companies, to build this thermal power plants, this Delhi metro station, if you know about, from this Kalkaji to Vasant Vihar, these 10 underground metro stations. I supported Larsen and Toubro Limited as a consultant to get those LV and MV, right? But still, I wanted to be, put my steps into this IT sector, and I'm here. I haven't lost my hope. I worked for 13 years. I did my job for 13 years, but still, I'm an entrepreneur. But if I got demotivated, I won't be sitting here. So failure is a success. Take it as a success.
If you learn from it.
If you learn from it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I can add a little bit more, is that when you fail in something, having right friends, family, or supporters with you helps. We all fail. I don't know about
we all fail.
Everybody, but I'll tell you, I have failed probably more than anybody else. But having right people with you, and like, it's okay, not, somebody's supporter, and that start with friends. That will help.
Classic. You win some, you learn some. There's
Yeah.
actually truth to the saying, right?
Yeah.
That's how you
And
look
if you
at
don't
it, right?
reach that, we reach somewhere. That's
Now, who wants to be the pressure of the last question?
Okay,
of the
last
night?
question.
Yeah, last question. Failure is your best teacher, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nope. Dun, 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 dun. Best question ever. Just ask
All right.
it. I'll repeat it.
Battery there, you can come here.
Just ask.
Yeah, you can come here, Sujo.
Just ask the question.
You can
we'll
come here
listen.
and just ask here. Come, walk.
Speak up.
Now just shift to the side so the camera doesn't get your head.
The purpose mindset that you mentioned, isn't that
A little louder.
The purpose mindset that you mentioned, isn't that a better and more disciplined mindset? Because then all you see is the goal in front of you, and that means dodging every party, taking as much stress as you can. But what is better in terms of achieving the goals, growth mindset or purpose mindset? When in purpose mindset, all you have is the one goal in mind.
Yes, that's a great question. And I think I'm screwed.
can-
I'll answer
DJ's
too.
got
Go ahead, you first, and then I'll. So yeah, so purpose mindset is actually, it's none of those
He
mindset
literally
is.
dropped the mic and walked away. Look at that.
We need to think. We need to think. Let me go back. That there's no one purpose versus fixed versus growth mindset. It's not about good and bad, right? Fixed mind that doesn't mean it's bad. Growth mind doesn't mean it's good. And same thing with purpose. If you ask about purpose mindset, it's usually somebody who doesn't want to build like real companies, have families, because their purpose is bigger than that. So if you look at Mother Teresa left her life for a purpose because that's what she wanted to do. But in most cases, you don't want to go there yet. It's like, that's when you figure it out later in life, like what you want to do. and then you dedicate your life. So go ahead.
So I just wish to add, you need to identify that growth. So let us say I'm a manager and I want to be senior manager. So here I need growth mindset. But let's say that I want to make sure that 100 of poor children study somehow. So that would become my purpose, not my growth. You understand? So growth mindset is good for professional, and it brings you happiness, money, and everything. So let's say right now you are living in a 2 BHK apartment. You want a 3 BHK apartment. That's growth mindset. You are working for that. But you want to build house for 5 poor people instead of making your house from 2 BHK to 3 BHK. That's purpose. And these two mindsets are different, entirely different. And second part of your question, growth needs discipline. Purpose does not need discipline.
Right.
This growth, like purpose, you are getting what we are saying, right? Yeah. Or you search that question on internet and just ask.
Yeah, no. Purpose is a passion, right?
Yeah,
So you
purpose
don't
is
need-
your passion,
yeah,
right?
purpose is your passion, right?
So,
and then
so for example, let's take example. So I suggest to everyone to read a book called The Originals. Everyone have heard about Mona Lisa painting, right? But do we know that probably Leonardo da Vinci has painted like 100 of paintings, right? One of that is only popular. So his purpose was to paint. His growth was not to paint. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yes.
One more thing I want to clarify here. It's a great question that one same person can have growth mindset in one area, fixed mindset in other area, and purpose mindset in other area.
Yes.
It's not just, oh, I'm fixed mindset. So I may be fixed mindset in sports, but I may not be fixed mindset in technology. So you have to think this way. So remember, that means, so point is that I want to learn technology a lot more because that's my growth mindset in tech and interest. But in sports, anybody talk to me, like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
And don't feel bad if you feel that, oh, I don't know that I have a purpose.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm not as you
Yes.
know, nice and good to the world if I don't have a purpose. That's not necessarily true. Literally before this session, a person here in the audience came to me and said that I was a role model to him. Just be nice and grow, and growth is contagious around you. Other people will grow near you if you grow. And that will bring everything up. You don't have to feel like you have to be like Gandhi and, you know, sacrifice your life and walk around with bare feet and feed the poor. That's not necessarily the case. Growing can also be completely life-fulfilling and life-changing for the people who are near you, right? Don't feel bad because you're doing a good job.
Yeah, I think purpose mindset is not for average human being.
That's probably
what
true.
the fact is.
That's
Yes.
probably true.
By the purpose mindset, I am meant to say that the purpose does not mean to be like Gandhiji or Mother Teresa. It has to be like the purpose of being like the best or earning more money, that kind of purpose.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah.
By that I meant like growth mindset includes like partying and everything in a moderation. But in the purpose mindset, I meant that you just dodge everything and there is a strict purpose to your goal, like a higher discipline. Isn't that better for more growth in money and life?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Yeah, that's not true. It depends, right? You have your goals in life, and if you're trying to build a family, start your own business, then you got to put purpose is different, right? You got to focus on that. So yeah, I need to search more on these. This is a good topic, and I don't even know the answer.
Very good question. Give a round of applause for that young guy. Yeah, very good.
Yes. All right. With that, yes. So what I can do is we can take a break, and not even break. We'll invite one more panelist here, Shell, because then we'll continue the next topic.
Good evening,
Yes,
sir. Good
go
evening,
ahead.
all of you. Sir, I am Ashish Bhatnagar and working as a department head MCA at Inventec institutions. So my question is, basically there are two categories of students, especially. One, students who have a very strong learner. They have know about the knowledge, about the technology, about the awareness of softwares. But the other stuff is just as a weak learner. So, but they have the passionate. They have the passionate about how they have to get the perfection in the technology. So, but they are enabled to enhance their skills, their knowledge. So my question is, how such type of stuff, a weak learner stuff, has become a great learner, or has become a fast learner, especially in the field of IT technology? That's my question. Thank you.
So, yeah, I'll continue and then you can answer. So yeah, we are all different, right? People in general, they're all different. Thank you, Simon. People all general in the, what I was thinking of the same one day, and then what I start comparing, me and Shal, we were talking, and then you think of this jungle, right? In jungle, there's a different kind of animals, right? They have different strength and different weaknesses. If there's an elephant, it's going to walk slow, but guess what? Nobody can push him down. If there is there is a tiger, they're fast, and so on and so forth. So we have to know our strengths and weaknesses. And then that's what only I will say, then let everybody speak. Based on that, we need to figure out, okay, if this is my strength, maybe that's what I want to use more. This is my weakness, let me skip that. Or you want to improve that, then you can also do that. But please continue. I just want to bring that because we always talk about this.
What was the question?
Question was,
So basically, there are two categories of students in a class. One category which is more technical in their skills, like the different technologies based on the IT industries. Other stuff is not such like as talented. Other stuff has a weak learner, we can say. But they want to learn the skills. But they have the you can say a normal mindset. They have not any perfect mindset. But how such type of stuff has become a good learner, has to become a fast learner as the other ones. That's my
Okay,
question.
great. I don't have a microphone,
Right there.
so I'm going to use yours. Hello. What I like to say is, no. Good point. So I don't know if this is a great answer, but I know the characteristics of a curious person, right? If you're not curious, it's hard to teach curiosity. Either you have it or you don't. It's just the way it is, right? So curiosity means, like when we are out in the booth, right, for Sharp Platform, as an example, okay, something is not working. All right, shit, go and fix it, right? And why is it not working, right? We can't say, let's call the hotel staff and maybe they'll fix it on Monday, right? So being curious, what is crypto? What is Web3? I don't know everything, but I'm very curious, right? For example, front end, right? David was talking about front end and cloud and software development. I want to learn enough that I can have a conversation, right? If I ignore it, then I'm not a good product manager, right? Because I want to understand a little bit of everything. So I think you have to be curious and then a problem solver.
and I think to add to that, his question is, if somebody is not curious, can you make them curious?
No. Well, I don't think
They
so.
just work hard. So yeah, there are people like me and DJ. I don't know about the, but I think we are kind of similar. They just work hard. So hard work can always let you take you there where you want to be if you're not intelligent or curious.
And the last comment, I just played a video earlier, Elon Musk, they asked him, how do you pick your people for all your businesses? And he said, I asked him one question, and that is, tell me the story of your life. Tell me the problems you've had, how you solved them, and how you can imagine solving some problems in my business. And then he said, I only want to hire the people that actually did it. I don't want the suits that are doing PowerPoints and claim they done the work. He goes, I only hire the workers that have been involved.
Yes. Great answer.
Great answer. We are missing you.
Yeah, so we are now, thank you panelists for everything for this growth mindset show. Now we are on the next panel, which is branding and storytelling.
Branding and storytelling.
And I think Magnus is going to lead that panel. We'll continue all here.
Yeah.
Anybody else wants to jump in
Is
for
that like the
branding and
boss chair up
storytelling?
there? It's the boss chair?
No, I'm.
You just leveled up.
I leveled up.
Hey, you're gonna get a different mic. Ooh, you don't need to hold it.
Before I came here, I imagined that I would grow into a panelist leader. So here we go. Oh, I'm now in the boss chair. Does that mean like I have my own gold-plated microphone? And yes, absolutely. All right.
Branding.
Right.
This is growth mindset.
Personal branding and storytelling.
Yeah. So, people.
Should be a green light when you turn it on. Oh, that's it. Last call.
That's it. That's it. We're done.
No, that's not me.
Personal.
That really did in the room.
Personal branding and storytelling actually have a lot in common. It means that you are willing to tell the story in personal branding about yourself, but you need to do it in a nice way, in a good way, not in a I don't think I'm all that kind of a way. And you also should remember to be thankful and humble, even when your brand becomes big and strong, I would say. And storytelling is just amazing as a skill. I love storytelling. There are some clear, specific things that you can learn from storytelling, from learning storytelling to become a stronger person at telling stories. Look, he's fixing the slides like
literally
right
as you say a word, it comes up on the
he's
screen.
telling the story. It's like a little teleprompter, right? He's typing what I say.
Oh, it's gift
There
wrap
you
for
go.
too.
It's gift wrap. So we should probably. I don't have any slides or anything, right, for this, but we can tell stories, and I can give you some actual pointers about things that you need to be able to do, things that you can start training, because a lot of people are not necessarily strong in their telling abilities, and also their stage presence, being able to do things on a stage, for example, not being afraid to stand out in front of everyone. Now, I don't know about you, but a while ago, some time ago, I could get nervous before doing a session. But today, for example, here at the keynote, I got up on the keynote stage and I wasn't scared at all to get up in front of everyone and just stand on the stage, look out. I didn't feel anything. I wasn't scared. I wasn't nervous. And there's something that I want you to try when you are doing your next presentation sometime. And that is to take the stage. And what I mean by that is, for example, when you're about to begin to speak. Let's say that people are talking, like some are doing back here now, which is fine. And let's say that people are talking and you're about to take the stage and go out there and talk. I challenge you to do this.
Is that fart into a microphone?
This is this is me being silent.
Oh, those are the worst ones.
I know. This is me being silent on stage. Being comfortable being silent is one of the most challenging storytelling techniques there is. So a lot of people go, yeah, so I'm going to tell you a story about, once upon a time, I was doing a little bit, and then I was, did you hear that? Right? Don't do ami. Learn how to be silent on stage, and you have taken so many steps. A lot of people never learn this, and that's a sign of nervousness. So being able to stand there and just basically strike a power pose. Here I am. I can be silent in front of you all, right? That demands attention, right? If people keep talking while you are silent, then of course they don't respect what you're there for. But it's a very interesting technique to master. And if you stand there and are silent, and some people start shutting down and being quiet, and then you see someone else nudging, like it's getting embarrassing for some people that there are people still talking in the audience while the rest are just being silent, right? So you can just make a room go completely silent without saying a thing. That's an interesting thing to learn. It's one of the biggest things to learn in storytelling is to command silence, right? Just by your presence. Challenging to do. Should I drop the mic to you or you? You want to pop in and just say a few words about storytelling in general?
Yeah,
Oh, you have
I got it.
Apparently we're standing up and talking.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. I'd like to give an example. Okay. So let's say that we worked with a hospital. Okay. And we worked on a platform that helps patients and kids improve and monitor their asthma specifically. All right. So that's the customer. The outcome, so I would say focus on the outcome, because if you're someone that asks me, and I'm the typical software developer, and you ask me, hey, Shell, what did you do? What are you doing for the hospital? I can easily say, well, we're building code in C# and Python and Blazor, and we're working on sprint teams. It is correct. Or you can ask a storyteller, hey, Shell, what are you doing for the hospital? We save lives. What do you mean? How do you save lives? We are actually co-creating this solution with parents and doctors so they can better help the kids. Can you see the difference? It's the same question, right? Just answered two different ways. So that's how, at least, focus on the outcome of what you're trying to build. If you're building a mobile app for grocery delivery, okay, you can say, remember? You can say, well, we're just building in React and, we think we're going to get a lot of customers. Or, are you building that mobile app? Yes, because we want people to be healthier.
So what Shell is doing right now is that he's setting a virtual stage for you, right? It was so effective. Did you see him do that? He was having one character over there and another character over there, and you instantly understand that when he's standing here, he's like Mr. Fluffy high-level words, and over there, he's like technical nerd. I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to mumble some things, right? You understood this completely. So he's using the stage, and he's commanding it, and he's controlling it, and he's painting a picture for you. You'll sometimes see people on a stage doing something like this. All right, so we have this server, right? This server, this old crappy server, right? And then we have all these wonderful services in the cloud, right? So a little gesture, maybe a large gesture, but painting it. So then you can later, much later in your talk, you can go, oh, remember the old servers? Everybody remembers the old servers because we painted them right there, right? Instead of standing like this. And one of my favorites, this, when you gesture like this, like your arms are attached to your body like this is called T-Rex arms, right? When you're like maybe a little bit scared to do large gestures, and also, in fact, holding your hands and arms in a circle, or even like this when you're on stage, a circle is a subconscious signal in your brain to yourself that you need safety. There's a safety in a circle. So if you show a circle on stage, you're projecting to the audience that you are nervous. Isn't that very interesting? Now, we're not necessarily only talking about speech techniques on stage here, but that's kind of where we ended up because we don't really have a structure in this. But if you're able to stand like this and say, hello, everyone, how are you doing? You're not making any circles right now, right? How about, hello, everyone, welcome to this session. Let's have fun today. Hello, everyone, welcome to this session. Today, we're going to have some fun. You notice the subtle difference? Very subtle, very, very, very cool. All right.
You got a mic.
You got a mic. Oh, yeah, I'm the only one with a hand mic.
Panel, right here. I have a question already. Right? So most of us are here software developers. Hello. Most of us are software developers, programmers, technical guys, right? We agree? Everybody? Yes? Yes? Why the hell do we need a storytelling? We just want to write code.
I think it goes back. Oh, sorry.
you
I didn't
go.
see you raise your hand. I
No.
think it goes back to what Alan was saying a lot earlier. Communication. It's a lot easier to listen to that person over there, when you're an engineer. But when you're communicating with other people that don't speak the same language, you need something that's more common, which is that gentleman over there, or since we're all standing up, the person over here. You need to be able to tell that story to them to be able to communicate in a way that everyone can understand, a common language. Yes, that person over there was saying words. Yes, I'm saying words here too. But the narrative was much different between the two. So it's important to understand the story because not everyone is going to speak the same language across the board. I feel like we all need to stand up when we talk now.
So, if I may, does that mean it will help me move up in the ladder, get a move up, like become a probably a leader, project manager? To me, I think this, if you have a better storytelling, it could even help you probably grow in your career.
That's absolutely correct. You are correct. It does mean that if you can tell a story properly, you will be able to inspire, because that's the only reason we're telling stories, and we're telling story to carry tradition and memories alive and all those things. But to tell a story in words that people understand, that convey meaning to them, and that give them value, is showing a form of leadership. And it gives people something to attach a thought process to. So people like, well, I guess all of us, right? What we do when we tell stories is to translate between technology that we all love and the language that normal people understand. Because normal people do not understand technology. They just don't do that, and they don't care, right? So in order to make them interested in what we do, we have to tell the story in a language that has value for them. And that skill is storytelling, very much so. It's not just being able to explain. You also have to build a narrative, tell a story that is interesting. What is in it for the person who is, like, say, a business person, a suit, no technical, comes to talk to you about something that is technical? Well, first of all, they're not even going to come talk to you because they know you're like, if they know you're not just going to answer them with Angular and C# and database backups, they're already tired and they're not going to listen to you at all, right? So you will want them to want to come to you. So if, in fact, storytelling is crucial to further your career and your value.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you, how many of you do demos? Sometimes, all the time, a handful? Okay, let me give you a hands-on example that I, as a product owner, think could be improved a lot by software developers. So let's just say that I'm a product owner and you guys are working on a mobile app for banking, okay? So then I ask you, hey, Sanjeev, can you do a demo? And Sanjeev will do the demo. He'll go like, click, click, click. And I'm watching on Zoom and I'm like, I have no idea what he's doing. He's going so fast because you're used to it, right? You do this every day. But I'm a product owner. I'm trying to understand, what does the demo do? Okay, so that's usually how it's done. What I suggest is focus on 3 things. Most people cannot remember more than 3 things at the same time. So if I were you, I would say, today I'm going to demo 3 features in the banking app, and it's from the view of the end customer, okay? Once you said that, oh, okay, so now we're pretending we're the customer. We're not admin. We're not the banking department. It's from a customer perspective. So I'm going to show you how to register for an account, how to apply for a loan, and how to get a credit card in your mail. I'm going to show you all of that in 3 minutes. It is much better to do things in 3 to 4 minutes than to spend 20 minutes yapping about C# and Python and Blazor. And you guys see how many languages I know? Okay, so that's my recommendation.
You mean how many languages you know the name of?
So, focus on 3 things and tell the user what lens you're looking from. End user, admin, bank. Does that make sense? That will at least elevate you. And then ask questions. If I say, hey, I like the demo, what do you suggest we do next time? I want questions. Otherwise, I'm going to a different team if you don't ask questions. Yep.
Oh, we have a great news. We have some prizes coming up, guys, so don't leave this room. It's a lot of good stuff. Ooh.
Thanks, please, all noise.
That's fun, right? It's fun. So let's ask one more thing. You know, we talk about branding.
Yes, let's
right?
talk about
branding
branding.
matters, and that's another title in this. And the reason I want to talk about this, and I asked this panel to talk about branding, is because I was a developer. I was a coder like yourself. I was very shy. If somebody tried to call me for a meeting, I was like, well, I need to go to the bathroom. Can I come back later? All right. So yeah, we all are in the same stage, right? We came from backgrounds where, you know, we were not speaking in English, and I went to US and I'm like, you know, young and all those things. So to grow in a career, branding is very important. Okay, especially if you are you want to move higher in the company, because if you are a vice president or CTO or director, there nobody cares. I shouldn't say nobody cares. It doesn't matter how skilled you are if you can tell your story to the end client. Okay, if you're going for interview, if you can tell the people you're interviewing with how good you are, it's useless, right? We agree on that, right? I'm not talking about like, hey, show me how to do a linked list, right? I'm not talking about that. But if you're applying for a bigger job, higher job, like a manager or tech lead or project manager, product owner, all those things, even software architect, because all of you guys want to become that, correct? You don't want to be coder for whole life, correct? So to do that, those 2 things are very important, as much important as you know coding. Because you can be the smartest coder in the room, but if you don't know how to explain that to non-technical people who are hiring you, it doesn't matter. Do we agree with that? So the one question I'm going to ask for this panel is, which I kind of explain a little bit, is add more to that why branding matters for technical people. Shall?
Yeah, I think you need to cut your hair, honestly. Like, that's a good start. There are so many things, because if you're an introvert, it's hard to stand out, right? So, and I know many of us are introverts, or we have been, and we've learned and adapted, but I think it's really hard if you are introvert. So you have to work on it, and you just have to study it. How do you stand out? Stand out doesn't mean you have to wear different colored clothes, but imagine you're going in the street. What catches your eye? For me, it's a colorful person, like Magnus. All right, red. Okay, well, he stands out, right? So compared to us, white old men, or me at least, you're young.
I'm white and old.
So does that make sense? So that's the first thing, that visually, right? That's the attraction, and then it's verbally, and then it's behavioral, right? So all those things. So for me, you have to work on it, right? And I don't know if I have a great answer in terms of personal branding. For me, I call myself the digital Viking. I'm from Norway. I've been digital my whole life, so that works for me. So when I'm on Zoom calls, it says Digital Vikings. I have my own logo. It's a Viking. So for me, all my clients are now, is the Digital Viking going to be on Zoom? They don't say Shell Hegstad, right? So that works for me. You have to figure out what works for you.
And I think that's key, that consistency. You know, for me, it's always the same. I'm always wearing shoes. I'm always wearing khaki pants. I always have a polo. Scott Guthrie always has his red polo. Everyone knows him for that. My username is the same across the board. My presentations are the same color, the same context. I may not speak on one topic only, like let's just say Magnus for cloud, but that's his brand. He's branded with Azure in the cloud. I'm branded for software architecture. It's being consistent across the board. That's how you get yourself known and recognized. Because like the Digital Viking was saying, we can only remember a couple of things at a time. People remember certain things. We have 100 people in this room. What puts you apart from all the others? That consistent branding, the consistent naming, the consistent speech is what does it. We get invited to speak at events, or we get invited for promotions because there's that brand. I have the brand of Jay Guadagno. My stream is always blue. At work, I'm known as the technical troubleshooter because I figure out problems. I'm consistent in what I do. And that's the key to branding. Be consistent with what you are. That might change over time, but when you change it all. If you notice that the keynote, I had a certain headshot. I use that headshot everywhere. If you look at like Bingle's Cache, I learned a new word today. That's Bing and Google combined, so you don't offend anyone if they use Bing or use Google. It's Bingle. If you look at the cache, you might see a different headshot of me. That's because 3 years ago, I used a headshot with a light blue boring shirt. Now I've learned, or not as colorful, with a different headshot. And then I went and changed it, but I went and changed it everywhere. So the experience was consistent. When someone said Joe, they can see that image. Even at work, I'm not known as Joe Guadagno. I'm known as Joe G. That's the brand. It sets me apart from everyone else.
That's brilliant. To add to that, you see this guy right here? What's his name? All right, you said first. You win this. So everybody speaks wins. So if you watch him 10 years ago, he had same style, same shoes, colorful shoes, jeans, and t-shirt. No
hair, too.
yes, hair, no hair. So wherever you see he has the same style, it's branding. That's his brand. He speaks same way. So we're talking about the branding. Came a little late. So we have a lot of prizes to give away. Anybody has questions? You want to start questions? Yes.
All right, ask your question.
Okay, so hello, sir. Actually, I have a question that you said we should build a personal brand, that we should have similar usernames across everywhere we use. So, but in today's digital age, everyone has their own user account. So suppose I use my username Sachin3145 almost everywhere, but I cannot find that name on the Gmail. So how can I go about that?
That's a good question. And the answer is either you find a username which is, that no one knows what it has used before. When I registered my username, NoUpMan, I am NoUpMan everywhere. You can check it out, Facebook, LinkedIn, even everywhere. And if anyone can explain what NoUpMan means, you get a prize. Seriously, think about it. And if you know, raise your hand and we'll talk about it. If your name brand is not there everywhere. So for example, I have a friend, Alex. He's brilliant, and he made a brand change because he couldn't find his brand name or his user handle in every platform. So he added I am in front of, right? So he said, I am Alex Mang. That's his name, Alex Mang. He's a very good friend of mine. And he's now I am Alex Mang on all the things. So there are little tweaks you can do if we're just technically talking about the characters that make up your handle. That's actually doable.
Thank you, sir. It means a lot.
Yeah, can I add? Okay. No, that's all right. So here's one point that I think is good. I used to work in fashion. I know you don't believe me, but I did. One thing that I think is meaningful is that if you want to be consistent, wear black. Honestly, put on a black top if you take pictures, because black works best for most people from any culture, anywhere. And it's very clean. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying if that's your profile, I have it on my profile picture, but it's very consistent. Like you said, you have your own. For me, it works best for most people in any culture, any position. It keeps a clean profile for yourself
like
or
it.
your avatar.
I just want to say one thing about fashion. I'm kind of known as a good dresser, and I'm not saying that to be you know. It's true. It's true. It's true. So what you should think about, what you should consider is that it does matter, right? Look at Joe. He rarely wears logo shirts, if ever, right?
Yep.
That's on brand for him, and I think that's a pretty good thing to have on your brand. So I'm sorry, everyone who's wearing logo T-shirts and things, take them off. No, kidding.
Please, not right now.
No, but in reality, is if you want to. You shouldn't overdress or overdress, like come in a dress suit to your developing job and sit down and code. Not necessarily, but you should consider it that it does matter, that it does make you stand out if you are consistently dressing, let's say, just a little bit better than most. Maybe even best dresser of your department.
Or a little bit different.
Or
Doesn't have to be
or
best
yeah,
dressed.
or
like
different.
Ward Bell wears loud costumes.
Different can work. Goofy can work, right? We have a friend, Ward, and his brand. He's on brand when he's dressing goofy. You can see him come in a fur coat in rainbow colors. I kid you not, right?
Yep.
He's an awesome gentleman, and everybody knows him as that guy who dresses goofy, right? He is consistent and he's on brand, his brand, right? My brand is to dress up, right? Quite far. I like it. You don't have to like that. You don't have to do it, but you know, it's important. Just to find your consistency, find your rhythm that makes sense for you. If you consider the opposite, I'm just wearing whatever I found at the bottom of my closet that wasn't dirty enough for you. It's kind of wrinkly, but it's okay. Yeah? No, it's not okay. It's not going to make you stand out anywhere in a sea of, you know, wonderful, glorious software geeks and nerds that all look alike, which is
There's a
wrinkly.
question in the back.
Yeah? It's not an insult. It's just an observation.
Listen, I'm so old. I'm just happy if I can get dressed in the morning. Period.
Hello, am I audible?
That's success for me.
I wanted to ask, is your username derived from a computer protocol command that does nothing?
That is very correct. Well done. Prize. Yes.
Thank you.
So while she's claiming her prize, I'm just going to share it with everyone. Back in the old days when you, for example, would connect to an FTP server. FTP servers still exist, but they're rarely in use anymore. There are a couple of use cases, scenarios, where you send an instruction that doesn't do anything. And you would do that, for example, to tell a FTP server, I have connected to an FTP server right now, I'm not doing anything. That could mean that the server would disconnect me on the server side saying, oh, you're not here anymore. So instead of being disconnected, I would send a machine instruction, I would send a ping, and that ping is a no operation. Basically saying, I'm still here, I'm not doing anything right now. So the no-op man.
So is your brand, I'm not doing anything?
The brand, basically no-op man is an interesting superhero because we don't know if he's a villain or a hero. He's never really done anything. All right.
With that said, thank you so much, Magnus and Joe and Shal, for being an awesome panelist. And you all being awesome audience. I know there can be more questions, but time is running out, unfortunately. So we're going to start doing some prize giveaways. So we're going to ask simple questions, and whoever answers is going to win a prize, right? Who wants to ask question? And maybe we'll let our panelists start with the question. You want to start?
Questions should be very simple, like this.
Very simple. Yes. So let's start with this side. We'll start with Magnus. You want to ask a question?
I'll ask first question to set a standard. All right. What is the Twitter handle of csharpcorner.com? Raise your hand. What is Twitter handle of csharpcorner.com? Yeah. Yes. This black t-shirt. At @csharpcorner, is it correct? Twitter handle csharpcorner. Yeah, no, he said correct. Yeah, those two. Yeah. Come.
We should wait until I give them time.
Yeah?
Before the answer,
Huh.
just wait.
Okay, now you ask.
It's gonna take forever.
Easy question.
All right. Mine is a number question between 1 and 10. It's a simple question. How many data centers were there in the Azure cloud when it started, when it launched? Between 1 and 10. 8 is correct. He knew.
I got my mic, so. Yeah, I got the mic. So my question would be, what is the official hashtag for AWS reInvent? No, C# Corner Conference 22, obviously. What's the official hashtag? There's a tag question, hand raised in the back.
For, hashtag for C# Corner Conference. Anybody?
Yeah, it's hash C#Con22.
There you go.
Who's that? All right, next question.
Yeah.
Shall.
I can stand. I'm tired of sitting.
Okay, my question is, how many naans do you think I can eat at dinner? 3? No, 3, 7, or 11? How many prices do we have?
So
Yes.
you choose a winner. You choose a
No,
winner.
I don't know.
That
Pick
girl
it.
is correct. Yeah, give me.
Yes.
Yeah, come over here. Yeah, you.
Thank
Okay, next question in meantime. Joe.
Oh, again? No, I got a mic. What, you got one, Mahesh? Did you have a question?
Well, how many in-person conferences we have had? Okay, 5. Raise your hands down. How many conferences we have had so far? In who is 10?
No, he is not eligible.
All right, all right. I want to see some nice show of hands here. I'm gonna pick someone. So, in order, which cities did we go to on this tour? Shut up!
No calling out.
No, no shouting. That's disqualification. You can't just start shouting. You need to raise your hand, which the lady in the pink shirt over there did. You raised your hand very brightly. Tell me, cities in order. Go.
Go ahead.
First city.
Hyderabad.
Wrong. Sit down. You, sir.
Wow, wrong. Sit down.
That gentleman right there. Yes. Go.
Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi.
No. I was wrong. All right, gentleman up here. Eager. Do it. Correct. The correct answer is Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Jaipur, Delhi.
Now next question. All right.
Good one.
Next question.
Next question is, who's waiting to see if DJ falls off the stage because he keeps going like this? Next question. It's inches away.
All right. So next question is, in how many C# Corner conferences Magnus has done the speaking?
Ooh.
We'll give you an option.
I don't know. Magnus doesn't know.
2, 3, 4. Okay, in the back. Yes, last row.
4.
Okay, 4, come on. Give a round of applause to him, yeah?
All right. Next question, and I want to see hands, no shouting. Who was speaking when the power went out? Who was speaking when the power went out?
Joseph. No. Yes.
No, no. All right. Next person. Next person. The lady behind the gentleman.
You were speaking.
Incorrect. That's a Mahesh is correct. Mahesh was about to announce me, but he was speaking when the power went out.
And what word did he say that caused the power to go out?
All right, come. Get your award, yeah? Okay, we have many awards here. All right? Okay, next question. Little bit technical. Let me see how it goes. What is the current version of Angular? Current version of Angular. Just a minute. 11 wrong. Wrong. 6 wrong.
I think the real
Okay,
question is.
yeah.
I think the real question is how many people are tired of him mentioning Angular all the time?
All right.
Wait. What
By
about
show
me?
of
I got
hands,
one.
which kind of kingfisher does Joe like best? Yes, sir. Which one? Which kind of? No, yeah. Which kind of kingfisher?
Deer.
No, not strong. Not strong. Which kind of kingfisher? Isn't it?
Kingfisher Ultra.
Huh?
Ultra.
Ultra is
incorrect.
Incorrect.
How many more do we have?
Strong. No, strong is incorrect. All right, come on. More kingfishers. You know them. You know them. Anyone? This gentleman here? Huh? Double? No. Come on.
I think he said the bird.
The bird. Yeah, the bird. You?
It's still not strong.
Huh?
The alcohol. Kingfisher.
No. Yeah. But kingfisher, which kind? Which, you know the names.
It's
Magnum, no.
Oh, crap. How many different
Jesus, how many
kingfishers
are there? Just be easy. Starts with a P. Come on, people.
There's the
Premium. You're correct. Yes, Kingfisher Premium. Gentleman far left. You're correct. I can't believe that was so hard.
I got one. How many different locations has C# Corner Conference been in the live events? Name at least 2.
Yes.
Name 2 locations that the C# Live Corner Conference has been, not including this one, because
So
that's
it's not
cheating.
cities, hotel?
Huh?
Name of the hotel?
Sure.
Or
Hotels
city?
or cities, either one.
Okay. Or hotel or cities?
Mumbai and Jaipur.
No, not our tour. The conference overall.
The conference, the annual conference. Yes. Next. Pink shirt. Yeah.
Not this year's tour, the C#
Yes.
Corner Annual Conference. Where has it been? Let's just-
Noida, Gurgaon.
Nope. 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 This is not this year. I'm talking about annual conferences. Poland?
How many people have heard of the C# Corner Conference? Just curious.
What's the
What
question?
cities has the C# Corner Conference been hosted in?
हो चुकी हैं
That's
It's let me give you a hint. It's the I'll give you a
Yeah. That's awesome. That's
give
amazing.
them,
I didn't
yeah.
think that one was hard either.
It's hint.
I know. We're almost out of giveaways. Everything is gone.
Next question.
I guess we'll skip that question.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is founder of C#Corner.com?
Me.
Raise your hand. Who is founder of C#Corner.com? No. Okay, ma'am in the back, tell me. Teacher. Ma'am in the back. Mahechan, yes, come. Please give a round of applause to ma'am. Ma'am, please. Sir, ma'am. Okay, next question. Okay.
How many parallel sessions does this conference have? No. That gentleman, I'm pointing to him right there. How many? 3 is correct.
All right, next question. What month is next year's annual conference? What month? December?
All right. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, answer is October.
How about we name 2 of the sponsors that are outside?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. Question? Okay. Approximately how many Facebook followers does C# Corner have? Approximately. 5,000? What's wrong with you? 5,000? Okay, are we listening? Did anyone say 500,000? Wrong. Did anyone say 1 million? Wrong. What do you think? How many? I can't hear you. Okay, that was close enough. 1.2 million. Come on up. Yeah, one of you. I don't. Anyone that wants to come up?
What? Excuse me. So, if I can
Okay,
get
no one.
just,
Perfect.
I know we were all excited. What is the name of that token that Shell keeps talking about? Sharp is correct. Sharp is correct. Look, he raised his hand and he said the right thing. Wow, that's incredible. He's sharp. All right.
What year? What? Yes, sure. Yeah. Who was the smartest guy on the panel? All right. All right. Who wins? All right. Come on. No, come on. Yeah, sure. I see. What? Yeah. Next question. Yeah. What year was C# Corner founded in? One at a time. One at a time. Just raise the hand. Just raise the hand. No speaking. No talking. Raise the hand. Yeah. Go from the back. All right.
That's how people get hurt.
Everyone see it tomorrow again. Woo!
Excuse me, everyone, just we need to take a group photo, then you'll be free. Check.
Guys, please be seated. Please. Everyone, please be seated. Just 2 more minutes we will take. You can just stand. Guys, we can have group photo now. Come.
Hello, everyone.